Thank you. Who's your favorite politician?
Why is he silent?
What?
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, bro.
Great to see you. This is our third round of breakout sessions for the morning. Right after this, make sure to get down to general session. But for the next 45 minutes, you're going to be hearing from an amazing American activist, originally from Florida, saving our country now in the state of Pennsylvania. The founder of the organization Really Good Action, the amazing Scott Pressler.
Hello. You know what it was? It was the Democrats trying to stop us. Well, if anybody's not awake, now we officially are. Thank you. I need to keep you guys with me. That was wonderful. Well, for those of you who may not know me, my name is Scott Pressler. I'm the son of a retired Navy captain. I am that long-haired Eagle Scout. And in 2021, I received the Ronald Reagan Award for Freedom. Now, you can't see it, but I am wearing my Texas cowboy boots. My first job a decade ago was helping to elect Governor Greg Abbott in the great state of Texas. And down in Galveston, we actually registered voters at Texas A&M University at Galveston. Wow. And that year, for the first time engaging with our youth, going and registering voters at a college campus, we flipped a state representative seat for the first time since Reconstruction. Now, I never wanted Hillary Clinton to set the tone for the Supreme Court, and I spent 2 years, and with your help, we made Donald Trump the 45th President of the United States. But my life changed forever when he talked about the city of Baltimore, Maryland. Do you guys remember that? Well, I'm the guy that organized the trash cleanup, and with 200 volunteers, we picked up 12 tons of trash in 12 hours in one single day in the most dangerous streets in America. And I remember thinking to myself, guys, this is why I'm a Republican, well, I'm a conservative, excuse me, because I don't need the government with all its millions of dollars, that if private citizens coming together in an act of love, we can do more good than the government ever could. So I started traveling the whole country, and I went to Atlanta, Austin, Baltimore, Chicago, Denver, Duquesne, Detroit, Houston, Kenosha, Los Angeles, Miami, Milwaukee, Nashville, Portland, Pittsburgh, Philly, Salem! And you may have seen a viral video of me on social media where I was protested for picking up trash. Have you ever heard of such an absurd thing? In San Francisco, California. Bless their hearts. But you know what we started doing is that's really when I learned we're gonna couple activism with voter registration. And when I went into communities to help clean them up, we engaged with the citizens and I said, if you want a better government, then you need to vote for it. You need to get engaged, not just at presidential or congressional, but vote for your state representative, vote for your state senator, go for city council and school board and mayor, and really start from the bottom and build the bench up. Now, 2020 happens, and we all know what happened with that election. And I thought to myself, okay, let's spend the next couple years focusing on getting people to run for those local offices. Anyone here from Pinellas County, Florida? Florida? Well, we have a wonderful woman. Her name is Anna Polina Luna. In 2022, you know what we started doing? Because Joe Biden, you know, he canceled our Keystone Pipeline and gas started going up. And I was like, y'all, why don't we do some gas station voter registration? So we went to Pinellas County, and this is a county that was blue. This was represented by Charlie Crist, who ran against Governor DeSantis in 2022. Through voter registration, we flipped Pinellas County from blue to red, and that led to the election of Congresswoman Anna Polina Luna. And furthermore, Long Island. A lot of people might think, oh, you know, New York, it's just a blue state, it's in the New England area. No, we did that gas station voter registration. We even did the first ever drive-through, where they would come, we would register them, they wouldn't even leave their vehicle, and they'd go on their merry way, going from a Democrat to a Republican. And our voter registration efforts in 2022 led to flipping 2 seats from blue to red, New York's 3rd congressional district, and even in Brooklyn, New York. Are you guys getting a theme that as we register more voters, that it flips counties, and therefore we can flip congressional districts, and therefore we can win the majority of the House of Representatives? Are you guys getting this theme? So, 2022, while it was good, and while we did win a narrow majority in the House of Representatives, the fact of the matter, it wasn't a red wave year. You know, we had the crisis at the border, you had inflation, you had gas. People are still struggling to get by, and everyone was like, oh, Scott, it's gonna be a red wave, don't worry about it. And with all due respect, we didn't win the governorship here in Arizona. We should have Governor Kerry Lake. We lost in Pennsylvania. We lost the governorship in Wisconsin. We lost the governorship in Michigan. And we even elected Senator John Fetterman in Pennsylvania. Oh my goodness. Bless his heart. I think he's trying. He's trying his best. And so that's how I created my organization, Early Vote Action. And I'm not here to battle with anyone, so just bear with me. But I really believe that, listen, if the conservatives only wait to vote on one singular day, well, I think that is going to lead to continued failure. It snowed in Nevada on election day, and Adam Laxalt lost the election. The Luzerne County ran out of paper ballots on election day. That was perfect. But you know what's cool? Really quick sidebar. The chairwoman, Denise Williams of Luzerne County, at the Board of Elections meeting that I just spoke at 2 nights ago, resigned from her position. And so it shows you the importance of community engagement. This is 7 days before Christmas, but we were still there at that meeting, letting them know that even after we won the election, we're going to continue to raise our voices, to have a magnifying glass under them, and let them know that they are being watched peacefully. Peacefully. And in Arizona, this is factual, the machines had errors on election day. And so I want guys, I want to win elections. I want to save my country. That's why I created earlyvoteaction.com. And so our initial focus was Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. But I said, if you're going to do one thing, you do it right. And we spent all of our time, all of our talent on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We ended up hiring 74 staff across Pennsylvania's 67 counties. Now, how did we do this from a mathematical standpoint? So Joe Biden won Pennsylvania in 2020 by 80,000 votes. And that really was the benchmark that I set for voter registration and engaging with demographic groups. Did you know there are 80,000 truckers in Pennsylvania? So what did we do? We went to the truck stops. We went to the rest stops. We tailgated in the gosh darn parking lot. Off of the turnpike. Then we have 90,000 beautiful Amish in Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah. And just for a moment, can you imagine such a thing? A 6'5", boot wearing, long haired, cute, conservative, just walking up into these Amish places and just saying, why don't you guys vote? And I'll tell you, I think the biggest problem that conservatives have is for so long we haven't shown up. Look, there's no secret to earning somebody's vote other than you show up, you come prepared with how you want to earn their vote. You also stop using these so much, start using these a little bit more. And just be earnest, and that's what we did. I asked the Amish, why don't you vote? School choice is under attack. Religious freedom is under attack. Raw milk and dairy and farming. And I'll tell you, I was so hardcore in getting those votes, I even milked a cow. At an Amish home. There's a video of me on the smallest stool known to humanity, milking a cow somewhere on social media. And the coolest part is, and I'm not going to say that the Amish necessarily won the election, but they contributed. Every county that had Amish, President Trump received more votes in 2024 than 2020. And so we went to the farmers markets. I want to give a shout out to Ryan Sexton. He's one of our staff. He would go to the Green Dragon Farmers Market every single Friday. He would go to Roots Country Market every single Tuesday. And so if you kind of get a theme here, this is what I'm asking you guys to do, no matter where you are, whatever state. You go to your truck stop, you go to your farmers market. Next. In Pennsylvania, we have 800,000 veterans. It is home to the 4th largest veteran community in the entire United States. And so we went to American Legions. We went to VFW halls. And some people might be like, Scott, these people, they obviously are registered to vote, right? No, one of our staff went to a VFW and registered a 93-year-old man to vote who hasn't voted since he was 30 years old. Because we showed up, because we engaged, because we asked. And really, I ask you at this conference today, when you're talking to all these new like-minded friends, I'm challenge you. Every person you talk to, say, hey, are you registered to vote at your current address? Are you registered to vote as a political affiliation in a state like Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Florida? Because every time you go to an event, you can't just assume that everybody is taken care of. I've spoken to people even at events like this that they had never voted in their whole lives. And here they are, engaged, activated. Next, we had 930,000 hunters. Now this statistic is mind-blowing. 30% of Pennsylvania hunters are not registered to vote. So do the math, that's 300,000 voters. And remember how I told you that Joe Biden won by 80,000 votes? If every hunter votes, we win. If every veteran votes, we win. If every trucker votes, we win. If every Amish votes, we win. And so part of it is I understand the art of persuasion and conversion, but ultimately one thing that we have to remember is, listen, 30% of Christians are not registered to vote. The fact of the matter is there are more of us than there is the opposition. We must do a better job of cultivating those voices that already agree with us. And then what we do is when we register someone to vote, we save their information. First name, last name, cell phone, email. Why? Because it's not good enough to just register someone to vote. You ultimately want to follow up and follow through with them and actualize those voters. And that's a lot what Turning Point Action did as well, doing the ballot chasing, because ballot harvesting is not legal in every state. And so, what are the results from Pennsylvania? And these, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people told me, Scott, voter registration doesn't matter. Scott, it didn't matter that you flipped Beaver County in 2023 from blue to red. It didn't matter that you flipped Bucks County in 2024 from blue to red. And it didn't matter that you flipped Luzerne County, but get this. So Luzerne County, which already was voting Republican, but we flipped it to a plurality of registered Republicans, it went from 76,000 votes for Trump in 2016. It went to 86,000 votes for Trump in 2020, and it went to 92,000 votes for Trump in 2020. Now, where I'm going with this, and I take no pleasure in saying this, but Pennsylvania is the only swing state that delivered a Senate seat. Do you know how close the election was? 15,000 votes, and we got Senator-elect Dave McCormick in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. When I went to that Board of Election meeting in front of that chairwoman, I even told her to her face, I said, I want to give a shout out to Luzerne County, because Luzerne County delivered 22,000 votes for Dave McCormick, and therefore Luzerne County elected him into office. Ooh, she was so mad. I loved every second. And so what is the pathway forward? What are we gonna do now? You know, I'm such a workaholic that I'm not just gonna rest on our laurels. I wanna make it clear, please hear me out. The opposition wants you to stay home.
That's right.
They think that the America First movement is done. They think that just because we won this last November, that you're gonna stay home. And so it is imperative, it is incumbent on you guys to vote every single year in every single election. And so you can clap, baby. What are we focusing on immediately? We've already rehired 23 staff. And I want, if there is an opposition spy in the room, because there might be, I want that person to know that we are working immediately to flip the New Jersey governorship. I was already in Sussex County. I'm speaking to the chairman. We're going to Camden and to Newark and to Trenton, and we're going to the rurals, and we're going to use the Pennsylvania model to help flip New Jersey on Tuesday, November 4th. And by the way, after we're done here, I'm not leaving. So any person that wants to see me outside, I want to work with every single one of you. I don't care what state it is. Patience, my grasshoppers. But yes, I am coming to California because get this. There are 13 districts that are going to be represented by the opposition that President Trump won. Therefore, those are 13 vulnerable districts that we can flip back in 2026. We all must work immediately towards the midterms. Now, any Wisconsinites in the room? Yes! My people, yes. Because you know what's happening on Tuesday, April 1st, 2025? This is a rowdy. This is, I mean, gosh, it's 10 o'clock. So, get this. The Supreme Court is currently 4D to 3R. Now one of the Ds is retiring. And so on Tuesday, April 1st, if Wisconsinites come out and vote, if every person that supported the conservatives this last November votes, you will flip the Supreme Court in Wisconsin for Luke. And actually, a shout out to my Wisconsinites. Right before we started, I just posted on my X account, today is day 13 of reminding Wisconsin voters, so I promise I will do whatever I have to do. We'll go to Kenosha and Racine and Milwaukee and La Crosse and everywhere. Now, Pennsylvania. We have 3 Supreme Court justices that are up for retention next November in 2025. And some of you may be like, Scott, why in the world would I focus on a Supreme Court election? Why would I vote in an off-year election? Listen to this. Those justices voted to allow mail-in ballots in 2020 to be received 3 days after Election Day. Therefore, that's not somebody that, we probably want to retain. We want to say no to retention. And furthermore, they allowed Governor Wolf to shut down Pennsylvania during COVID. You guys have learned here in Arizona, you guys have learned the importance of Supreme Court. They deal with your elections, they deal with gun rights, they deal with the mail-in ballots, they deal with the unmanned drop boxes that we now have in Wisconsin because of Jana Protasewicz. These Supreme Court elections matter. And so what I need all of y'all to do is look for opportunities. You're gonna start seeing it. When you're at a red light and there's a whole bunch of traffic, you're gonna start to want to put up a voter registration table. I'm serious. So let's go for low-hanging fruit. I want you guys to write this down or make a mental note. Please write down the website, gunshowtrader.com. Gun show, trader like you're trading something, not trader like your Kamala. It has gunshowtrader.com. Are we getting close? Okay, great. So we're gonna do Q&A in just a second. It has every single gun show for the entire United States of America. And I want you to contact that gun show and say, hey, can I have permission to register voters? No politics, I'm not pushing a candidate. I simply wanna make sure every single person is registered to vote. I want you to do this with your pastor or your faith leader. Again, with gun shows in churches, it's gonna be more nonpartisan because we don't wanna scare people away. And then I want you to look at places like Bass Pro Shop, Home Depot, Walmart, any place that you think you're gonna meet working class America, people that share our conservative Christian values or gun rights or something to that effect. Those are places where we must be engaging with. I tell you, we were at Cabela's in Hamburg, Pennsylvania. Every single person that went in and out, we said, are you registered to vote at your current address? Why? Because this group, which way do you think they're probably gonna vote? Conservatively. So meet people where they are. Now, I do wanna have time for question and answer. Just do me a favor. We have a lot of folks. If you have a question, please make it a question. And let's do rapid fire because I wanna talk with as many of you as possible, okay? Oh yeah, so make a line. Please.
Okay, so everybody, if you want to ask Scott a question, you're just going to come down to the middle of this line, okay? And we're just going to, it's just
Rapid
a question.
fire.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
Okay? Because a lot of you have a lot of questions to ask. So just one
what
behind
chat
the other.
he uses.
And if you can, don't come up around the front, try to go around the back. Thanks, guys.
Scott, you are so charming. I just had to say it out loud.
I did my hair just for you guys.
Hi Scott, my name is Jacob, and I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. I live in one of the 2 Democrat congressional districts in Missouri. Our congressman is Emanuel Cleaver II, who at the end of the prayer on national television said "Amen" and "A women" to be gender
Oh my
inclusive.
God.
What are some tips for you? I'm 17 years old. What are some tips for you that we can help flip the congressional district 5 in Kansas City?
Thank you. Well, thank you for being here, Jacob. Now, homework assignment on January 1st. Because you're turning 18 next year, as a 17-year-old in the great state of Missouri, you can actually register to vote as a 17-year-old so long as you're turning 18 by the next November. So you can register.
I've actually already registered to vote.
I think we have learned, especially especially in your area, knowing how your Congress people, like remember Jamal Bowman pulling the fire alarm, etc. A lot of people are going to remember that statement that he made, and so I think an education campaign of literally going into his district and saying, do you agree with the congressman? And I want you to focus on that voter registration, have the voter registration forms with you. And you can also use our app, which is Early Vote Action, and it will tell you independent doors to knock on, or even conservative doors, or even the opposition. So that way you can get more volunteers, etc. But the biggest thing, Jacob, I think the theme is we have to show up peacefully. So long as we see something wrong that's going on, then we need to show up. So I hope that kind of helps.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jacob. Can we have a round of applause?
It'll sound a little nuts, but I got to stand upstairs in the Tucker Don Jr. conference, and they handed me my phone. The only thing I asked was for a hug from you. So
He's going in.
I am from Pennsylvania, and you're a hero to me and my family. So.
See, do we have love in this house? We have so much love. You know what? She just wanted to sniff my hair. If I ever met Joe Biden, he would go for a whiff. I'm telling you. It's fresh. Okay, so thank you.
Hey, my name is Logan. I'm from Washington. I'm 15 years old, and I have passed. Although I met, how I first saw you was you milking the cow. I saw the picture. I'm like, I was looking up the candidates, and I saw the picture. I'm like, who is that? And that's how it makes it. I got to know you, and I have to say, are you coming to Washington?
Yes! Am I invited?
Yes!
Let's talk. Let's talk Washington.
I like that one. I like it.
How are you, Ms. French? Thank you.
Jim Walsh wants you to come and do our Republican Action Convention in the summer. and I texted you, and you got that.
Thank you. Carrie French, ladies and gentlemen.
By the way, can I have a hug too? Can I have a hug too?
Say it again?
Can I have a hug too?
Oh, yeah. May I have permission? Good job.
All right. Hi, I'm Brad from Avondale, Arizona. And my question is, with the migrants, they usually get a card, and it seems like the limit never runs out. So how would be ways to fix that?
You know what? We are going into this new Congress with a conservative White House, a conservative House, and a conservative Senate. I would like to see this new Congress pass the SAVE Act and provide for election integrity and voter ID. I think that's one of the most important.
Yeah?
And furthermore, I do believe on a statewide level, some of the states, Virginia removed illegal aliens from the voter rolls, and even, I believe, went to the Supreme Court and they said it's legal.
That's
I
beautiful.
think we must have that each state level, and we must have that federally as well. Because ultimately, and this is something I would offer up to the opposition, is wouldn't you say that, you know, they always say Black Lives Matter, which I do agree.
Yeah.
Doesn't an illegal alien vote dilute the black vote?
Yeah.
And so therefore, shouldn't they be just as angry that that's actually diluting minority voices? And I think this is an issue that we can have synergy on. And so I would love to see election integrity and voter ID laws passed into law.
Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Hello, I'm Daniel. I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. So, first thing, as we all know, rhinos are arguably just as much of a problem for the Trump and MAGA agenda. But as we know, it can be incredibly difficult to oust a rhino. Just simply put, not every primary ends up like Liz Cheney in Wyoming. What are ways that we can take action against rhinos and against Republicans who are voting against Trump's interests? And also, could we borrow a lock of your hair to clone you 50 times?
As long as you take it from the back. So, well, here's something that I want people to be reminded of. So, there were 10 members of Congress that voted to impeach our great president. And I want to remind any person, Republican or not, that is trying to stop our mandate and our America First agenda, that 8 of those people that voted to impeach President Trump are no longer in office. I went to Wyoming to help defeat Liz Cheney. I went to Illinois to help defeat Adam Kinzinger. But this shows the importance of, well, I mean, let me offer, and don't baloney me. How many of you guys vote in every single primary in your state? Okay, so the majority, but I'm still seeing some people that don't. Guys, if you want to make real change, the majority of House districts in the entire country are decided not in the general. It's the person that wins the primary who is ultimately going to win the general. And so I would say it is incumbent upon us to use our tools. Look at what you guys did with the CR. God bless Elon Musk. My future husband, God bless. I saw him first. Look at what you guys did. People like DC Drano, everybody using your voices on X, that we were able to stop a very bad bill from being passed. And so I would say we must continue to be educated, we must continue to register to vote, and we must continue to vote in every single election. So notice, I talked about Tuesday, April 1st, I have that in my head. I talked about Tuesday, November 4th. I need every single one of you, whatever state you're in, to already have your next primary memorized in your head. So when you're at the supermarket, grocery store, etc. But thank you for being here, and I'm from Jacksonville, Florida.
It's going to be a tough nut to crack, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good to meet you. Elizabeth.
Hi, yes. I'm Elizabeth Barcohana. I'm from LA County. I was recently elected to the Republican Party. We have the... People don't know this, but LA County has the most number of registered Republicans in the country. We have over 1 million now. And the question I want to ask you is, the most pushback we get from our constituents in California about voting is cheating.
Yes.
That people don't even want to show up to vote because they think that they're going to steal it anyway. So
Sure.
what's the point?
Sure.
And to your point, you know, once we get in, hopefully we'll get voter ID and integrity laws passed. But until that point, what is the argument and facts that you give in the field that you're having success convincing people to vote even though they feel that way?
Understood. And we have 10, so I'm going to do rapid because I want to see all of our people. But look, we just won the White House on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. So any person that said they were going to rig it, that they were going to cheat, that they were going to flip ballots, we made it too big to rig and we beat the cheat. We've already done it. You know what we did in Pennsylvania? What I want to see more from you guys is I want you to go to Indeed.com, and when you see a position open to work at your county election office, I want you to apply to that job. If we don't apply to it, the opposition is. You go to Indeed.com. Next, I want you to show up to all of your voter registration and county commissioner board of election meetings. And then furthermore, I want you to deliver a letter. You know what we did in PA? Because they ran out of paper, we said, what are you doing to make sure this never happens again? What are you doing to make sure that the machines aren't going to go down and run out of power? And the more that these people know that they are being watched, the more deterrent effect that there is going to be to mitigate shenanigans in our elections. And I will be coming to Orange County. Let's take back Michelle Steele's seat. Let's take back my Garcia's seat. Let's take back North Kay's seat. And good to see you.
I'm Cheryl, I'm here from Arizona, and I used your app to do over 2,000 postcards.
Wow. Thank you.
And I'm just curious, how successful was that campaign? Did
Yes.
it actually work? Because I'm happy to.
Yes. I want your help, please. And thank you. Can we get a round of applause? 2,000 postcards. That's 2,000 states this woman did. Okay, so why do we do postcards? Postcards have a 25% return on investment. 1 out of every 4 postcards you write is going to turn into a new registered voter or a new registered conservative. We did this in Louisiana, electing Governor Jeff Landry to office. We sent out postcards to unregistered voters. Then 2 weeks later, we tracked the data, and we had a 25% return on investment. So this is already tried and true. One should help. Let's have you help Wisconsin or Pennsylvania, and then let's focus on defeating, I can't say her name, but the Hobgoblin. We're going to defeat. Yes, we're going to have new campaigns on the Early Vote Action app, which is available on your iPhone and your Android. Thanks, Cheryl. Good job. Thank you very, very much.
Hi, Scott. I'm Wyatt. I'm from great state of Texas. My dad's from Pennsylvania. Sailed down from Maryland. So thank you for the Keystone State and winning us the election. I do have a question. So Texas State House and everything that's going on right now, I've got one of the people that's not going for it, one of those rhinos. How can we apply that? Your efforts, how can we apply it to potential voters to grow voter bases for people now and in the future so we can primary these people who are not on the agenda for Trump and get them out and get people in that we do want?
Thank you. Well, we're 3 days away from the holiday, so maybe don't knock on the door now. Literally, January 1st. I know that sounds crazy, but I need you guys taking action immediately. And just so you guys are aware, I know we're not necessarily supposed to talk about this stuff, but listen, the Speaker of the House is putting the opposition party on committees that are able to then shut down good conservative legislation because these opposition voices are in places of power. That's what's happening right now. Even though Texas is a red state, and even though we just had massive winnings, even bigger than 2016, but it's not acting like a conservative state. Yes, so the biggest thing that we need to do is immediately, I'd say, look, are you happy with opposition being placed on committees and places of power that are stopping legislation meant to, lower taxes or, stop gender surgeries and stuff like that? Then we need to immediately get ready for the 2026 primaries. That's going to be the biggest battle for the great state of Texas. And so whatever I can do to help, I do want to come down into South Texas with Ms. Flores.
My name's Rylan. I'm moving from California to Texas. I don't want Sean Cornyn representing me in the Senate, and I don't think is going to primary him. Would you help me primary John Cornyn?
Yes! I'm not going to commit to a candidate right now, but I will say I know the AG and he's a wonderful human being. But the person that you just mentioned, the other one, he's got to go. Are you guys noticing that young people are going to save our country? Okay, we got 5 minutes. Let's go, Dave.
So good to see you. Thank you for the conversation earlier, and thank you for your dad's service to the Navy. As I told you, working on it this January, back in 2020, I was amongst people who were blocked and banned and suspended from Twitter. Bless Elon Musk. We are so grateful for Elon Musk. So after the inauguration, the RNC, the GOP, do we have a great contingency plan to keep the retention of those liberals and historically Democrats who voted for President Trump this election to like a voter outreach program to make sure that we keep those voters for 2028 and midterms?
Yes. Well, as I've kind of laid out for you, I want to make it clear it's incumbent upon us to continue voting every single year. 2025, we have municipal, 2026, midterms, 2028, the next presidential. So yes, I mean, really, ultimately, guys, we have to remember though, conservatives were elected. They must now lead. We are the party in power. They have a responsibility to secure the border, peace, not war, make America healthy again, lower the corporate tax, stop 300 people dying a day from fentanyl and opioids. I mean, the Republicans have a lot of things to prove in order to earn those continued votes ultimately. So thank you for being here. He's going to join the service again if we can give him a round of applause.
And thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you.
And I miss X Twitters and the mean tweets. I miss them.
Thank you. Good job.
Hello, Scott. My name is Landon. I'm a Turning Point USA chapter leader at my university, Concordia University. I think it's so cool that you're coming to OC because there's so many voters that are Republican. There's so many Republicans in Irvine that just don't vote, and there's so many of us. And I go to a Lutheran school in Concordia, and the amount of people that aren't registered to vote is crazy. And the amount of people that we are working to spread the word about registering to vote is insurmountable. So being a chapter leader at my college, do you have any advice? And since I'm working to get a coalition of conservatives on campus, just what we can do as a chapter, and is there any hope for California as a whole?
Thank you. Well, I'd say the reason I think why people, and I hope this doesn't sound egotistical, people respect me because I'm a doer. I take action. And when I post stuff on social media, I'm not doing it to pat myself on the back or make it the Scott Pressler show, but I want to show by doing. And so my biggest encouragement to every single one of you is never feel like you're patting yourself on the back. You're leading as an example to show others what they can do in order to make change. And so, for example, I'd love to see more tabling at the university and doing voter registration and bringing the message to the students. I'd love to see more philanthropy. We're going to do more cleanups with my organization, and maybe there's an opportunity. I haven't been to Van Nuys in a while, but if there's an opportunity to do that, I'd love to work with the CRs over there.
Awesome, thank you so much.
And I know they're owned by China, but I think it's important that we are on TikTok because remember, if we allow the opposition to have a vacuum, a void where there is no conservative values or policies, then they are going to take it over. So get on Blue Sky and get on Threads and get on TikTok so that way we can bring a conservative alternative to these people. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Good job.
I'm a Wisconsin guy, and
connect, my Wisconsin people, connect with them.
Yeah, I'm sick and tired of the Supreme Court, just a bunch of bully Democrats. And we definitely need to get a Republican conservative majority on the Supreme Court. Where can we start looking for voters? Just some suggestions. Where can we be looking for the voters to get that majority?
So here's what you can do. Two things. Then I know they're about to cut us off, so unfortunately I'm going to make you the last one, but I'm happy to see everyone after. I'm not leaving until I see everybody. So a couple things. Door knocking does win elections, and I think it's important. However, think about this for a second. Let's say that one person goes out and knocks on 100 doors, but they only, get 10 people to actually answer the door. Unless you're doing a specific action like ballot chasing, etc., here's what I suggest. We would go to Sheetz, which is a gas station that has made-to-order food, and we'd set up a Trump table, and within 4 hours, we had 300 people coming to us that we were registering them, we were engaging them, we were getting their information. And so I think going to a major population center, you're in Green Bay, right? You're in Brown County?
Wausau.
Oh, Wausau. Well, oh my gosh, well, you're in an even more conservative county. So you throw a stone, you hit a conservative. But I would suggest people, again, go to those places where you're gonna reach the most out of us. If they see a Make America Great, again, young man, they're gonna come talk to you, and that's your opportunity to say, hey, are you happy that the opposition has unmanned drop axes, that they're trying to get rid of voter ID laws, that they're not, they don't want any election integrity, and say, well, I need your vote on Tuesday, April 1st, 2025, to flip that Supreme Court from blue to red. And so we need to do a better job of engaging and meeting the people where they are. But my Wisconsin people, you connect, And I'm so sorry to end the line, but let me just do a last finishing statement, if I will, and I'll see you guys after, if that's okay. Good job, Peter. So, I think the ultimate thing, we have a lot of young people in the room today, and I just want to say one thing. I started off my career as a dog walker. I never thought this would be my life. If you told me I was going to be traveling the country, picking up trash and registering voters, I would have told you you bumped your head. I lost your mind. But one person really can make a difference. You look at President Donald John Trump. You look at Elon Musk. You look at Tulsi Gabbard. You look at... But I want each of you to know, you ultimately, you have the power to make real, true change. And I hope, even if it's registering 5 voters, or whether it's you run for office, or whether you're helping to win a Supreme Court race, I hope every single one of you stays engaged in the fight. And I look forward to meeting every single one of you. And I do want to give a shout out. Thank you to Charlie Kirk for having me. Thank you to Tyler Boyer. And let's continue to win, and the best is yet to come. Thank you guys for being here. So I'll see you guys outside. I'm not going anywhere.
I have family that live in Tucson. We need to give them some room. Yeah. I know, that's This is great. No, I want to get
Wanting to talk and then others just want to take pictures.
Come on, Dan.
I totally forgot like 2 months ago. Scott called me. I talked to him.
People need to do single file. Damn. God.
It happens with every single person.
Excuse me. I've been waiting. Come on. Single file line.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Can we just snap our fingers?
They're having us make us.
I'm getting separated. Well, we're not going to move. Good luck with that. We're not going to merging traffic. We're not going to move. It's everybody get over in the line. If we're not in the line, we're not going to move. Line, please. We still not in the line. We're not going to move. Come on, y'all. Come on, we grown. Get in the line.
People get in line.
Come on, hold. Come on. Get in. Nuh-uh. We're not approaching. We're not going to see another person until we get in the line. Someone with a walker back here. Stop pushing her. Okay, girl. Then go around.
Oh, man.
I'm not moving. Right here.
Does he have like a phone number or something?
Hey, can you text me?
Crazy. Crazy.
Oh, I bet.
I am so popular.
All right, we're gonna do this quick though. So talk, take a picture. I'll hold the phone.
Thank you.
I got you.
And then there's 3 more after that.
Very cool.
Here we go.
Awesome. I love that. Oh, you want all of them?
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We're gonna have to probably.
And then there's 2 more. Whoops.
Sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I got you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And appreciate it. Thank you.
Are you part of Nicole Shanahan and Make America Healthy Again?
No. I'm just the interviewer is what I am.
Oh, beautiful. Good.
Appreciate it, man.
Well, good to meet you, and I guess I'll see you around.
Yeah. Appreciate it, man.
Okay, good.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question earlier.
Thank you. Is it okay if I could hug you?
Oh, yeah, sure. May I have permission?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. Look at that. Wow. It's a legend. It's amazing. Wow. Yeah. Awesome. That's amazing.
We're not turning out the way that they needed to at that time. We created a well-rounded effect in Wisconsin that I think history will look back on and smile.
Let me ask you, how easy was it easier to do it because of President Trump? Did President Trump make the chase easier?
Yeah, so Charlie, we actually just talked about this, and I really want to focus in on this, and this is for everyone that's thinking about running in 2028, or 2026 for that matter. The populist message that President Trump carries, and he does it so effectively, is a big portion of what makes the job easier. When you can knock on a door and people understand the issues and they agree on the issues, this is the magic of President Trump. President Trump made this election so much easier because people fundamentally understand the issues better because of how he speaks. And if we keep doing that, we're going to win for a long time, and we're going to be able to chase ballots at doors. If we get into the, oh, what's the price of tea in China divided by 3, and what is Iran's nuclear, like that's not what's going to matter. This is why the America First movement matters so much. Simple understanding of the things that matter close to home from the neighborhoods are what changed the game. President Trump made that easy.
We're going to another segment together. I do want to talk about Lose by Bus, which is part of what we did here in Arizona. Lacey, from what I remember, you are live or have lived in Pima, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. How did we do in Pima County, which is terrible, so we give back tax
It's blue.
I'm not kidding. But how did we do, am I right, Tyler? Pima's not good. In Pima in 2024.
I would trade Pima County for Rocky Point, but
how did we do in Pima?
But it's okay. We'll walk through it.
So, I lived in a hotel for 100+ days this year, so I don't know if we can say we still live in Tucson. That being said, I will say I have seen Johnny come around because of the war. Because of the President Trump, what he speaks is so relatable for moms, for everyday people who want safety for our kids, right? And we are no longer even writing life where we live. And that's what it's at. We bought our house, we bought it somewhere that had these people. Our kids no longer go there.
How did we do election life? Actually, pull that up. Pull that up. So you guys, roughgreens.com. Roughgreens.com/Kirk. Your dog owner wants some care food. For New Year's resolution, 20 bucks for that. That's a good thing. What about the local pets and their nutrition? That's your package dog. That's the last time. Provide better nutrition for your pets and dogs. It's how we are feeding your pets what you are not. It's why your companies have the algorithms in the first place. From your vet food back to life, apply vitamins, minerals, and probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, antioxidants, and so much more. All from your taste of your dog, cat will love. Improve your pet's coat, digestion, and energy. And that's what that is. 2025 is a new year in your pet. Try it. Get a Jumpstart trial bag. It's only $20 free. Get your Jumpstart trial bag at roughgreens.com. That is roughgreens.com. So good for pet will ask for it. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com or tribute to the Chase afterward.
That's why he's the president. There's so much breakdown.
Watch this.
I would watch it.
You have to put the right words in. Make America godly again. Change it up. Change it up.
So Charlie just said we're going to do a longer, more serious interview about this. So it's like, you can say like, I know we're going to go over this numbers, like, and some of this is new to you, but let me just give you the high water mark, right? Like, like you were up everywhere you went, you were up. But I want to highlight 7 success stories. You were up huge here, huge. And just say, Charlie, I know you love President Trump, we all do. But you should know that with voters in your 30s, you're polling 16 points ahead of President Trump. And we might not be able to get to this in a second. Okay.
Similarly, what happened in Texas happened in Arizona, which is a huge spike in the Latino population, Hispanic population, showing up in Trump. This is huge. There were 3 seats in Yuma that had over 200% increase in voting for Donald Trump in 2020. In Pima County, we had places that were darn well near 50% increases in voting turnout.
That is Brett. He works. He's like one of the managers at Turning Point Action. And the girls who are Tracy and Kirk.
This is insane.
They both work in action.
Probably someone on coalitions are being built that were chasing a specific view.
Andrew's trying to
that normally would not have voted if it were not for
Brett, Wisconsin Supreme Court race, educate the audience tonight.
We still have our work cut out for us in Wisconsin. 2025, that's a couple elections going on nationwide. In Wisconsin, hear me out everyone, the Wisconsin Supreme Court race in April is the most mission-critical race in the country.
Yeah, it's going to be free for everybody. All you got to do is scan the QR code. You guys can come on down. Come see you guys down there. Everybody celebrate. Let's all get
This is one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. It is not one nation under government with liberty and justice for those who comply. If we as a country lose the right to reject a medical product made by the most corrupt industry in the history of the world, if the government captures the right to force medicate the people against their will, if you give up the sovereignty over your body, it is game over, people. If you are for showing your papers in order to participate in society, if you want government or corporate control of food, education, science, healthcare, entertainment, news, if you want 3D printed meat models of tokens for moving finger and blind confinement, you are not part of the resistance. Yeah. See, that is some first order, dark side, demonic, Sith Lord, Supreme Leader Snoke, Emperor Palpatine worshipping Bolshevik. And I don't care what your stance is on vaccines. Oh, shoot. I said it. I said the forbidden V word. The word no one is allowed to say except they're with Voldemort. You dare not say it. Remember when the forbidden V word was vagina? Those were the good old days, am I right? Look, I don't care if you love them or hate them. Vaccines, not vaginas. I don't care if you got 10 of them or refuse to get any. Your freedom to choose what goes into your body is your inalienable, God-given right. Doesn't belong to Fauci, it doesn't belong to Biden, it doesn't even belong to Trump, but it certainly doesn't belong to Speaker Mike Johnson. It is your right just for existing as a human being. See, your sovereignty comes from God and God alone. No man, no government, no court can take that from you. This is the issue where I will dig my gold platform heels in and not budge 1 inch. So before this becomes a hill to die on, I implore you, please, make it a hill to not comply on. Did you hear that, Speaker Mike Johnson? This is what it looks like when I dig my heels in. Did you hear what was in that spending bill? Vaccine mandates, mask mandates, vaccine passports, expanded emergency powers, and gain-of-function research. That is so 2020. I mean, as his employer, what do we think about that? No. So I just want to let you know, if you're listening, Supreme Leader Johnson, that I, for one, am not doing that. Now, the first time I was canceled, it was horrifying. I'm not gonna lie to you. My body felt numb, sick. I felt terrible. I went to bed that night and I didn't even know who I was anymore. But then a miracle happened. I woke up the next day and lo and behold, I still existed. Glance and they recognized me. My children, they asked me to make them breakfast and I was like, ah, my existence had in fact not been erased. See, here's the truth. You can't cancel people. You can cancel your dinner reservations. You can cancel your gym membership. You can cancel your flight. You cannot cancel people. You can't erase someone's existence by closing your eyes, throwing a tantrum, and saying the word cancel a bunch. It doesn't work. It's like when toddlers play hide and seek and they're convinced when they cover their eyes that you somehow disappeared when you're actually standing right there in front of them. See, the real purpose of cancel culture is to put so much social pressure on you that you shut up and quietly go away. I recently wrote my first children's book. It's called One Small Little Voice. It's about a princess. phones at a school board meeting, but let's say for the sake of argument, it's our princess, who uses her one small little voice to speak up, save her kingdom as everyone is locked away, hiding in their homes, held captive by fear. I had an interview for that book release, and I was asked the most interesting question. She asked me, Miss Baker, what made you change so radically to stand up to Hollywood? And I thought, am I radical? I mean, that is a big word. I mean, I know I'm red, but like, am I radical? And then it hit me. I didn't change. They did. I was perfectly willing and able to go to work, smile at people, show my face, breathe air, live life. They wanted me to shut my mouth, muzzle my thoughts, mask my face, interview by video, stand 6 feet apart on a little circle on the floor behind plexiglass, take their shot, show my papers, swab my brain. A disease so deadly, you have to stick a cotton swab from China made with ethylene oxide up your nose to your brain to see if you have it. I just wanted to raise my kids, live life, work a bit. They wanted me to comply to all of their tyrannical demands or else. I didn't radically change. They did. The world is upside down right now. Every day is Wacky Wednesday. And it's all by design. It's straight out of the Marxist playbook. They want us to fight each other. And let me be clear who I'm talking about when I say they. I'm talking about the guys who so humbly name themselves the global elite. You know the guys. The really rich, unelected 1% that go to Davos in private jets to make decisions about what they think is best for us as they plan a one world order. You know, Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum that says we can never go back to normal and by the year 2030 you will own nothing and you will be happy about it. I have 4 words for you, Klaus. You go first, loser. Or his BFF, Billy Boy Gates. Billy wants you to eat bugs instead of meat in an effort to stop global warming because farting cows are a threat to the ozone layer, but spraying the skies with a chemical cocktail to block out the sun is good. These knuckleheads are called globalists because they want a one-world global economy and government, and they want to be in charge of it all. Do not ever forget Yuval Noah Harari said the quiet part out loud when he boasted, in the future, you will have to accept that a small group of elites will be your gods. Well, Yuval, if you want to be my god, I'm going to have to be your mother and give you a big spanking, a timeout, and take away your phone. See, they need you to feel the pressure to conform. Don't fall for it. You cannot comply your way out of this tyranny. Pressure can either burst the pipe or it can make a diamond, and you get to decide which it's going to be. Are you going to allow this world to break your will or strengthen your resolve? Are you going to let the fear and the chaos confuse you, consume you, or are you going to wake up every day with a renewed hope in a God that keeps his promises? Now, before being an actress, producer, writer, speaker, vigilante, domestic terrorist, I know I am called by God to be a mother. I feel it in my bones. I love my kids. I'd give it all up to protect them. I did, and I'd do it again. Love your generation. I feel a connection to you. So when we love you! I love you guys! So when Joe Biden referred to me as a domestic terrorist, I could have cowered in fear. But let me tell you, that day, that public servant poked the wrong mama bear. You think I was bold at that school board meeting? I was just getting started. I do not co-parent with the government. These globalists will not steal this generation on my watch. I will not participate in the freedom-sucking, government indoctrinating, financial enslaving, one-world tyrannical takeover where your generation pays for the mistakes my generation made because we were too afraid to speak up, stand up, rise up, wake up. I'm not saying you won't lose your job, face adversity, lose your friends. Look, it's hard. I have paid the big price. To stand up for what you know to be true is hard. But I want you to hope. Because there are three things that always come out: the sun, the moon, and the truth. God to do hard things. God has set me on a new path. It's not what I ever anticipated. It's not what I ever would have volunteered for, but it means all that for good. So I'm grateful for all of it. I'm grateful for the entire experience. My life is so much better because of it. I moved out of California. The beautiful state of Tennessee is now my home. I don't even have to pay income tax. And I don't have to turn my neighbor in for not wearing a mask. I'm close to my family, aunts, uncles, cousins, my nieces. My children get to spend time with their grandparents on a regular basis. It is such a gift that I would have missed out had I kept my head down and applied. Friends that I had for years stopped speaking to me. No Christmas card, no happy birthday, nothing. Guess what? God was clearing the deck for some real riches. And I have never had better friends than the ones that I have right now. I homeschool my kids now too. Not those little indoctrination camps. Our time with our children is precious. I want you to do me a favor. When you leave here today, kids, I want you to look back at a picture on your phone of you 3 years ago. Just 3 years, it's a blip. Look at how young you look. You look like a baby. But here's the thing. You're our babies. Parenting is the most bittersweet job in the world. I am raising the people that I can't live without to live without. Time is a gift. Open it and cherish it. Now, as far as work goes, that was a big blow. In the Bible, John 12:42-43 talks about how a lot of priests did believe that Jesus was the Messiah. But because of the Pharisees, they didn't dare come out in the open with it. They were afraid of getting kicked out of the meeting place. So when push came to shove, they cared more for human approval than they did for God's glory. So I spoke the truth. And I was kicked out of the meeting place. Big deal. Last I checked, the Hollywood meeting place was burning down because most of them were at Diddy's party. I had to pivot. This has pushed me to go out of my comfort zone. I was so familiar with acting and making other people's lines sound good that I forgot that I had other skills. This forced me to lean into writing, producing, forging a new path for my career, one that is better, where I can have a say in the content I'm co-creating. Professionally, no one would speak to me for 2 years, let alone hire me. But oh, how the tides have turned. I'm a published writer of a children's book. I've written and I'm currently developing 2 films. I just finished writing, producing, and acting in a kids' television series called The Adventures of Iggy and Mr. Kirk, coming out in 2020. 2025. I just signed with a literary agent to write another book, and now here I am with all of you. That's my favorite part. See, I was never canceled. I was just redirected. I've learned that when God closes the door, don't stand there crying, jiggling that handle. Don't get angry and try to bust it down. Don't try to frantically pick the lock. Instead, open your eyes, look around, and walk through the door that's open right in front of you. The Bible commands, do not be afraid 365 times. God has not given you a spirit of fear. He has given you a do not be afraid for every day of your life. So to quote my book, One Small Little Voice, it takes just one voice to stand up for many. Then many will join in voices of plenty. So when fear starts to creep in, stare it right in the face. Make courage contagious. Breathe up. Stand in grace. Oh, and one last thing. Good luck and fast.
There's about 12 projects that we already know of coming out next year. The biggest thing, team, we have a class going on, right? So the biggest thing about Angela is that all of these movies and TV shows are selected by we, the people. Not a bunch of guys in the back room with cigars, although we love cigars. But it's actually selected by the people. And so that's why you're seeing stuff at the box office, shocker, get the connection, that people actually want to watch is they get there. So we're not, a big goal is we're going to grow the Angel Guild, which is all the investors, to 1 million people very quickly. And then you have 1 million people that will support every movie. That's just the baseline. That's just the beginning. And that's a launch pad. There's a movie coming out next Easter called King of Kings, which I showed you the trailer. And I think, you know, the parallel is President Trump's election was not just a vote. It was the launch of an American cultural renaissance. I had a reporter yesterday tell me, you know, the left was wanting to get electricities and this and that, the other things, but it seems like the right is winning the culture. Oh, it's not. It was the right to do that, right? And we are in the middle of this American cultural renaissance, so this is our time. Like you said, John, okay, let's take one victory now. Great. Then let's get to work and actually finish the job and finish mission. All right, so okay, thank you. All right, so go see the film. It's out now. Homestead, go to angel.com to see what they're doing. Be a part of the deal. I think it's a great thing to be a part of. And help break it in this city. It's great. Thank you guys for being here. We're going to take a break and come back much more to come. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Contributing to this meeting, who are part of this and how do we all get there? There was someone who said yesterday, I don't want to take credit for the name, but they said, you know, all of these pieces, these liars that get inserted in the bills, here's something that I want to say. For every single line of spending, the staffer or the lobbyist or the congressman who put it in there should have to put their name on every single piece of spending so we can find exactly what it is that is inserted with our taxpayer dollars. It's a joke. It's ridiculous. Let me tell you something. I believe in the U.S. Constitution. And the U.S. Constitution says that is a president, a legislature,
body certain characters. It's like, that's me, that's who I am. But anyway, enough about me.
What do you say, folks? Should we make some of these devastators famous? Should we start naming the names? Should we start getting them all out there, putting their names out in the same way that they went, the same way that these people went, and they made the J6ers famous, that they made the praying grandmothers and mothers and great-grandmothers at the pro-life centers who just stuck their head into the Capitol and walked around peacefully and took a selfie. They made all of that famous. And so here's what we're going to do. I don't believe in this band routine. I don't believe in that. What I do believe is justice. And due justice will be done in the United States of America. I hear people saying we need peace.
At least check him out. I'm going to check it out and see if you know what it's like. All right, thank you guys. Thank you for joining Jerry. God bless you, man. All right, thank y'all for watching.
Not just for the FBI agents who have done these things. No,
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Here we go.
What horror movie you wish you could have made?
What's that?
Horror movie.
A horror movie?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. I'm gonna sign where Matt Walsh is. Just because I like Matt. Not your friend.
Yeah?
Alright. I'm just kidding. I'll sign right here. That's awesome.
Which horror movie?
So it's called Homestead.
Yeah.
It's not a horror film, but it's like a thriller.
Well, which one you wish you could have made?
Oh, which horror film should I have made?
Yeah.
Dude, Dawn of the Dead 2004.
That's a good one.
I freaking love that movie, dude.
Yeah?
That's my favorite zombie film.
I love that film.
I like The Walking Dead too. But
you ever meet George A. Romero?
I haven't met him, but I have a friend who produced his last movie.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he's great. This is
Appreciate
brother.
it. Thank you.
I gotta get going.
Thank you, man.
You have
God
a
bless.
good one. God bless you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And say, you know what? We're all leaders. We're going full steam ahead in this direction. If you want to say, why are you supporting Trump? Why are you coming to the country? You know, we have a mission. How can we work in our heart? We're going to be obedient. We're going to obey. Whatever that looks like, God knows. But we're going to keep going. And so, again, I'm just in my head when I hear you and see you in school board meetings, hearing you on podcasts, everything like that, everything you're doing. You guys live your life in a way where you say, here I am without even saying it. You should have to speak it like you deserve it.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Flashpoint Army, for watching. Of course, thank you, Pastor John, Pastor Jay, of course, Erica, Charlie, everybody that's with us. I know you go see that movie, Homestead. It's out now. You need to go watch it. Follow the link and get a hold of us soon as we need to support media that's doing something and changing America. And listen, it's been great to be here with like-minded people. There's a big world. Let's don't forget, there's a lot of people that voted the other direction. So don't sit back thinking, hey, we're done for a while. You and I have got a lot of work to do coming up in the next 4 years, especially. We have to get out there, be bold, stand up for faith, let God be God. Let's see America turn back. Because it's all about revival. And what you and I are in right now is yet another great awakening. Thank you for watching. Thank you guys for being a part. Thank you for guys being on here. Remember, it's not just a TV program, it's a movie. We'll see you next time.
Same?
Yeah.
Alright, my face isn't on here. Is it still already signed?
Yeah. Appreciate it, man. Who's your favorite politician of all time?
Who's my favorite politician? Gotta be Taft. President Taft.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite rapper?
My favorite rapper? I don't listen to rap, actually.
How about rock band?
Rock band, AC/DC.
Oh, I love AC/DC.
Yeah, man, they're lit.
How about a few random facts about you?
A few random facts about me. Waffle House is my favorite restaurant. I'm 5'11", I'm not 6 foot, and my favorite vegetable is Brussels sprouts.
How about your worst fear?
My worst fear?
Yeah.
Drowning.
Yeah?
I'm afraid of drowning.
And how about ways to improve the prison system?
Ways to improve the prison system? Oh man, I have no idea. I don't think I've ever been asked that question before. I don't know, man. I probably need to know how should we improve the prison system?
I think we need to look into it more because there's so many innocent people locked up.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. Amen. I like that.
Appreciate it. Last one. How would you help someone through a dark time in life?
Tell them about Jesus. Jesus is the peace through every storm. We need Jesus, man.
Your favorite story from the Bible?
Favorite story from the Bible? Got to be the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew chapter 5.
Yeah?
Favorite passage of the Bible.
Oh, it's an amazing passage.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome, man.
Bless you. Nice to meet you,
God bless you,
Brian.
man. Thank you.
care.
Thank you.
This is a fight for an earth fit for humanity. So let's talk about how much Elon Musk wants to be an interplanetary species. There's a part, even he's obsessed with it. I don't know if anyone is obsessed with it as him. But here's the thing. In order for us to be an interplanetary species, we have to meet our biological needs here on Earth first. We won't be fully human for many more generations if we fail to change the way we treat human health, sciences, and technology. Cyborgs traveling the solar system don't count, Elon. So, here's a fact I want to share with you that is what drives me to this stage and drives me to travel this country and this world with this message. There's a biological fact that we can no longer ignore anymore. A species that is unable to reproduce naturally is on a path to extinction. This isn't an exaggeration. This is actually literally within the definition of extinction. In South Korea, the birth rate is 0.72 children per woman. In the UK, 1.5 children. In the United States, we hit a historic low of 1.6 births per woman. This is below the replacement level. That means a path towards extinction. The fertility crisis is hand in hand with a surge in chronic illness. United States, $15,000 per person a year in healthcare expenses, and yet we're 49th in life expectancy. Doesn't reconcile. Where is that money going? If you ever felt the United States is a proxy for a much larger battle for the soul of humanity, you are correct. The fight is being fought here on our soil. We Americans, those who love our American existence because we love our freedom, are the ones who must win this battle for all of humanity. Yes. Enslavement is avoidable, and sickness is one of the ugliest forms of slavery. Just like those kids I saw in Asia who were crippled by their adult caregivers in order for them to make a profit, so too are our children. Our children have become slaves of the system that looks at them in dollars and not the divine souls that they are. To the young people here, you are very inspiring. You call yourselves conservatives, but I have a different name for you. You are the conservators of the human race. Because I know you hear this calling. People called me a conspiracy theorist for pointing out that the electric field we inhabit on Earth is being polluted through the use of unmitigated wireless products. They said, you're a tinfoil hat. Well, here's the truth. This is a real truth, and I'm from Silicon Valley, so I'm filling you in on a secret. These technologies can be made safe, but big tech is in bed with big pharma. They can be made safe. We are an electrochemical species, and we are indeed short-circuiting at a cellular level. Young people falling over on stage, which we are seeing time and time again on social media, video after video of a newscaster or a young person literally speaking on stage and falling over. This is not normal. not normal. There's something biological happening. We are being polluted both electrically and chemically on a daily basis. So I'm not going to call out all the other things that we need to pay attention to because we have MAHA people in the room who will do that for you. But let's talk about what happens next. So the sick children of today, many of them will grow up to become the infertile adults of tomorrow. It's a path to extinction of human life. And what are we getting in exchange? We are getting an augmented transhumanist future. Not worth it. And if you don't want that augmented transhumanist future, you have to make that decision for yourself now. This doesn't have to happen. I started a fund many years ago called Planeta Ventures because I saw this coming. I wanted to create a human-aligned fund where we could invest in innovation that didn't make us sick. And I found some stuff. Shelf stabilizers that aren't full of chemicals, fermented cooking oils, soil microbiome kits, amber light display technology, daylight computer. And it's been a lonely journey, and I would love for the young people in this room to get curious about the entrepreneurship and innovation. This is going to be the human-aligned entrepreneurial boom. It's going to be amazing. We have to be uncompromising if we want to stay human. And it doesn't mean being stubborn when we're wrong. It means being open-minded and staying true to the changes we have to make, even when those changes are hard. Some truths are non-negotiable, and one of those is the value of life itself. Just as Jesus Christ did when he walked this earth, we have to value the human condition. And I've learned this past year what the word faith means. It means keeping your heart open beyond that sting of nihilism and finding everlasting love in the plight for human existence, no matter how hard or dark the circumstances. And we have to be uncompromising with getting rid of the swamp. When we make too many trades with the swamp, and Congress is in the middle of this issue right now, we become the swamp. Worse yet, we burn through the faith of people who worked hard thinking they were going to get virtuous leadership. Dr. Ron Paul is the oldest. He is the oldest living example of a politician whose life work has exhibited an uncompromising commitment to natural law and moralism, even when it's made him really unpopular. Love him. Months ago, Dr. Paul gave me homework. Study Cicero, the Roman statesman and philosopher who predicted the fall of the Roman Empire, and he tried to stop it. Ron Paul is Cicero for the American Empire. He refuses to compromise his principles for the sake of convenience or political gain, and he is right. When we sacrifice the essence of what it means to live as a healthy, thriving country in the name of convenience or so-called progress, we risk losing everything that truly matters. So I will adjourn now with a proposal. Let's try to go to the stars, but maybe let's make America healthy again first. you all. Thank you all, and God bless.
Is not showing you how things actually are. They make it so painful to tell the truth, to do the right thing. I wanted to make a film that shocked people into being awake about what is happening in this country. I think the paragon of investigative journalism is now on the shoulders of the citizens. And you're going to see this citizen army expanding into every school board, every state house. If they're lying or scamming, they might just be the next unwilling internet celebrity.
I could go on for 80 years and then make money, then I would just fall to ashes. This is something that no matter what happens, no matter what I lose, it'll mean something after I'm gone.
I had every incentive in the world to stay at the company and just collect the paycheck, but I could never live with myself, and this is an act of atonement, okay, to make my conscience clear.
I think the truth is more powerful than any idea. As you say, be brave. I am more brave than I am scared.
It's about more than me, it's about really everyone in the world.
I want to let you, the viewers, know that Fox Corp has been muzzling me to keep certain information from you, the viewers, and from what I'm gathering, I am not the only reporter. They subjected to this. It's not about me.
They have no idea what it's like to be burdened with this and feeling like I'm watching my country disintegrate. And if I don't stand up and do something when I'm able to, I just don't know that I can live with myself.
I wouldn't necessarily say I'm afraid because my faith lies in God.
We're taking children from the border, delivering them to people who they don't even know.
Ladies and gentlemen, the founder of Project Veritas, the CEO of OMG, the chairman of Citizen Journalism Foundation, and the director of the film Line in the Sand, provocateur extraordinaire, James O'Keefe!
Hello, everyone. What a time to be alive. Hello, Turning Point. Wow. It's great to see you all. I just want to say a few words. I've got some special guests before I get to that. As we enter this dawn of a new era, I want to talk about all that we have been through together. We have faced a lot of evil in recent years. And I do believe that the fight is not about left versus right, or liberal versus conservative, Republican versus Democrat. It's about good versus evil, and about what is true versus what is untrue. It's about truth and untruth. And oftentimes that fight is not necessarily with an external foe or an enemy outside of you. That fight is actually within us. The fight inside of ourselves to do the right thing no matter what. Tell the truth no matter what. And telling the truth in times of universal deceit is a revolutionary act. It's hard. It's difficult. Even as we enter this new era, it will be difficult. And that's why the people who do that, the few, the very few, are so inspirational to us. Because they do it at great personal cost. And in the beginning of a fight, a charge, the patriot is a brave but rare man. But when his cause succeeds, the timid then join him. For at that point, it doesn't cost as much to do what he does. So in the beginning, we have these brave people that act as a catalyst for everybody else.
People like Zachary Apotheker from the Border Patrol, who appear in the film Line in the Sand, who had his badge and gun taken away because he had the audacity to blow the whistle on child trafficking. People like Aaron Vecchi here in Arizona from the Border Patrol, who blew the whistle, who are currently facing retaliation in the United States government. But they did it anyway, because it was the right thing to do. People like Kelsey Goodman from FEMA in North Carolina, who told the truth at great cost to themselves. And we have a couple video clips of these individuals that I'll play for you.
There are still people that are missing, communities without power, without water. It was just too much for me to sit and listen to it all and not respond.
Firemen, you know, maybe they will. Maybe after this they will, you know, but my conscience will be clean.
When a girl like Blake Riley's when a girl like Lincoln Riley is jogging, she's talking for classic nursing, and we sign those fucking files, man. That's blood on our hands. That's blood on your hands. And that's a joke, maybe. You just keep collecting that check. Let me ask you this: if it was your mother, or your sister, or your aunt, how would you feel?
They're gonna face ruin, and their lives will be destroyed.
You're looking at it.
These are very brave people, and I think we're at the dawn of a new era where perhaps people in the United States government, perhaps people in these agencies can now feel comfortable to come forward. And I call upon President Trump and the head of all these agencies, whether it be IRS, EPA, FBI, whatever, to have the back of the people who have witnessed the corruption and fraud, to encourage people to come forward, to fire anybody who retaliates against them. I think we have a very limited window of time to do this in the next year to keep the pendulum swinging. I know what you're thinking. You know, maybe you will face retaliation one day. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe it's not worth the pain and the sacrifice. But I go back to a guy like Aaron Vecchi, who told me he's gonna tell his grandchildren one day about what he did. And to paraphrase Shakespeare, this is the story that the good man shall teach his son. And you're gonna be remembered from this day to the ending of all time, because the truth is eternal. And you can be part of a group like this, the few, the happy few, the band of brothers. For he today who sheds his blood with me shall be my brother. Wherever you are, wherever you come from, this day shall make you a man. And men who are asleep will stand accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, while any speaks that fought with us today. Everybody, take out your phones. There's a flashlight on the phone. I want you to turn it on. And right here, right now, I'm gonna introduce you to some of the people who inspire me. In the darkest moments, when we're surrounded by evil, we're reminded by the best of humanity and the goodness in people. It just takes a few, a happy few. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to 2 Border Patrol agents and a FEMA whistleblower. Come on stage.
So much. Thank y'all. The Bible says that to whom much is given, much will be required. And God has given this country such an amazing opportunity with the re-election of Donald Trump. But it's up to every single one of us to make that change and to tell the truth and to show what's going on in your communities. And it is hard. It really is hard. You'll lose friends. You'll be called names. Your jobs might retaliate against you, but I promise it is so worth it. It's worth it because this country is worth it. So please, if you see something, don't speak out and do what's right. Be bold and be courageous. God bless y'all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Folks, there are people inside my agency that don't want me here speaking to you tonight. In fact, since I became a whistleblower, they've served me, you're welcome, they've served me illegal gag orders, they've accused me of insubordination, and just 2 days ago, they called me in to investigate me for the interview I did with James O'Keefe a couple months ago. They tell me that the interview was unauthorized. Well, I tell them I don't need their authorization to talk to James O'Keefe. And when it comes to telling the truth to the American people, I answer to a higher authority. I trust in God, I walk by faith, and I know if you do the same, the truth will prevail. Thank you so much, God bless you, and Merry Christmas.
I only stand here today because I have Jesus Christ in my life. Christ is King. Christ is King. Christ is King. Christ is King. Guys, I only have a short time. Let me get it out. But he is King. Amen. I'll keep it short. I'm no hero. I'm the average everyday American. My only 2 siblings died of drug overdoses, so I went to the border to stop the drugs. And I saw people that shouldn't be let into this country, let in and given benefits that our veterans don't get. Wow. Homeless veterans, they deserve it. I'm no hero. I have some Border Patrol agents today that are here, Martin Laura, Ann Pope, Alan Oliphant. They're the hero. These people behind me are the hero. This is a celebratory event. We're gonna take our country back, and we're not gonna let them take anything from us. I said this before and it came from the heart, so I'm just gonna repeat it. They can try to take our country, they can try to take everything from us, they'll never take our God. When you have God in your heart, you can't lose. Guys, God bless you and God bless America.
Zach gave me a necklace from his family, which I wear. I wore it on the train in Mexico, and it's kept me alive. So I want to say a few more words and bring one more person out. Before I do, there needs to be a foundation to support people like this. There is a foundation called Citizen Journalism Foundation that will help pay their legal bills. We have an attorney. Of course, you need a special type of lawyer to deal with this sort of thing. A gentleman named Mike Yoder from Citizen AG is going to help us. Come on, Mike, come on stage. And Mike Yoder, Citizen AG, tell the world what you're going to do on behalf of whistleblowers.
We all know monsters exist, but there's not enough of them to carry out the carnage and corruption of this magnitude. It's the everyday, average, hardworking American that never thinks or conceptualizes that they're going to be subjected to this ploy against the American people. And when you do, and you realize it and you speak out, you pay the price. And right now, that's going to change. It's going to stop right here and right now, because we're not just going to defend them. We're going to prosecute the government officials that are pushing this.
Mike Yoder from Citizen AG, James O'Keefe from Citizen Journalism Foundation are announcing that we're going to protect whistleblowers, pay their legal bills, and go on offense, not just defense. Mike, for those of you out there, people watching inside the federal agencies or corporations that are afraid, what's your message to them?
I would honestly just say tread lightly, because we're coming. The law is the law. Our rights come from God, and you better not violate either. I know James. I've worked with James for the last 3 years. He has gone through absolute hell on earth, and I can tell you that this promise I make is that neither one of us will ever stop fighting till God calls us home or Hillary Clinton finds us.
We're not. We have one more thing we'd like to do in the 2 or 3 minutes I have left. After well, actually, while these whistleblowers are coming public, we're doing some stories on Disney. And we had caught one of these guys on tape, a vice president of Disney, saying he was discriminating against people on the basis of race. Vice President of Disney. Disney sent me a cease and desist letter to stop from publishing what you're seeing on tape. And there was an individual inside of Disney, an executive, well-paid executive, who then helped us report on inside information involving children, drag shows, screenshots of transitioning children with Disney money, we would know none of this except for this brave insider within Disney who has not gone public, not yet. However, he's here today. So, one more time, take out your phones. Let's bring out the brave whistleblower inside Disney, Michael Greco. Come on stage. Disney fired this man. They fired him for bringing forth these revelations. He's a hero.
I got fired for the truth. I worked at Disney for 6 years. And I was a software engineering manager. And what I did over there increased their operational efficiency, right? I was saving them money. I was doing the good work, right? Trying to help my company. But then I started to discover what they were actually doing with the money that I was saving. They were supporting organizations that are transitioning young children. Young children, once they're in this, transitioning into the LGBT community, they will never be the same. They are destroying our children. They fought hard against the Parental Rights Act that Governor DeSantis put in to keep parents to have rights over their children, right? They fought against banning teachers from indoctrinating our children into the LGBT community. And for that, they retaliated. They fired me. They didn't even pay me my bonus. Disney has no right to interfere with a parent and their children. They have no right to interfere in our politics because we are the people of the United States and our vote should count, not theirs.
We have a special, Mike Casey, my assistant, can come on stage. We have a special gift for you. I did not tell him this, but we are going to give you your bonus. Here's $100,000. See you tonight at Make America Great Again. See you all.
That's crazy. Appreciate it.
Cool. No, I appreciate you.
Thank you. Who's your favorite singer?
Yeah. You said who's my favorite singer?
Yeah.
Emma Kirkby. She's the best opera singer ever.
Oh, she's
amazing. You should listen to her. You should listen to her, really. Like, she's an angel from heaven.
I'll have to check her out. And who's your favorite politician?
My guy's, he's not a politician, but what's his name? Where is he? James O'Keefe. Where is James O'Keefe? Where is James?
He's somewhere.
Where's my boy?
And then could you sign these other two also?
Yeah. Where is he?
I don't know where he's at. Yeah, he's amazing. He's a legend.
He's a great guy. Great guy.
Yeah.
Great guy. Tremendous guy.
Oh, Nick is saying these ones also. See, I guess right here.
Yeah. I'm looking for him. Why can't I see James O'Keefe? I feel like because I'm looking for him, I can't find him.
Oh, it's right there.
Right where?
Right there at the end, right there.
Boom! You got the good eyes. You got a good eye. Are you do you draw?
No, I don't draw. Just graphic artist.
Okay, you're a graphic artist. You got a visual talent.
Yeah.
I can notice that, like, when people can point things out like that.
Yeah. What superhero would you be?
I really would be. Doctor Strange.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Is he so like multi-dimensional? And I believe that there's multi-dimensions, and he had to like have like a Shaolin monk train him, you know.
Yeah.
I love those stories of like the super normal.
This one too, right here.
All right.
And how about horror movie character you'd be?
I'm not a big horror movies guy. I never liked them. You know, I was like,
yeah.
Why sit down to scare yourself?
Yeah.
I like kung fu movies as a kid.
I printed them. Yeah. And how about a movie you wish you could have made?
Back to the Future.
That's a good one.
Back to the Future mixed with like Bill and Ted.
Yeah.
Like I want to like bring Mozart back and like save the music industry, basically.
That'd be sick.
And we're actually going to do it. We're doing it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And who designed all your artwork?
Me.
Wow.
I do all of it.
What's the story behind the character?
The inspiration is like just the Renaissance period and just the desire to bring back, you know, the traditional like Renaissance of our timeline. Like we haven't had ours yet.
Yeah.
You know, Leonardo da Vinci and, you know, these people, Bernini, and these people are brilliant people, and their artwork are still here. The Mona Lisa. But our generation and our timeline, we value degeneracy.
Yeah.
Art, it's not even art. You know, it'd be a splitter splatter painting and it would sell for 12 million, you know.
Yeah.
Like we have lost the sense of art, you know, and especially like in rap music.
Yeah.
They glorify criminal activity, they glorify killing each other. And we put this in our ears and we're like, oh, this is music. Yeah. This is not music. Music is supposed to make you a better person after you listen to it. And these are people like Bach, Vivaldi, and Mozart. They knew these things.
Yeah.
And so when I become like a beacon in the music industry, the goal is to bring young America away from listening to these drug dealers and these gangsters to like idolizing Mozart and like Leonardo da Vinci and Bach.
Yeah.
But the only way I can do that is by mixing the rap with the classical and using comedy.
Yeah.
And Mozart, he's going to be an integral piece.
And how would you say there'd be ways to improve the medical field?
The medical field?
Yeah.
The medical field, now that's a very great question. It's a very complex question. It's like defusing a bomb.
Yeah.
What I've discovered is it's going to take a lot of people with spines because the medical industry is ran by a lot of people with a lot of money.
Yeah.
So they donate to actually most of the politicians. You know, I actually learned recently that the reason why there are commercials, like you see medical commercials, it's not to promote the product.
Yeah.
It's to buy the network that they're running the commercial on. That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to need a lot of people with spines, like Elon Musk. You're going to need billionaires who can say no to money.
Yeah.
You need people who can't be bought.
Yeah.
That's how we're going to change things.
And do you ever plan to make a video game?
Bro, that's a great question. That's one of my dreams, actually. I want to make that I'm learning. I use Unreal Engine for my artistry. I make these animations in Unreal Engine. Anybody can do it now. You don't need an expensive $10,000 motion capture suit. I use this tool called Move AI and Heat. And all you gotta do is like take a video of yourself and do like some moves, and then you can like import that into Unreal Engine. And Unreal Engine is free. Fortnite was made in Unreal Engine, if people don't know. But man, I want to make my own game. In Unreal Engine, I'm going to do it.
That'd be amazing.
Because it will influence the youth. Like the youth, they can. I love video games growing up. I love like Nintendo and like Smash Bros. And I love that stuff. It influenced me for sure.
Yeah.
So it's a good medium. It's a good medium of the influence.
What TV show you wish you could have made?
TV show I wish I could have made? Oh my God, this TV show called 3%. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
It's a Brazilian thing. It's like a Brazilian film.
Yeah.
It's so cool. You gotta watch it. It's like, it's amazing. Like I can't even. It's just like, it reminds me of The Matrix mixed with like Total Drama Island or something like it. There's not like Survivor Island or something.
Yeah.
But yeah. Are you do you make film? Like, you seem like a really creative person, like just the way you're asking these questions. Like, what you make a lot of creatives, don't media? Do you make media like in gaming and like music? Like, what do you?
Yeah, I mean, I do a little music, interviewing, podcasting, graphic arts, a few video edits.
Wow. And what is your movie that you wish you made, or you wish you could have made?
Well, honestly, you know, I love the Hellraiser series, so I'd like to remake it, but more like bloodier.
Hellraiser.
Yes.
I haven't watched that. What's that about?
The guy, he opens up the cube and then he goes to hell. It's like a portal to hell.
That's funny. Have you ever watched Hellboy?
Yeah, that's a good film.
Yeah, that's a funny stuff. Man, the Hellraiser, that sounds like a crazy movie.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
And what's your favorite experience you experienced in another country so far?
My favorite what?
Experience in another country that you traveled to.
I think Switzerland.
Yeah.
I went to Switzerland. No, I would say France. I was in Paris, like going to the Louvre.
Yeah.
I've always admired the Renaissance, and I've created it in 3D, but I've never saw it in person.
Yeah.
And when I saw it in person, it was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like the people of France, they go in the Louvre. It's like a normal thing. It's like a tourist destination.
Wow.
But they don't understand like how amazing it is. Like it's amazing architecture that it's like still the best architecture of our time.
Yeah.
Where we are digressing in our architectural abilities. That's why I want to bring it back. But Paris, man, it's the home of all the beautiful arts. I hope God protects Paris and France. It's like a library of just like timeless art, you know?
Yeah, and how about ways to improve the school systems?
Now this ties into what my long-term vision. I wanna reintegrate like Renaissance teachings into the music universities.
Yeah.
We stopped teaching like the Renaissance method to music. We now are like teaching students that music is subjective. You can play wrong notes and it still be beautiful. You're the eye. You decide what's good or not, and that's why the quality of our music is so trash.
Yeah.
It's like when you say everyone is beautiful, all the ugly people start, getting a platform. But really, you need to have a standard of beauty. The Mona Lisa and Picasso are two different things. The Mona Lisa will always be superior because it's actual beauty, imitating reality. It's real. Hey, good to see you again. Yeah.
How about ways to improve global warming?
Improve global warming. Actually, great question. I don't know about that. That's not my expertise. What about you? What do you think?
I think that I think that people should focus more on Antarctica and like fix things over there.
Yeah.
Because it's slowly melting over there, the ice capsules.
Yeah.
So that's very bad.
Why do you think we're not allowed to go there?
I don't know. They might be hiding something.
Yeah.
Very possible.
That's always was interesting to me.
Yeah. And then who would you be? E.T., a Gremlin, a Troll, SpongeBob, Felix the Cat, Papa the Sailor Man, a Rugrat character?
How do you come up with these questions?
I've been doing this since 2008.
Did you say puppet? What?
E.T., a Gremlin, a Troll, SpongeBob, Felix the Cat, Papa the Sailor Man, Betty Boop, or a Rugrat character?
I would be SpongeBob because he's funny.
Yeah. And how about words of encouragement for people who want to be a singer like you?
Hey!
And new projects you got coming up.
Okay, here's my words of encouragement. Study the Renaissance period.
Yeah.
Get inspired by Leonardo da Vinci. Get inspired by Michelangelo, Raphael.
Yeah.
Get inspired by Bach. Get inspired by Mozart and Vivaldi. Have a source of inspiration that is such a high level that what you're idolizing is going to shape you into a great artist.
Yeah.
Because Bach studied the greats, like the real greats, not a Picasso, not like a Drake type of greats. I'm talking about timeless art greats. Like, have a great foundation and use that inspiration to make music and art that makes people better themselves. So when they look at your art, have the intent to glorify the divine, glorify God, or just make people a better person, you know, and use your art to also expose the truth if you can. And you will make great art that will help people in many ways, that meaningless romance, music, or distraction. You will be a distraction in society if you don't make music that's purposeful.
Yeah.
You got to be the medicine, not the noise. So that's my advice. And I teach people how to do my animations in Unreal Engine. If you would like to learn, just visit spiritrealm.live. If you would like to learn from me how to grow your Instagram with AI animations and literally render your imagination. I think Unreal Engine is an amazing tool. Anyone can create content these days. Like, start now, don't wait. Just and really follow a divine inspirational source. That's my advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can find me at Spirit Raps on Instagram and Twitter and everything. But you got to have the main foundational piece is have a source of inspiration that's such a high level that wherever you're going, it's going to take you to a great place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate the excellent Dreamcatcher Bar Entertainment with legendary
appreciate
Spirit
you.
Raps.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Retired Colonel Ron Manis from Gulfport, Mississippi. I'm the founder and chairman of a thing called Gator Pack and its Veterans Leadership Fund. And why I am so happy to be here because this is the first AmFest that I've been able to get to as long as Charlie's been doing this stuff. And I've been supporting Charlie Kirk since we both entered politics at around the same time, over a decade ago. And neither one of us thought we were going to be in politics. But we had to. We had to enter the arena because our country's constitutional republic was being stripped away from us. And we're very fortunate, and I want to thank Charlie and Turning Point for this organization that has been created because it's an ecosystem, a ground game for Republican, America First, MAGA candidates, and it's going to take us into the future. This, Arizona, is the heart of MAGA country. You all know that, don't you? Of course you do. And I have to give a shout out to Gator Pack's endorsed state Senate candidates, Mark Fincham and Wendy Rogers. Wendy's a veteran, and that's one of the things Gator Pack does, is support veteran candidates that are America First and recruits America First civilian candidates. And that's why we endorsed and supported Donald J. Trump. And that is the other person we should all be thanking. Thank you, President Trump, for winning. Thank you, President Trump, for having the courage to stand in the breach for us. Thank you, President Trump, for when the chips were down and you were shot in the head, you stood back up and what did you say? Fight! Fight! Can't you say fight for that man once 4-time. Thank you.
First go to speak up, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know.
Well, I just want to tell you a little bit about our involvement in the election year this year from Gator PAC and our Veterans Leadership Fund. My friend Cliff Maloney, who you heard from just a minute ago, he called me last year and he explained what Charlie and Turning Point and the Pennsylvania Chase organizations were going to do in the swing states with ground game. And see, I had run for office before, and ground game in the Republican Party has not been that great. And I trusted Cliff because he's won hundreds of elections in state houses by knocking on doors, and he said, Rob, I'm gonna knock on 500,000 doors in Pennsylvania. And Charlie and I think Pennsylvania is gonna put the president back in the White House. Thank God Charlie Kirk and Cliff Maloney were right. And that's why Gator PAC's largest expenditure in the 2024 election cycle was to that ground game for Turning Point Action and Pennsylvania Chase. Thank you. Thank you for letting us do that to help you. Thank you for volunteering and working in those organizations in those swing states, because as Cliff said earlier, when Pennsylvania was finally called after much delay, because the media didn't like it, what happened? The president was announced to be the next president of the United States within 3 minutes by Fox News. But that victory was only a battlefield victory, folks. Donald Trump's got one term, and we're going to work real hard, but the long war is from here and forevermore to preserve this constitutional republic for your kids. You're 20-something. Your kids and grandkids, you're working for them right now.
I'm excited for
But in between that, let's make sure we get Donald Trump the captain he wants, right? That's a great motto. That just made me smile. And Gator PAC has pledged to support any operations to remove any red state senators that disrupt or obstruct those confirmations.
I'm excited to see the legislation.
Gator PAC has pledged to support MAGA, America First candidates and veteran America First and MAGA candidates in the 2026 election cycle, where our goal is to raise millions of dollars to get those candidates in to replace the crooks that just yesterday you saw the swamp preacher crooks trying to take money out of your pockets one more time, and they lost again. It's time to fix that. So if you want to be part of Gator PAC, in addition to the ground game ecosystem that Charlie Kirk and people like Cliff Maloney have created now, which we need to make permanent, as Cliff said, and you want to be part of reclaiming our constitutional republic and preserving liberty and prosperity and security for future generations, come help us out at Gator PAC at GatorPAC.com after you give a donation to Turning Point USA.
And I know you got some more time.
Thank you very much.
Final question. Let's go forward and ask our final question. If you have the power to have an executive bench like the president, never that likely to sum up your legacy for a long time.
Elites have attempted to stack the deck against we the people. It is by design. We're right and they're wrong. We have common sense solutions and they're the problem.
Conservatives are the last bastion to defend our country. We are the civil libertarians.
For freedom and liberty, and we set the standard. I'm fighting for freedom. And freedom is worth the risk. Together we will step up to usher in the next 250 years of freedom for this greatest nation on God's earth.
So
last time I stood before you here at PBS and America Fest, I was running for chair of the Republican National Committee, and have tremendous support from all the patriots here, and that run wasn't successful, or was it? I think it actually was, thanks to all the people here in this room who advocated for change in our political leadership. I see some of my friends at the RNC over there. We set up our country for success in this recent election cycle, but we didn't do it alone. How many people here in this room spent part of this last election cycle sending text messages to our turnout? How many of you knocked on doors of strangers and friends to make it happen? How many of you people go out there and pull ballots and chase those ballots and help turn them in for your neighbors? How many of you volunteered for candidates high and low?
And thank you for listening in to another episode of Facts
You are the ones
at Turning
who
Point
helped us
USA
win
on
this
their
election. And I want to thank
We have a really special guest for you that does not need an introduction. The number one priority of this incoming administration is securing our border and doing the largest deportation effort in American history. The man who will coordinate all of it and make it happen is the border czar. Join me in welcoming Tom Homan, everybody. Tom, welcome to Phoenix.
Hey, Phoenix.
You got some fans here.
I used to be a special agent in Phoenix.
Is that right?
And it's about to get a hell of a lot better in Phoenix.
Let's start there, Tom. Just in this, right down the street neighborhood, suburban areas are being broken into by illegal migrant gangs, Venezuelan gangs that have deportation notices on them. The governor refuses to do anything. January 20th, Donald Trump says, "So help me God." What changes?
We secured the border. We started the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. And we're going to find over 300,000 missing children if this administration.
So, operationally, I'm infinitely curious, but let's just start with the obvious. So much of this doesn't take a lot of thoughtful work. It requires the will to do it. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and I got 20,000 agents who have the will and the guts are going to do it starting January 21st. And look, you know, I've worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. January 20th, the baddest president in the history of this nation will be back in the White House. And he told me 3 things. Secure the border, which I'll do. Run the biggest deportation operation and find these kids. I'm committed to President Trump. We're going to get this done. We're going to show this country what it's like to be great again, what it's like to be safe again, what it's like to have a sovereign nation and secure that border. I can't do it.
So let's talk operationally. You are the czar, which I don't love that term, but meaning you're going to be coordinating what agencies are involved. I mean, it is everything from ICE to Border Patrol to Department of Homeland Security to even the Homeland Security Investigations, HSI. Kind of paint the picture of the personnel that you're going to have to coordinate to be able to first secure the border and then get this deportation effort underway.
But one thing we're doing different, why we created the border czar, which is the official title is senior advisor to the president, but a lot of people touch the border. DHS touches the border, you know, CBP, ICE, CIS. DOJ touches the border, right, with the immigration judges and the Bureau. HHS touches the border with children, because they take care of the children and families. The Department of Interior, you got all these different agencies touch the borders. What we did differently, rather than having 7 stovepipes to the president concerning the border, now there's 1 stovepipe, me. So we're going to have a very efficient, coordinated operation. So all the departments working together to succeed in securing the border in record time, finish the job we created. So I'll be working very closely with Kristi Noem. She's going to be a great secretary. I talk to her all the time. And let me tell you something about, because I know some of the people in the media say, she's not qualified. Let me tell you something. The first time I sat down with Kristi, she asked great questions. Questions you would have to have a lot of experience to even know what to ask. So I was pleasantly surprised. She's in it for the long game. She's going to be a great secretary. Of course, with DOJ touching the board, we can't get a better guy than Kash Patel. So, Border Patrol, ICE, both Homeland Security Investigation had about 8,000 agents. ERO has about another 6,000 agents. We're going to I'm pushing hard to bring DOD, the Department of Defense as part of this, because what the Department of Defense can do, we got a lot of guns and badges processing, doing infrastructure, transportation. We want DOD to come in and do all those non-enforcement jobs, and that releases a hell of a lot more guns and badges to the street, the rest of Baghdad, because day one, we're going out of the gate going to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats, and there's plenty of them to find.
So Tom, day one, President Trump does the inauguration ceremony. He says, "So help me God." He walks into the outer room of the Capitol building, and he has a bunch of basically things to sign for him. What executive orders are you going to be advising and pushing for him to sign day one, minute one of January 20th?
We're going to uncuff ICE and let them do the job they're supposed to do, rather than sit down. Right now, the current secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, who should have been impeached to remove the first day he got the job, he has instructed ICE, if you're in the country legally, without a serious criminal conviction, ICE can't even arrest him. He's telling immigration officers not to enforce immigration law. We're going to cut these guys loose day one. We're going to change the priorities of ICE priorities, and priorities are going to say this: public safety threats, national security threats, because they're the biggest danger, but no one's off the table. If you're in the country legally, you got a problem, and we're going to look into it. We made the next week's come back, the Thursday country agreements come back, and I'm sure the president's going to sign, I'm hoping, a Title V that will allow DOD to help us on the border and interior. Other agencies looking for help from U.S. Marshals and the FBI. This needs to be a whole of government approach, because what we're dealing with right now is the biggest national security vulnerability I've seen in this nation in my lifetime. We got 2.2 million gotaways. We've already arrested over 300 people on the terrorist watch list coming across the southwest border. If you don't think a single one of the 2.2 gotaways didn't come here to do us harm, then you're a moron. So, we got to take this seriously, and I cannot wait. I haven't waited. I can't wait to be official, but I haven't waited. Look, I've already went to Texas and working with Governor Abbott on finishing the great job he's been doing. I've been to Arizona, meeting the National Sheriff's Association. We've got hundreds of sheriffs standing up, ready to go and be 287G programs and help us in the jails and help us on the street. I met with the mayor of New York City. Has come to the table. Now, for 2 years, I said, this man forgot what it's like being a cop and became a politician because he hasn't helped ICE in New York City, but I sat down with him. He said he will get us in Rikers Island jail again, which is huge. Massive. And he's going to let his officers assist me in finding these public safety threats and making New York City safer again. And he's going to help me find some of these children that are of course, going to be in sex trade and forced labor in New York City. He's committed to that. So, his words are good. I just hope the action is followed up.
Yeah, he might want to pardon, but that's a separate issue. So, thank you, Biden DOJ.
Whatever it takes.
Right. So there's so many questions that I have on this. So you will inevitably, within a couple hours, get some lawsuit from an ACLU in the Northern Mariana Islands saying you can't do this. Has a lot of this work already been worked through the courts in previous years with the Supreme Court so that these ridiculous legal challenges can't stop the will of the voters?
Yeah, we got good judgments from the last administration that, of course, they're going to sue again, but I don't care. They're not going to stop us. We're going to do this job. But they're going to sue. We're going to get sued from day one. And day one, I hope we'll be in Chicago, Illinois, to show the mayor of Chicago that we're coming. I don't know how to come. We're coming. So hopefully I'll be able to come to Chicago. We'll do Arizona next, but I got something.
I also think Aurora, Colorado should be. I know that's on your list, but.
No, Trent Act was a priority, and a shout out to them if they're watching. My gang's bigger than your gang. So we're going to take you out to preach in New York and send you back to Venezuela. If Venezuela don't want them, we'll send them someplace else, but they're not staying here.
I love it. We are back, everybody. We are back. Aurora, Colorado is one of many cities that are being held captive by foreign invaders. And I would just love the visual of Tom Homan with kind of a field operation, a setup of a war room. 1 week you could clean that entire city up. That does beg a bigger and deeper question. The mayor of Aurora and the governor of Colorado have said, Tom Homan, you're not welcome here. ICE, you're not welcome here.
Watch me. Our authority is, in all 50 states, islands of Samoa, Puerto Rico, Guam. I think Colorado falls in there someplace. So we're coming, and they can not help. Shame on them, because we made it clear we're concentrating on public safety threats. And I can't believe there's an elected mayor or elected governor in this country who doesn't want public safety threats removed from their communities. That's their number one responsibility. If they don't do it, we will. But President Trump has promised to deal with the illegal alien crime in this country, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Give us a few months, you're going to see illegal alien crime decrease. You're going to see fentanyl deaths decrease. You're going to see sex trafficking decrease, because we're going to secure the border and enforce the law. We're going to enforce the law.
Amazing. Let's just take an example. You mentioned Illinois, my home state. Anyone from Illinois here? Yeah. Well, Arizona's my new home. I'm formerly from Illinois. J.B. Pritzker, not exactly. J.B. Pritzker says, well, I'm happy to make them arrest me. Would you do such a thing?
That's one thing we have in common. He's willing to go to jail and willing to put him in jail. And look, he came out saying, "Home don't have the authorities, the borders are." Look, I'm not going to be prosecuting him. The U.S. attorney's going to be prosecuting him if he crosses that line.
Yes.
Bottom line is, there's a statute, and you all should read it. It's Title 8 United States Code 1324 III. It says, if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from ICE, it's a felony. So he cannot help, but don't cross that line, because don't test this. You know, another good thing, we got one hell of attorney general coming on board, Pam
Bondi. So, Tom, that law that you just recited is definitionally what a sanctuary city is.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say that every mayor in this country is currently violating federal law that has a sanctuary city?
I'm hoping that one of the first things Pam Bondi does is DOJ needs to take this. I'm not an attorney, I'm not a prosecutor, but I can read, I know what it says. So DOJ needs to make a decision on this and hold sanctuary cities accountable. Sanctuaries are sanctuaries for criminals. Bottom line.
Yep.
And let me explain because they like to say, well, we need sanctuary cities because it protects victims and witnesses of crime so they can feel comfortable coming to law enforcement and know we're not working with ICE. That is a bunch of crap, right? Because what we want in the sanctuary city, we want access to your jail, where you already locked the guy in a jail cell. That's the guy we want. We don't even talk to the victim with us. And use some common sense. Do you think the victim and witness of a crime wants bad guy back in the community, for God's sakes? No. And look, most immigrant communities, even if they're illegal aliens, they committed a crime crossing this border, and that's an issue. They're here illegally, and that's an issue. But most of them are family people, God-fearing people, a lot of them. They don't want a predator in their neighborhood either. They don't want a child molester in their neighborhood either. So if any of these politicians go to the immigrant community and ask them a simple question, where would you rather see ICE operate, the county jail or your community? They're going to say the county jail. They don't want the bad guy out either. And sanctuary cities, they protect the criminal. And you wonder why Chicago has a crime rate and New York has a crime rate? Because criminals will flock to a sanctuary city because they can commit a crime and no one's going to call ICE because they're a sanctuary city. And what really upsets me, the reason I'm so passionate about this, because the men and women of ICE put themselves in harm's way every day. It's safer to get a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail rather than going to the community and knocking on the door. He has access to who knows what weapons. Sanctuary cities are dangerous for the immigrant community. They're dangerous for law enforcement officers. They're dangerous for the alien. It's much safer for the alien to be arrested in county jail rather than something could happen on the street. It's a ridiculous concept, and we got to put an end to it, and President Trump's committed to put an end to it.
And so this last week, one of the more chilling pieces of television happened on MSNBC, which obviously we don't watch, we saw a clip. It was Rachel Maddow, I don't know if you saw this, interviewing Anthony Romero, who is the head of the American Civil Liberties Union. Anthony Romero was saying that they're leading the charge to have cities not allow the federal government access to jails, to say that, oh, Tom Homan, you want to deport someone with a DUI? We're going to expunge their record so they no longer have a DUI and give them blanket amnesty. The ACLU, this is what they said. Tom, did you see this clip?
No, but you're pissing me off.
No. Blake, I'm being correct on this, right? This ACLU Rachel Maddow clip, where am I fairly summarizing this? All right. Yeah, if I'm being off at all, he was going on for a minute and a half of how he at the ACLU are going to prevent you from doing your job in the next couple of weeks. You haven't had a chance to see it and to read it, but what is your reaction to the ACLU basically saying we need to protect these criminals by not making them criminals any longer and preempting the work of federal agencies?
I'll see him in court. But bottom line is, ACLU, they're a group of attorneys who took an oath to enforce law and abide by the laws of this country. I'm enforcing the law. And it's shocking to me that anybody, the world's whole upside down. My grandfather was a cop, my dad was a cop, I knew I was always gonna be a cop. Back in a world where cops were respected, now all of a sudden with the ACLU and these other groups, all of a sudden the people who enforce the laws are bad guys, the ones who broke the laws are victims. No, we're gonna fix that. We're gonna change that around in the Trump administration. But look, we have to start doing the job. Rachel Maddow, that whole bunch, the View said I was going to deport U.S. citizen children. That's the eye on the misfit toys right there. Christmas time. But look, we're going to do the job. Look, I'm not running a popularity contest. I don't, I mass all the time. Does it bother you to have the country hate you? Not a bit. I don't care. We're going to do the job. So, a message to the ACLU guy, okay, do what you got to do, but don't you cross that line either. But the Trump administration is, look, President Trump is one hell of a president. And he will take this on, he'll take it on right at the point of the spirit. So we're going to take it on. So stand in our way if you want, don't cross the line, don't help us if you want, but we will get this done, guaranteed.
It's going to take the will of all of us, and this is where we come in, everybody, is that, and by the way, yeah, so just to be clear, Blake looked up the quote. The ACLU chair said that the cities need to sever relationships with the federal government. He said, quote, sever relationships.
Then we'll take federal funds away from them. We want to sever a relationship, we'll start there.
Yes, exactly. And by the way, this will last 2 hours when all of a sudden Medicare, Social Security, and food stamp benefits all of a sudden stop flowing into San Francisco. And he also said, quote, he wants to declare jails off limits to federal agents.
It's unbelievable. You think about that.
And you haven't even taken office yet. But everybody understand this. They are terrified of this man because President Trump, Tom Holman, and the whole team are going to end the invasion, the occupation of the United States once and for all. That's why they are talking. But of course, and can you speak to this, Tom? There will be a massive psychological media operation run. And we must be ready for this, everybody. It'll be kids in cages with an exponent. Can you talk about, Tom, about how they lie about this, what we should brace for, and how we need to just keep our head down and do the work and fulfill the mandate the American people gave us?
Well, this I explained to President Trump, this is coming, right? The first crying, the first crying baby. But we're going to enforce it. Immigration enforcement has always been controversial. It's always been emotional. I get it. But we're a nation of laws and we'll enforce those laws. If you come to this country illegally, that is a crime. I'm sick and tired of hearing illegal aliens commit less crimes than American citizens. Every illegal alien is a criminal.
Yes, exactly right.
That's right. But look, they've already started. Look, I'll share with you, I got numerous death threats against me. I'm not with my family right now. I had them someplace else. And it's because what does Tom Holman want to do? I want to come enforce the law. They're not going to stop us. So the hate's coming, but we need to control the messaging, right? So I told President Trump that what we need to do a weekly press briefing. Let's show the American people who we arrested, why we arrested them. Let's show us where we arrested them. What kind of bad guys we arrested in that St. Louis City. And for an example,
Rachel Morin or Lake and Riley?
Lake and Riley, excuse me. There's so many of them.
And by the way, Rachel Morin's mother is speaking tomorrow at AmFest. mother of 5 that was murdered brutally in Maryland by an illegal alien. Laken Riley's family will not be here, but also has spoken out in support of President Trump. Laken Riley was the young lady at Athens, Georgia, University of Georgia.
We're going to educate American people, such as Laken Riley. Her killer was arrested in New York City, but because the sanctuary city wasn't handed over to ICE, they went to Georgia and did terrible thing. This young lady took her life. So weekly briefings. We want to tell American people exactly who we're arresting, how bad they were, and where we arrested them, and where the sanctuary cities put these people back on the street. We're going to be very transparent, and we need to control the messaging, right? Under the first Trump administration, during zero tolerance, the left took the messaging, they ran with it, and we didn't respond quick enough. And they're still, right to this very day, as of yesterday, I read a story about Tom Holm, the grandfather of family separation. Let me explain this real quick, in case you don't know. Why did zero tolerance come about? Because children die in that border every day. Women and children are sexually assaulted in that border every day. People are dying daily. So we said, maybe we start prosecuting them, fewer to come. And it worked. The crossings went down. So it wasn't an attempt to be inhumane. It wasn't an attempt to be cruel. It's an attempt to save some lives, for God's sakes, right? But they won't talk about there were 300,000 separations that this administration has done, and they can't find them. They won't talk about it. They won't talk about the thousands of young children that American parents buried because their children were killed by someone that's not supposed to be here. They won't talk about that separation, which is the permanent separation. So in this administration, I'm going to make a real hard effort to be very transparent in what we're doing, and every week telling the people exactly what we're doing, because we can't lose the faith in American people. We're not going to let you lose faith in us. We're going to do the right thing. This operation will be controversial. It'll be emotional, but it will be humane. We will do a humane operation because that's the way it should be. We're enforcing law in a humane reason, in a humane way. I guarantee you that. We'll be humane. We'll enforce the law. But we're going to enforce the law without apology. And finally, for those in the media that says Homeland's going to deport U.S. citizen children, let me be clear on this. We can't deport U.S. citizen children. That's going to be up to the parent. Now, if you enter this country illegally, knowing you're here illegally and had a child, that's on you.
That's exactly.
You put yourself in that position. So when you get deported, you can leave the child here, you can take them with you. But you don't get a stay, you don't get amnesty, you don't get your removal order quashed because you had a U.S. citizen child. Because that's the message we send to the whole world. You're never going to fix the border. More women will be raped, more children will die. We're going to put a stop to the violence. We're going to put a stop to the deaths on the border. We're going to put a stop to the migrant deaths in the United States. We're going to end this.
Love it. Tom, you mentioned something that is critical, which, and I don't want to speculate, but let's go into this for a second. The threats against the homeland of people that are gotaways, that might have dirty bombs, chemical weapons, might be scouting out critical infrastructure. What do we know of the people? What do we know that have come across the border? What countries represented? What motives, aims, ambitions, and were any on the terror watch list?
Yes, on a terrorist watch list have actually been released in the United States.
Released into the United States?
Let me explain that.
So we find out they're a terrorist and then we just...
Well, no, it's different. So I've got a couple of whistleblowers that call me and I turn them over to Jim Jordan to become whistleblowers. But I've heard from Border Patrol agents that says this administration, the number one instruction to Border Patrol agents is process quick, release quick. Because there's no overcrowding, nothing to see here, we got a secure border. So the Border Patrol's been under such pressure from this administration to process and release quickly. Sometimes they're released before the vetting gets back. And at least 2 occasions, the vetting came back after they released and they turned up being hot. Now, luckily, ICE was able to find one of them. But the other one, we don't know. But what concerns me more is the 2.2 million gotaways. And here's why it needs to concern you. I always said, Border Patrol has arrested people from 180 different countries. Some of these countries sponsor terror. We know that we got over 300 people on terrorist watch lists were encountered on the border, so obviously they were morons because terrorists are trained out of May law enforcement. They didn't do a very good job. But with 2.2 million gotaways, how many of them came from a country sponsoring terror? We don't know. But even Christopher Wray, who I have zero respect in, even he agrees the southwest borders is a gateway to terrorism. And let me end with this. After 9/11, we created all these different databases. Let's prevent people from getting a plane ticket. Let's prevent people from getting a visa, come here and blow something up. And so we created TSA no-fly list, the FBI screening database, the DoD intel database, the visa security program where you run a visa, come to the United States, you're vetted heavily. If there's any derogatory information, you're not getting a visa. And we prevented thousands of people from getting a visa. But those systems, even though they've been very successful the last 2 decades, what terrorist today is going to ask for a visa or a plane ticket, knowing there's a vetting procedure, when you can simply go to Mexico, pay the cartels a little bit extra money, and be a getaway? Because here's what you need to ask yourself. You pay 2 amounts of information, 2 amounts of money to the cartels. You pay 1 amount to get to the border. Their job ends at the border. You see a green uniform, turn you in, cartel job done, right? So you pay a certain amount of money. But if you want to be a getaway, you pay a hell of a lot more money if you want to get to Chicago, New York. Why did 2.2 million people pay more not to get a free airline ticket to the city of their choice, not to get a free hotel room, not to get 3 meals a day, not to get free medical care, not to get work authorization within 90 days? Why did 2.2 pay more not to take advantage of the giveaway program? Because they didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. That just scared the hell out of everybody here because it scares the hell out of me.
Tom, that's a really important operational question, then we have to get to questions, is now what happens on January 21st? Cartel shows up, 10 people, and they see green uniforms. What happens now?
They don't get released. They'll be detained. They'll be, and hopefully we get the Remain in Mexico program.
What is that? Explain Remain in Mexico really quick.
Remain in Mexico. If you want to claim asylum, okay, you can claim asylum, but you're going to wait in Mexico for your hearing. Because here's what you need to know. I'm glad you asked this question. You look at immigration court data over the last 10 years. It says this. For those who claim asylum at the border, nearly 9 out of, it's actually 86.7, I think the last number I saw. Nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum will get a removal order because they simply don't qualify for asylum. They're not escaping fear and persecution from their home government because of race, religion, political affiliation, or participation in a specific social group. They're coming here for a job. They're coming for a better life. I get that, but that's not asylum. And while all this asylum fraud is occurring, we got a lot of people in this world that really do need asylum, that really are escaping fear, and they're sitting in the back seat. So 9 out of 10 people get order removal, and that's why I've been shouting at it as loud as I could. People say this mass deportation is racist, inhumane. No, it's not. Millions of people across this border made a fraudulent asylum claim. 9 out of 10 would get an order removal. If we don't execute those removal orders, then what the hell are we doing? Shut down the immigration court. Don't mean anything more. Take the border patrol off the border because there's no consequence. We have to have a mass deportation at the end of a historic massive illegal immigration.
And I will cap this off. Everybody, this is not going to be easy, but it is the only way you get your country back. And this is where us, as the grassroots and the vanguard, need to keep driving this forward on social media, need to keep driving the conversation. Every day on the Charlie Kirk Show, we are going to be driving this and saying, guys, you're getting your country back, but it's going to have to pierce through the media. You have to pierce through the noise. Because this is 40 years that we are trying to undo of open borders. And in 4 years, how many, just 2 quick questions. How many illegals are in the nation right now?
Oh, they claim 12. We've been talking about 12 for 2 decades. I mean, I'm sure there's well over 20. We don't know. That's
insane.
Scary. The strongest nation in the world doesn't know how many illegal
immigrants. And you're this is the expert on immigration on the planet. And we don't know. We don't know how many people we have in our own nation. Number 2, how many illegals came across the border under Joe Biden?
10.5 that we know about.
10.5 million.
And let me explain what we know about, because gotaways, when we say known gotaways, because they're captured on video, don't traffic, censor traffic, there's an image or a footprint or something where Border Patrol couldn't respond because they're too busy making diapers, changing diapers, making baby formula, taking care of the humanitarian crisis. So we count these gotaways. However, the unknown gotaways, we have no idea. Like one sector in Texas, the Big Bend sector, very mountainous region, you could run 1,000 people there today and we wouldn't know it because it's hard to patrol. We don't have the technology there because Joe Biden stopped the building the technology day one. So there's a lot of areas we don't know. Northern border, very few border patrols on the northern border. I live on the northern border. You can cross the St. Lawrence River and 1,000 Islands in a minute and a half. Very few border patrols up there. And under Biden administration, half of those few were assigned to the southern border. The other half were sitting in the offices processing illegal aliens virtually from the southern border. So the northern border had very little patrol, lake patrol, river patrol, road patrol. So we know what the hell is happening on the northern border. So it's scary. It's scary what this administration has done. It's almost treasonous what they've done.
It is treasonous. I really believe it. I know you have to be more diplomatic because you're going to be up White House staffer.
Ain't nothing diplomatic about me.
Yeah, you're working for President Trump. I think you're fine. So I want to get to the question. We're going to be low on time here. Daisy, what's our first question? Guys, please keep this.
I need one thing though. I need to ask you all a favor. Because what we're going to do when we get in the administration, I need to deputize every American here to help us find these children. Because most you parents, we're both, you parents know when something just ain't right. Whether you see a child at a workplace, whether you see a child in an uncomfortable position, your instincts gonna kick in. So we're gonna create a 1-800 number that if you see something, say something, because even if 1 out of 1,000 phone calls turns out to be positive hit, we're saving a life.
300,000 kids are missing. Tom Homan is going to rescue and save them. Okay, let's go fast. Please keep an immigration focus. We'll get to political questions later. Yes, sir.
All right. As we get ready to see the next season of Apprentice start January 20th, who do you think is going to get fired first?
Okay, that's not an immigration question. So yeah, hopefully Mayorkas will get fired. I know. Let's do immigration, guys. You have the best immigration person in the world. Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, what will the process for legal immigration change at all? Will that get improved? Will it be sped up so they don't have to go through the quagmire that they have to go through now, which encourages more illegal crossing?
Yeah, you know, President Trump during the first administration had a great immigration plan. I saw it, I read it, and I was part of it. And he wanted to base illegal immigration on merit, you know, who can come to this country and help improve this country and serve this country. But he also left in there mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters. He did have a family component there. It was a great bill. Of course, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer wanted nothing to do with it. Same thing about DACA. Everybody asked about DACA. President Trump had to fix the DACA, but because Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer didn't want to give any money for the border wall, that got blown up. So I'm sure President Trump look, President Trump, despite what anybody thinks, the man has a heart too. The man doesn't hang his heart on the coat when he goes to work. So I'm sure he will come up with an immigration plan that makes sense. We just got to hope that the people in Congress, even some Republicans who don't do the right thing, we got to make sure that President Trump's immigration agenda is followed through on both sides. So we'll be pushing that hard, but I can promise you President Trump have a great immigration plan that comes in that talks about legal immigration. President Trump said it many times. He supports legal immigration. He wants people to come in the legal way. That way they're not selling everything they have to get the criminal cartel to be raped or have to swim in a river and drown. President Trump wants to save lives too, so count on him to come up with a great immigration plan.
Yes, Casey. Say your name, where you're from.
My name is Chris DeSena. I'm 15 years old from Northern California. I just wanted to first thank both of you guys for being here. I actually had an accidental run-in with fentanyl about a month ago. I just brushed up against a metal fence and I was in the ER for a couple hours. And I just think of my two little sisters who had to go through that with their older brother in the hospital. I just wanted to ask you, what are you going to do to stop the drugs from coming in the country that could potentially end?
Great question. That's really a thank you, and we're glad you're okay.
And in 3 years, you become a Border Patrol agent. And I mean that, because Border Patrol is going to secure the border, and we have a secure border unless drugs come in. I'm sick and tired of Democrats saying most of fentanyl gets smuggled by American citizens through port of entries. That's a bunch of crap. Most of the fentanyl seized at a port of entry because every vehicle stops. And depending on the answers from the driver, they may be secondary. They also have what they call a CBP targeting system. I can't tell you what's in it. It's an intelligence data. You put the license plate number, it may come back and say, this is a car you may want a secondary. So of course they seize most fentanyl at the port of entry. But if criminal cartels are going to use a route of least resistance, and that's between the port of entry, where 70% of the border patrols is no longer on the border because they're changing diapers. So while we stop the fentanyl, we secure the border. Another thing we need to do at the same time, we need to educate the American people on the dangers of fentanyl. We need to have educational program pushed off in the White House across the nation. Third, we got to address the drive for illegal drugs in this country. There has to be a push to educate the American people and stop. We are purchasing this stuff, so we got to push that too. Sealing the border is going to save lives with fentanyl. It isn't coincident we have 250,000 young people dead from fentanyl at the same time they open this border up. So securing that border is going to save a hell of a lot of lives.
Yeah, we're at 110,000 drug overdoses. About 60,000 of them are now fentanyl. Just this year alone. Just this year alone. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rita. I'm from Highlands Ranch, Colorado, about 30 minutes from Aurora.
Yep.
I'm just wondering, what will the process be for deportation? Will it start in every city at the same time, or will you go city by city?
It's going to start in every major city on January 21st. We have 24 field offices and various sub-offices. Every field office, every one of the 24 field offices, I'm already working on a plan for its field office. Each field office is going to send massive amounts of agents out, again, to arrest public safety threats first. But here's what you need to know, and here's where the left's going to play. Holman, you said public safety threats. Look all these non-criminals you arrested. You know why? Because you didn't let me arrest a bad guy in the jail, so you forced me into the neighborhood, and we found him, but he was with others. And guess what? They're illegally in the United States. We're not turning a blind eye like this administration did. They're coming in custody too. So if you want to complain about the collateral arrest, you put me in that position to do that, so you're going to get exactly what you don't want is more agents in the communities and more non-priority arrests because you forced them.
And let me make an unrelated note. Everybody who lives in California, Colorado, all in this audience, do you know what's so awesome about this? Is that you're not forgotten as part of this, and you're going to get your cities and your states back as well. Even though it's not a red state or a blue state thing, every state is going to be delivered from this enemy occupation. Yes, where are we at, Daisy?
My question, Director Holman, is when the current administration came in, the ICE officer union got dissolved, and we're trying to bring it back. Would you throw your support in bringing it back?
I already met with some of the representatives, like Chris Delbaugh, I think is one of them. Yeah, I've already met with them. Look, their concern is getting protection because they're going to be sued right and left. So we got to do something to protect them. So yeah, it's certainly at a certain point of discussion. I haven't talked to the president about it, but I met with them. I support what they're trying to do because this is about protecting ICE agents and not just from harm, because they're going to put themselves in harm's way and violence is going to come because they're arresting really bad people, but they're going to be sued. So we got to come up with some sort of way to protect them, and the union's one way to do that.
I agree. Where are we at, Daisy? In the back? Yep, thank you.
Hello, sir. I'm HSI. I go to San Diego.
Oh, wow, you work for HSI?
I do, yes.
God bless you. Give it up for her. That's a tough job. That's Homeland Security investigations. Those are tough people.
I appreciate that. Real quick, I do have a question, but I figured I had to shoot my shot. I know you just hired a chief of staff. I want to work for you and your team. But my question is, what do you do with these AUSAs when they refuse to prosecute the 13, 24, 25, 26 cases that we're going to bring? Because, right now, for the past 7 years that I've heard, they just tell us straight up, don't even file the case, we're not going to take it.
Well, that's going to change.
Can you interpret that?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. But
tell the audience what she was asking.
All right, so when immigration's, is not as sexy as a big narcotics case or a big bank fraud case or, intellectual property case and all this stuff. So a lot of U.S. attorneys say, it's just an immigration case. Deport the guy, we'll be done with it. And the guy never sees a day in jail. It was the same way when I was an agent back in the 80s. But we got a new president coming in town who's going to hold them accountable, and Pam Bondi's not going to tolerate that. Immigration is President Trump's #1 issue, and he's not going to allow that stuff to continue.
And that's what's so important, everybody. When you take over the White House, as Biden did, they just can choose what laws to enforce. There's so much subjectivity for enforcement. So this is not a big deal. Just kind of let them waltz across the border, and you have the entire system fall apart. Okay, we have time for one or two more. That was a great question. Daisy, yes?
And if you're serious about working with me, grab a hold of me after this thing.
There you go. Daisy here. Hard to see up here. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy. I'm here from the Phoenix area, and I'm a veteran. My son is a police officer here in the Chandler area, and I appreciate that you're going to be the tourniquet to stop the bleeding of all of the problems, especially here in Arizona. We have a ton of them. Huge. And my question is, in the veteran community, there's a ton of chatter and intel starting back about a year ago related to the potential Israeli-style attacks that happened in Gaza. How are you guys going to plan on working with the local police departments? Because they're not talking about it locally right now. And my concern is there's going to be significant violence that's not prepared for related to what happened in Israel.
There's there's a plan in place to have White House, I forget what the position is called. It's going to be a state and local liaison of the White House to deal strictly with local and state law enforcement agencies to feed concerns straight to President Trump at the White House. I'll be involved in that. It's going to be part of my portfolio. So we're going to have a connection right straight from the White House to local communities. But we're going to, look, I think Mayor Adams, I think, is the domino effect. Let me tell you something. The men and women wearing that badge and gun, they want to help ICE. It's the leadership that don't want to help ICE. And as we take on the sanctuary cities, and President Trump's committed to defunding them, once they start taking the money away, as Charlie said, they're going to come to the table. So we hope for better. And look, law enforcement, if their chiefs don't allow them, to officially call ICE, we'll give them a 1-800 number too. You just call us, tell us where to be, and we'll be there. And your boss ain't got no thing. But we want to let the law enforcement officers do what they do best. I have not met one single badge and gun in the 4 years I've been retired that doesn't want to help ICE, because they know they don't want to be immigration officers. They want to be police officers that work for federal agencies to protect their communities. So I think you're going to see a vast improvement in that. But there will be a liaison dealing strictly with that issue right from the White House.
I will say this in closing. Tom, we worked as hard as we worked at Turning Point Action to get you to be able to do your job to save this country from this occupation. So thank you, Tom.
Let me say this. I was being talking to Holland, he said, I'm glad you're back. He says, I wouldn't have been back if you didn't help President Trump win the election, so thank you for giving me a job.
You're welcome, Tom. God bless you, Tom Holland.
On the planet.
Self-proclaimed disaffected liberal, and he's got a great podcast. The host of Timcast IRL. The news you're getting comes straight from me and straight from the source. You have to strive, you have to struggle, you have to fail, and pick yourself back up. And I think you were saying this earlier, if not the component of what the culture war is the destruction of Christianity. The machine state says we don't care what we want. We want control and to maintain exactly what we're building. You know, what Turning Point USA is doing right here is one of the most important things. Bringing people together. People are meeting each other all throughout this building and even in the streets and at restaurants. That culture building is the most important thing. Welcome to our big end of the year show. This is amazing. We have so much to talk about, and we have a bunch of very amazing guests. So let's just get started. First, I want to call out our crew. You guys know. Let's get Phil Labonte out here. He's wearing a suit. There we go. Next up, of course, Ian Crossland. Welcome, Ian. Luke Rutkowski of We Are Change. So we have actually a lot of people who want to come on the show that we want to have on this show. And we're going to get started with a couple of really awesome guests. Let's first introduce Michael Knowles. And it's an honor and privilege to have this gentleman joining us. Matt Gates.
There he is.
There's so much fun with him. And we're also going to be joined by
Lisa Reynolds, Libby Emmons, and Charlie Kirk at some point as well, because there's a lot of voices we want to hear from. So right now, this is the crew we got going, and the first thing I want to say, this year started off with a lot of uncertainty. We didn't even know who was going to be the nominee for the Democratic Party. There was speculation across the board. I would say that with this past November, we now do have certainty, especially considering it appears that our movement is the popular mandate, which is refreshing, it's a relief, and boy, that day, November 5th, came and went so quickly. None of us expected this. We thought we would be dealing with this for a week or so. But here we are now, with a bit more certainty, but still not necessarily knowing what's going to happen next year. You got crazy stories about SUV-sized drones flying over New Jersey. I heard a story, some guy said one landed on the highway as he's driving past it, and that flew up in the air and took off. These people, I've heard those stories more than once. But of course, I think the big thing we're trying to figure out now is this transition. What's going on with it? And Matt, I gotta say, we heard that you're gonna be the top cop. And the moment I heard this, if you guys watched the show, you saw it, I immediately ran to Allison and Richie and I said, do we have any champagne? And we jumped in the Cybertruck, me and Richie, we sped off to a liquor store, and I said, sir, give me your finest champagne. He said, here it is, it's $40. And I bought it, and we popped that on the show to celebrate. It did come to fruition. But Matt, we really do believe in you. We think that you have the opportunity to do so much good. What's next, and what can we expect?
All this time, I was wondering who jinxed me, and now I know, Dan. You went champagne before I had the chance to be confirmed by the Senate. Look, Donald Trump has changed our politics. The movement that we have built that is multi-generational, multiracial, is changing the way we are fielding candidates and winning elections. But don't kid yourself into thinking that in early November you changed Washington yet. Because there remains a repository of people in that town, some of them Republicans in the United States Senate, who actually want Trump to fail. They don't want this to be a durable, lasting enterprise. They're hoping this is like a kidney stone that they just have to painfully move through the system, right? And when you look at some of these folks, and we talk about who they are, they have calcified a good deal of opposition against me, and the Attorney General position is unique in this regard. It's not the Ag Commissioner, though that's important. It's not the SBA or the Department of Labor, because day one, Donald Trump has a plan on the economy, on the regulatory climate, on the bureaucratic state, and on the largest deportation in American history, and he had to have an Attorney General there day one, and I am proud that Pam Bondi is going to be that Attorney General, and I think she's going to do a splendid job for this administration. Did you know her before? We both served in Florida together. We were elected the same year in 2010. I was the chairman of the Criminal Justice Committee when she was the state's Attorney General, and what we bonded over was our love of animals. We passed some of the strongest protections for animal welfare in the state. We have some of the toughest penalties for people who abuse animals. I think that she's got a good head on her shoulders. She's got a great relationship with the president, and I'm proud of her. You think you would have liked that job? Oh yeah, I would have loved that job. I really wanted to be Attorney General. That job. I think that there were a lot of people concerned about it, and what you watched above the line, right? Where people say, we have questions about Gates's experience. We don't like, this or that about how he talks, or tweets, or his character. But really, I saw the lobby corps mobilize in pretty unique ways. Big Tech did not want me to be the Attorney General. And they have 3 lobbyists for every single member of Congress. And they deployed them against me. Big Pharma, the big defense industries, were worried that I would animate the antitrust division at the Department of Justice to go after some of the excesses in corporate power. I think the number 1 threat to your liberty is big government. The number 2 threat to your liberty is big business. And obviously the number 3 threat to your liberty is homeowners association. So Matt, really quickly. Actually, Al-Qaeda started as a homeowners association. It's really big in Florida.
But really quick, if you were the Attorney General, what would be your first piece of business? Who would you go after first?
Well, I think that the first thing you have to do is effectuate the deportation. And you're going to have all kind of states and municipalities doing everything they can to achieve some injunction in like the Northern Mariana Islands that they try to spread around the country to freeze the presidency in that effort. And so I think the number one thing you have to do is build resilience against some of the plans that these blue state governors and blue state attorneys general have.
Now, is there any part of you, I don't want to be the glass half full guy, but I guess I am here. You've been in elected office since you were about 11 years old. And you've been through all these brutal, bloody fights. There's so much awful nonsense that goes with being an elected official. You can't really make much money. Everything you do is under constant scrutiny. People are always trying to attack you and demean you and your whole family. It's awful. And so I understand the AG job would be extremely fun and cool and awesome. But is there any part of you that says, wow, I'm not in the government anymore?
Any part of me that thinks that understands that Madison held the role of citizen as the top role in our society, not congressman or senator or president. And so I have very much enjoyed the promotion from congressman to citizen these last few weeks. But here's what we know about our movement, and it's distinct from what we've seen in politics in yesteryear. This is not a movement that is driven by some cabal of special interests in Washington or New York. There's not power brokers who centralize who gets to run or who gets to win. This is a diffused movement, and that's what makes it durable. That's what will make it lasting. And so I actually think there are roles for all of us to play throughout the enterprise. I mean, look at what you've done. Look at the audience you've built. Look at the way you activate people to go and engage with their beliefs and to actually challenge a lot of the dogmas that have kept people paralyzed for so long. And so I think we need those voices throughout. And who knows, Michael, maybe one day I'll run for the United States Senate and you and I can make a podcast together and then I won't be so damn poor. Like Ted Cruz. So
this is my, no, even on this point, it's kind of funny because, you've made the shift now to political media, which is great, by the way, as someone in political media. But I remember when we launched Verdict with Senator Cruz, this was the first political podcast, I think, for state legislature. And the ethics rules are the elected can't make any money. So the podcast was doing very, very well. I mean, it hit #1 on the charts for a while, above Rogan. I would never have said Ted Cruz was going to beat Joe Rogan on the charts. Somehow, for a little bit, he did. But it did make me think. It's like, wow, the only guy who's not really enjoying all the fruits of this is the U.S. Senator. And I get it. It's a separate, it's a great honor to be a member of the U.S. Senate. It's a great honor to be a member of Congress, to be up for a job. But I don't know. Part of me thinks there are seasons to life. And you might run for Senate, you might run for president, I don't know what you're gonna do, but maybe being in the private sector for a while, maybe that will be enjoyable.
Well, and I do think that when you get people who never live under the laws they've written, it creates a disconnect that builds resentment appropriately among all of us. I think, like you say, you take your turn in, you do your work, and you live an honest life beyond that, and you never know when the bell rings. It may ring again in January.
This is hold on, a big fear that I just have to ask, because he's teed it up. You floated the other day a plan that I really, really loved. On Twitter, you said you're an elected member of the next Congress. So what you could do, if the members of Congress still want to mess around with you could vote, you could enter Congress on January 3rd. You could go in, you could get involved in the speaker race. You could start maybe pulling out some of the dirty laundry from the current and former members, and then start challenging this. You can nominate Elon Musk to be Speaker of the House.
It would be the most entertaining thing that happened in Congress, at least in the past 6 months.
Yeah, since the last time I did something like this. No, the thought has crossed my mind because in the way the organizing Congress works, first, the clerk calls the roll of everyone who shows up with an election certificate, and I'm pretty sure mine still works. And then after the roll is called for the speaker is sworn in and then swears in the body. And so some have suggested that if the speaker races are kind of my thing, it's kind of what I do. And so maybe we'll be in Washington that day to see that there's a speaker election that serves the country. How do you feel about it?
What I largely appreciate about that whole bet was this machine of IOUs and backroom deals and spending billions of dollars to put someone in power over the House. And that was dismantled overnight through your efforts and the others who joined you. We ended up with a new speaker. I'm curious how you think that's gone so far, considering where we are now with the continuing resolution.
Man, the corrupt muscle memory of Washington is very strong, and it is difficult to break through, and even things I thought would be more effective at rattling that system have shown its capability to respond. But look at what we just saw happen this last week. All the lobbyists wanted this 1,500-page bill that had every pork barrel project, funded the censorship industrial complex, gave every giveaway to the Democrats they wanted, and rhythmically, Congress always approves the multi-thousand-page December omnibus bill. It's never been defeated before since I've been around. And because of Elon Musk and Donald Trump and the X universe and our willingness to roll up our sleeves and actually get into the details of this stuff and shame the people who are willing to vote for it, that bill went down, and every iteration of the government funding bill got That is ultimately the core of this discussion we're going to have over the next few hours. Where are we going to go leveraging that moment and that potential? That we have, I mean, look, Elon Musk just showed he's stronger than the entire Washington lobby corps combined. Every firm in Washington wanted that bill to pass. Every single one, and they got smoked.
Now the Democrats are calling him co-president.
Yeah, it kind of makes me nervous, but not in a bad way. Just that mob rule is very strong. If we wanted to mobilize in some rogue established order and then challenge the United States government, like the technology is available for people to reach 1 million people tomorrow. Like you can Facebook groups, you can mobilize. Like that's part of a lot of the riots and stuff we've seen over the last 20 years.
Don't you see how much easier it is for the bad guys to get what they want when we don't have that power?
Yes.
I mean, doesn't it speak to the empowerment of the American people? You get someone like Musk that can actually put out a call to his whatever many million followers he has, and then you see real tangible results. And it's something that's the whole point of representative government is the people that read Musk's tweet and agreed with him went ahead and they were calling their representatives and they said, hey, we don't want this, and it actually made a tangible change.
But I want to say, you mentioned Elon Musk and Donald Trump, and I definitely want to shout out Elon Musk for buying Twitter and fixing it. Now the corporate press, the established narrative is that Elon is the secret president pulling the puppet strings of Donald Trump. And it's because they don't want to admit that the reality is Elon Musk is just agreeing with all of you. When he makes a tweet, he just has 200 million followers. So it's not that Elon Musk goes to Trump and says, do what I want. It's that Elon Musk is part of the same community as all of us, and he says, yeah, we agree on these things, and they all hear it. They're going to focus on him because he's the boogeyman who took away their Twitter. But it's a movement that is pressuring Donald Trump to make better decisions.
He's like a community organizer. It seems to be his main role right now.
I'm just happy. I'm just really happy Ron Paul's in there because if you look at all the roads that are leading to Ron Paul's right, there's a lot of them, and it's very significant. And I think truly this is something that isn't a radical idea. It's an idea that our money should actually go to the American people and not to the special interest groups and not to the lobbyists and not to bioweapons facilities and not to the censorship of Americans and not to the torture of small animals. And this kind of larger revolution is something very indicative of things to come in 2025, which I think will be a larger unraveling of a lot of the dirt, of a lot of the establishment, of a lot of the secrets that used to go on in Washington, D.C., but can't any longer because of Twitter, because of us, because of everyone speaking up in unison saying enough is enough.
But that is not self-activating. That does not have its own fiat. I do worry at times about the dynamic among the America Firsters and the MAGA nation that we just say, well, we won. We won. Trump's got it. Elon's got the reins. But if we are not diligent on these things, pointing out those frailties in the government decision-making process, it will persist.
Yeah, it's a great point because the left doesn't stop just because there was a victory. We had a great victory this fall, but it's a victory in a much larger.
So my fear, which I've been talking about the past couple of weeks, is that as we all mock these cable TV news channels that are collapsing in the ratings, they're getting 30,000 viewers in the keynote. I mean, it's ridiculously low. And so we gloat. We say, haha, we are the media now, it's the podcast presidency. But come on, if they can afford to pay Rachel Maddow $25 million for 1 year with that low of ratings, they're going to come back and say, Who do we give $25 million to? Where do we put the billboards? Where do we buy the TV commercials? And they're going to try to flood this space and control this narrative as well.
Yeah,
They're going to try to buy it.
exactly.
Absolutely.
The control of the fiat is very dangerous, and it's allowed for massive entangled corruption and a sickened economy. So, I mean, I've heard that they want to maybe go into a Bitcoin reserve. I think Eric Trump was in Dubai, maybe at some crypto conference, talking about relieving tax burdens on like Ripple and Bitcoin, American cryptos, basically.
A reserve?
Do you think that that's a good thing to get away from the US dollar? Because it does disempower the American military in a lot of ways.
A reserve is great. I'm excited for it. My concern right now is, can we control the messaging? So if they, sound money is a great place to start. Luke was mentioning all roads lead to Ron Paul or whatever we've talked about for some time. What can we do literally right now? Because a Bitcoin reserve coming in Trump's administration, we're all excited, but what can we do right now as we know the corporate press is going to pull an empire strike?
It's track the money. That's why I brought it up, because with all this crypto, you can track it. It's the fiat's not just disappearing behind closed doors, 3 trillion gone, 250 million somebody's offshore bank account. Like, you watch it get tracked.
But it's not the corporate media, it's the intel agencies that control the corporate media. I think they're the ones that we have to be really worried about, since they're the ones flying the drones. They're the ones running the psyops. They're the ones that control still some social media algorithms, not all of them. They don't control Rumble, they don't control Twitter, but this is an information war that all of us are involved in. So people here that are watching, your part is essential here to getting activated, to getting engaged, to paying attention, and reaching out to your elected representatives and saying, this is what I want, this is what I demand.
I agree with both. What do we think? What do you guys think the next move is going to be from a corporate press, knowing that they've lost the narrative control and they have to regain it? Is it going to be try and censorship again? Is going to be?
No, they're going to try to co-opt Trump and the administration.
Yeah.
They cannot defeat him. They could not do the sufficient lawfare, and so there will be an intense effort at co-option. We see that underway now with who's paying money for the inaugural.
And ABC News inadvertently is spending $15 million on presidential Trump library and casino. It is going to be both the latest grab. So they're doing it. They're paying for that. I think, Matt, I think you're totally right. A lot of people said after 2016 that had Schumer and Pelosi been able to control themselves and had played their cards right, they would have tried to suck up to Trump. They would have tried to make a deal. And look, maybe Trump makes deals. Maybe they could have had a little influence. Because they called him Hitler 2.0, they so radicalized him that he was hanging around with great people, very, very good people, folks, and so we had a good term. So this time, your point, Matt, seems is, well, maybe they've learned their lesson, and actually maybe their back's just against the wall, and this is the only move they have. That's a dangerous move that they could make, though.
Yeah, well, think about where we were at this point in 2017. They were saying that Trump was a Russian agent, and that we were all convinced to vote for him by Vladimir Putin from $180,000 in Facebook ads. That was the official narrative at the last time Trump was going through this process, and now they're just lapping praise on him. But Trump's a smart cookie, and this whole effort that you saw today in these last few days where Democrats have said, it's Elon pulling Trump strings. Alphas want to be around other alphas, and that's what Trump does. Like, Trump sits me down one day at Mar-a-Lago and he says, "Man, I have a lot of geniuses. You're one of my geniuses, but now I have a super genius." and the mutual admiration creates a real ecosystem of creativity and drive, and you want to be around it. Talented people want to be engaged. The applications they've gotten for Doge, people wanting to use their skills to take a meat cleaver to the excesses of government, is actually giving us a lot of hope.
And they really should not have banned the Babylon Bee.
Right. Think about the dominoes falling from just banning a Christian satire publication. Change the course of American history, literally.
I feel like in addition to the co-option of Trump, or at least the attempted co-option by the, what do you call it, deep state media apparatus, I don't know, is that it's mimicry. They tend to mimic what's working, or they'll try. Like Hollywood's downsizing right now. They want their films to look grainier, look like they're shot on iPhones on purpose.
Yeah.
Because that's what people enjoy. So watch like podcasts. I don't know if there's going to be secret money. Do you think it's too risky to track all the money? Is it?
I think that we're going there. The next step in crypto, I don't think it'll be the reserve. I think it'll be the stable coin legislation. And then once you have stable coin confidence, then you're going to tokenize everything with the dollar anyway. The dollar gets tokened. You think the big banks are going to sit back and watch Ripple take their market share? right? It rhymes with nipple. What you're going to see is Bank of America, Capital, these major institutions, Wells Fargo, tokenizing the dollar first.
That'll be trackable, ideally, but then is there going to be like dark dollars that are just interesting?
The darkest dollars are the US dollar. Okay, for all of the criticism that crypto is used for all kind of bad things, the US dollar is used for a lot of those things as well.
The most untraceable kind of currency is actually fiat dollars, because if you have them and you give them to someone else in person, there's no record of it. Whereas if you transfer most, not all, if you transfer most cryptocurrencies and you have the technology to do it, you know how to do it, you can look at the ledger and it's all written out.
And for millennia, that's been a good thing for people to bypass tyranny, is they can still trade. But if they're somehow locked down in this uber sensorial
organized digital currency, maybe something. And so I think this is something important to talk about, because I don't know about you guys, but one of the biggest fears I have for 2025 is the Federal Reserve, is the Ponzi scheme banking system, finagling and doing a lot of dirty tricks against Donald Trump, against the US dollar, against the best interest of America. Because if there ever was an opportune time to kind of go after the dollar, go after America financially, it would be under Donald Trump's presidency. And I think that's why this larger conversation about Bitcoin and other alternatives is so key and so important right now. But do you guys share that fear, or?
Well, I think that you'll see that manifest first when the Fed goes after crypto. Yeah. Right? I mean, there's going to be some effort to disrupt that marketplace even more, but I am encouraged by how resilient crypto has been. Like, I like an asset class that has actually suffered some dives and has shown rebound.
The resiliency of things like Bitcoin in particular is built into the blockchain, if I understand correctly, and that's a benefit for all people, like not just Americans, which I mean, obviously I want to see America do better than any other country in the world, but it is a good thing that it's decentralized and that it's something that is outside the control of any one nation state.
The coin, well, so you said something really scary in that they would tokenize the dollar. Yeah. That means every dollar is tracked. No matter what you do, they know.
By the way, you don't think that's happening to a pretty large extent now? You go withdraw $5,000 in cash from the bank, there's going to be a suspicious activity report, there's going to be a review of where those dollars moved, where they changed hands, where they were deposited. So you're already living in that world. I think it accelerates rapidly with the tokenized dollar.
I was wondering, in terms of the coins, you say some of them are resilient, like Bitcoin. All of my Hawk-Tua coin holdings have not been resilient to market forces. There have been some others, the coin about flatulence and a few others.
You're a brave man to admit that you bought the Hawk-Tua.
I will say my Dogecoin has improved markedly.
You know, the one that I did buy, I'm a terrible investor and I own very little crypto, but I did buy LGB coin. Not LGBT coin, but it was the Let's Go branded coin. I said, okay.
Patriot token or something.
Did it? Do I get my money back? Because I don't know. I
might have been wrong about that.
I don't know. That dropped to nothing. I did not become a trillionaire. So the real question I have, knowing nothing about crypto, is certain. I mean,
that was the FJB token.
FJB.
Yeah, sorry,
FJB. I picked the wrong stock. I picked the wrong penny stock. There does seem to be this issue of like pump and dumps just going on in all these meme coins. But it's funny. I sort of don't want to regulate it because it's funny to watch. But at a certain point, mustn't there be some regulation of these meme coins, of crypto outside of Bitcoin, a distinction between other crypto and Bitcoin? I don't know.
Does it harken back to the .com bubble, where like you would just see roses.com and it's a massive spike in valuation, and then there's actually no business behind it. Yeah. So we went through this exact cycle before in the 90s, and what happens is there's 3 or 4 winners that emerge out of the space that dominate the marketplace, and then you get the system out there.
And a bunch of desperate people are buying, they're putting their life savings into the next meme coin. Like meme coin is a new phrase, if you've heard that, where people are like, I'm all in on this new meme coin. Whatever there are, Shiba Inu token was one, Doge was a meme coin.
Wait, hold on. If somebody's putting their life savings into a meme coin, is that like a certain feature of economic Darwinism that we're willing to tolerate? Because I've got a pretty strong stomach for that these days.
Maybe I'm a little more authoritarian. I feel like there is a role in government to protect people from themselves. Once in a while.
It's a vow.
Absolutely. Once in a while. Like you don't want them to eat addictive poisons, ideally, because that can toxify your skin. You don't want them dumping wastes into the river.
But you're not protecting people from themselves then. You're protecting people people from other people,
Yes.
if you're protecting people from themselves, that's a totally different topic.
But how, like,
I want to be protected from the government.
someone that harms himself might end up more likely to harm someone else, for instance. You kind of want to nip it in the bud.
The way I know Ian's right about this, I hate that I have to be 100% on Ian's side here, but I think, look, I'm not saying I'm a Rhodes Scholar. I'm not a Rhodes Scholar. I don't have an advanced degree. But I read some books. I know some things, okay? And if there were no financial regulation, if I were left to invest to my own devices, I would be broke and destitute and naked in the street.
And we might be a better place for that.
That's my argument.
Don't fib. You're far too creative. I've watched your show. You're a funny guy. You would
Stop it. Come on, get at it.
There's a sliding scale of how much protection do we give? How much does the government step in to intervene in people's lives because they're not smart enough? Bloomberg had that speech he gave on stage where he said we should tax the poor because they don't know what they need, so we're going to take their money from them and buy what they actually need.
Look, the actual failure in markets is an integral part of markets. The big part of the problem that we see with government bailouts is there's no failure. I mean, we have a phrase for it, too big to fail with banks and stuff.
Yeah.
Failure is important. It's an important piece of information that you get from markets, and so to take away that failure by whatever means, whether it be government fiat or whatever, that's a terrible
And
idea.
responsibility and accountability. I mean, the
Failure teaches people that they did something wrong.
The only difference between the mafia and the government is that the mafia actually turns a profit. The U.S. government doesn't turn a profit, and they're in the business of screwing you over, taking away your freedom, robbing you of your wealth, and robbing you of any potential free liberty that you are entitled to by God-given rights. And I want those God-given rights, and I don't want the government telling me what I can and cannot do.
Let me ask you this then, with there we go, with CBDC fears or tokenized dollars, do we think prices are coming down next year? Yeah. Are they gonna? There's a fear that Luke mentioned that the Fed's gonna screw with Donald Trump. They can change interest rates. It's going to affect the economy for regular people.
I think prices go up. And I think prices go up in part because if Trump follows through on the tariffs, they have to go up a little bit in certain sectors. I'm for it, by the way. I think it's actually a mature, responsible, good, effective strategy to threaten the tariffs and everything. But it's like my wife was asking us, so Mac, now that Trump got elected, are the prices finally coming down again? It's like 30%, 3.5 years, whatever. I was like, the prices never come down. It just stops being quite as bad. But I don't know. I'm not quite as hopeful.
Butter came down. It was $7, and there was it shockingly was. And then I went to the grocery store and it went down to $6.
We have the eggs leveled out a little bit.
Not that I'm an economist, but it's my sense that the prices will stay around where they are and wages will kind of rise to meet them. That's the kind of the way that inflation has been dealt with, historically. The wages rise to kind of equalize. And that's the problem with inflation is a leader and wages are a laggard.
What I was trying to get to earlier was, if we're seeing these big businesses like Bud Light back way off, they lost so much, a third of their market share, whatever it was, a Target did, Disney lost $1 billion. Now Disney's announcing that they're removing a transgender storyline from their latest series. All of these what are they going to do next? I mean, is it fine to say that we can just sit here and lament the latest meme token because we've won so handily that there's nothing left to fear?
Well, now we got to make some.
I disagree.
Now we make the news.
What are they going to do?
I disagree. I think there's going to be a lot of foul play. I think there's going to be a lot of dirty tricks. We have to understand power isn't usually relinquished kind of freely. There has always been a struggle between the intel agencies and Donald Trump. We have these intel agencies right now creating bioweapons. They're overthrowing the government of Syria. They're launching drones. They're bringing us closer to World War III. This is something to absolutely consider and to talk about right now more than ever, as this is something that I think is going to try to sabotage Donald Trump, his administration, and his goals of what he wants to do. So that's why I'm extremely cautious with what everything's going on. And I'm very optimistic. I'm very white-pilled. But at the end of the day, we have to understand there still is a big force out there that doesn't want to relinquish its control over the American people. How do we take it back? We take it back with personal responsibility. We take it back by taking our own health into our own hands and understanding that the power lies within the individuals, not within the government. So maybe not putting all of your hope in the government and putting your hope in your fellow man is the right solution, is the cultural revolution that they can't stop, that is really going to echo through America with Donald Trump as the larger messenger of this, because there's going to be a lot of problems for him. Let's admit it, let's be honest with ourselves. I think this drone stuff, this whole Luigi manifesto thing, I think all of this is crescendoing towards larger problems that all of us are going to have to deal with soon.
I think one of the things that's got me worried is, just the other day, someone tried to murder Nick Fuentes. And I know a lot of people have strong feelings about the guy. I'm not going to sit up here and use this as an opportunity to talk about why we agree or disagree or we don't like that guy. No. Someone went to his house with the clear intention to murder him because he's a person online with opinions they didn't like. This is being referred to by a lot of people. We didn't coin this the Mangione effect. This guy shows up allegedly in New York City, murders a guy in cold blood, shoots him in the back. And then you've got a large swath of young people, predominantly left-leaning, cheering this on, celebrating it, calling it for more. You had Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. I should say Elizabeth Warren largely said, yes, murder is wrong, but you can only push people so far, as if to imply this healthcare CEO did something that warranted people wanting to murder him. The system has not changed. Premiums have not changed. All that happened is their security went up, costs are going to go up, they're hiding who these people are. We can't live in a society that functions this way. But we have a large political faction that openly celebrates these things. So if we see what's happening with, let's get a little bit darker. Red Yard of Lynchum, of What If Alt Hist, had a prediction that 1,000 people will die by April domestically over political issues. I can't believe it, right? Michael's eyes just went wide. And he's got a big YouTube channel and he's made a bunch of videos talking about why he thinks it's going to happen. And I personally don't believe it. But then you see what's going on with Mangione and the celebration of it. And you see the attempt on Nick Fuentes' life. And perhaps it's not going to be 1,000. But my concern right now is Donald Trump is not yet in office. There's viral videos already of people on TikTok. There's a woman, she's on TikTok, this video went viral and she said, I don't care if I get banned anymore because they're going to ban TikTok. And then she vowed Trump will not make it to office. You have people saying, you have one viral video where a guy saying we're going to send 11 million people to DC. My question then is there a fear of escalating violence or anything like this, or is the Mangione effect, is this nothing?
You always got to keep it in your mind that's a possibility, but not be afraid of it, because your antidote is to create positive energy. It's to create awesome shit that just blows people's minds and refocuses their attention on something creative.
Isn't that how we won this election? We were the party that was telling people they could be richer, they could have more, and the Democrats were telling folks that they had to live with less. And so there's a unifying feature to that. When we go out and build our coalition for the future, I think it's really important, that the positivity be what we lead.
Yeah, I think Matt, where you're aiming, the idea that we have to be aiming at something positive is absolutely true. But I also regularly say that we have a serious problem with the leftists in the country, that the notion that success is bad or people that are rich are the reason why there are poor people. These narratives are poison to a society. And the more we can do to push back against them, the better off all of the country is going to be. The more that we do, and like I said, the positive narrative that you're talking about is a great way to push back against them. It's not the rich versus the poor. It's all a rising tide lifts all ships.
So this is an insight of classical political philosophy. Is that avarice, envy is really the evil, the beginning of the evil in the cities. And so you see that. That's what this killing was, and the people cheering it on. It's pure envy. It's people like Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders cheering it on, albeit with caveats. And these are people who have made their political ideology on envy. However, there is this weird part that no one's talking about, which is they did Obamacare already. Remember they did Obamacare in 2009? They said, this is going to fix health insurance, it's going to bring costs down and everything. They did, that is the law. And then Trump was going to repeal it, and McCain said no, and it remained the law. We were going to shoot it down at the Supreme Court, John Roberts squished. So that is the law. The terrible health insurance system that Luigi Mangione murdered this poor man for in cold blood is allegedly, according to all the lawyers tell me allegedly, That is the liberal Obamacare healthcare system. How come no one's pointing that out?
Yeah, this Luigi case I think is extremely suspicious. There's a lot of lore behind it. It's very Joker-esque, and I really do think the manifesto was leaked for a reason. I really do think he's being lionized for a very specific reason. I think there's a larger gaslighting effect on social media that I observed that is trying to make this guy out to be a hero. He murdered someone in cold blood, but for me, my conspiracy mind automatically kind of goes to the point that the left and right divide is kind of over. The left lost. There's no more woke. All these corporations are moving away from this DEI narrative. What better way to subvert Donald Trump's agenda, especially his economic agenda, than to not make it left and right, but to make it top versus the bottom versus the top. And I think this is the landscape that's being shaped right now by the intel agencies through social media, through this particular case, whatever involvement they had particularly in it, in order to set the next kind of battle for Donald Trump. Who is this billionaire? Who is this businessman? Who is talking about getting rid of regulations and taxes, which is extremely important. But now that agenda culturally will be stopped by all these Luigi fans that are normalizing political violence.
Michael Knowles, I want to thank you for joining us tonight. We had you come in and fill in. It's an honor to have you.
I want to thank you for having me. The only person who could get me to delay my own cigar event is you, Tim. So thank you for having me. Thank you.
Who's going to be joining us now?
Mr. Kirk.
There he is. This guy.
But I think you're right. Charlie, so what we're talking about is Luigi. You might have maybe heard us talking backstage a little bit. And the top versus the bottom. It goes from left to right to now it's top versus bottom. I think Marvel movies have been seeding this, maybe subconsciously, with the vigilante justice arc.
Well, the Joker is a perfect representation.
It's so funny. I was just on the PBD podcast and he said the exact same thing. Isn't that crazy? Like I was just like simultaneously. So,
oh wow,
I think that's very insightful. Literally the exact same.
And a lot of like super villain.
I was saying this
reality
from day one because of the weird social media response to all of this. A lot of anonymous accounts, a lot of accounts that had no following were saying, this guy's a hero, this guy's great, this guy's amazing. And I'm like, wait, hold on, this is weird.
Do you think it's foreign?
I think there's something involved here that could be setting the ground
I
for
missed
something
the
bigger.
Back and forth.
I think this is a psyop, personally myself.
Do you think about the intel agencies?
Yes.
And you believe that the goal of that psyop is to get people to resolve more of their grievances
through violence.
Yes. That's the end state.
Yes. Through a fake, anarchistic, Joker-like kind of scenario that unfolds under Trump's presidency that goes after businessmen, business leaders, and CEOs.
Can I just point out that when
super smart, I think you're right.
When Joker came out, the corporate press said it was an incel fantasy for white supremacists and blah, blah, blah. And now, with Luigi Mangione, they're all celebrating this narrative, which is comparable. They're not aware of themselves.
Who are you talking about?
When the Joker movie comes out, the corporate press across the board was saying that this movie is for incels and white supremacists and weak-willed young men cheering on Joker shooting the TV show host. Someone who he says you get what you effing deserve. That's what happens. His joke. What happens when you take someone who's mentally ill in the city and you throw them out or whatever? Now you have this narrative of Luigi Mangione, a troubled young guy who was injured and the system was bad to him, so he takes it upon himself. They cheer for that.
This corporate press? Are you sensing that from the corporate press?
So I'm saying that the entertainment media was calling Joker far right, but now it's literally the far left celebrating a comparable scenario.
But the difference is we want an election.
That's it.
We want an election, and so there's more of a willingness to accept alternate forms of resolving who holds power. And if it's who holds the majority of the country has power, that's clearly us. But if it's right makes right, and they have some of these exquisite tools that Luke's been talking about, that's another way.
I think we can't play this game. We can't do this. We're gonna flip flop. I think we should stick to our principles. We'll agree with the Democrats. We need to end the filibuster and pack the Supreme Court. So it's what they wanted to do, and I think we'll just keep on keeping.
You think? I mean, a bigger Supreme Court might not be a bad idea.
Right now, with Donald Trump as president, you're correct. Yes.
Like, we got 11 people in the Supreme Court.
Nine.
The 970 kids. Come on. Like the amount of decision, the power that those 9 people wield, and then get it for life is like. I think that's a broken process.
I don't think they're going to try to do the vigilante justice there, and they already did. Remember, they tried to kill Brett Kavanaugh. Just by the grace of God, there was a U.S. Marshal there that actually stopped the guy. He had all the configurations, the rope, the weaponry, and right in his driveway.
It's so easy to threaten one night of the Supreme Court, like for someone in their driveway, and then that psychological damage that does to the human that has to make these grandiose decisions for 360 million people is like, that's kind of a psychological vulnerability I'd rather not have. I'm not saying we need an AI as our Supreme Court, but maybe we could have like 7 AIs all like giving us advice, and then the legislature would be like, I will listen to the AIs, but still you have humans making the decisions.
There's a little devil on each shoulder.
Like relying on humans, you know, you do need to upgrade to machines.
That's the technocratic agenda. Like so the singularity. This is what they're building up to.
You used to have a dude like dragging your sled. Now you have an automotive vehicle doing the work for you.
Hey, look, that's the answer on the immigration front. It's only the automation that's going to get you to your immigration goals. Because once we're able to automate a lot of the things that illegal immigrants are doing in this country, you're not going to have the corporate capture of lawmakers trying to get more people across the border illegally. So I'll defend you.
Oh, thanks, dude. So, 29 Supreme Court justices, is that enough to diffuse the danger of losing the legislature?
I was joking.
As soon as you start adding people or opening the idea up to adding people, then the Democrats come in and they just add more, and then the Republicans add more, and you end up with 165 members.
Right, we got to beat them to it.
How about less congressmen instead of more Supreme Court justices? Would that work?
How about no government? No government. The problem is we lost the one we liked.
Because the thing about the problem with Congress is you got to represent 700,000 people, and like, dude, you represent you. Like, you can try and represent me, but like, I can only really do that effectively. So it's very ineffective in that sense.
You're getting real close to just pure democracy, and that is not a good.
I've had a thought about a representative republic or like a direct republic.
I mean, I've heard of that.
Yeah, where like 700,000 people will vote on something yes or no, it goes to a smart contract that then sends the yes or the no vote to the system, and then we don't have the humans
trying to help us.
Yeah,
it's a bad idea.
Thank you. What do you think? Like you said, the security vulnerability of like a guy getting threatened and then making a poor decision as a result. You can go that far. I'm just kind of insinuating that. Like, how do you think we can get around that kind of vulnerability with our courts, or our Supreme Court in particular?
Oh, I mean, I think you have to have U.S. Secret Service protection and the equivalent of for all 9 Supreme Court justices. And I think it's insane. We protect our banks and our sports stadiums, events like this, with armed guards all the time. I think every Supreme Court justice needs U.S. Marshals or whatever that do reconnaissance work, that work with the Secret Service, and most of them do a great job. Matt, you think that's reasonable, right? I mean,
yeah, I think
we spend money on the stupidest stuff. That's like $10 million a year to make sure these 9 justices are safe. Not hard, actually.
But can you just imagine how much security would have to go to Broadway for Ketanji Brown Jackson's next performance? I hate to burden
I was inspired.
You were.
Absolutely inspired.
What part of queer Broadway is your favorite?
I didn't say that. That was the show. I said I was inspired to smack myself in the face with a shoe.
There's going to be a little of that later in the show, I understand.
There is! Did you guys notice the shoes that I'm wearing?
Look at Tim's shoes. You get a good shot of Tim's shoes yet? Show those bad boys off. Donald Trump issued
fight, golden Donald Trump shoes. And in fact, I have 2. Believe it or not, they come in pairs. And we're going to, so this one's signed by Jack Posobiec. This one is signed by Betty Johnson and Michael Knowles. I'm taking them off already because you guys, we're going to have them signed, and then once we're done with the show, I'm going to throw them at you guys. Well, we're talking about shoes now, that I'm not wearing any. I'm just glad you wore socks.
Throwing shoes is a serious Arab insult.
So remember when they threw that shoe at George Bush? And he dodged time in a row? That was the most impressive thing I ever saw from George W. Bush.
I have that side sign that one.
Thanks, man.
So I had an
what are we talking about? We convene this meeting. Give me that.
Ian, I'm in one of my final weeks in Congress, and they bring us out of the Armed Services Committee to Silicon Valley. They said, we're going to bring in the most serious defense contractors doing the most high-end stuff that's going to make sure we win all the wars in the future. Take us in this room, take all our cell phones away. It's okay, this is very, very important. What's going to save us completely is graphene. And I brought it graphene.
Yeah, graphene. No way. What we do is we collect the ocean's plastic. Yeah, we electrify it with flash joule heating.
What if you graphene?
No. Well, how do we put it on our roads? So we'll strengthen our roads by like, I don't know how many years we'll get out of these roads now. And it gives a hydrogen byproduct, which you can capture and use as fuel. So for every $4.50 of graphene we create, we get a kilogram of hydrogen.
Okay, but real quick, did that seriously happen?
Yes.
What were they actually proposing?
They were proposing making a good amount of our military material out of graphene and then using it as a way to ensure greater battery capability.
Let's put the pedal to the metal on this. Batteries, walls, we're gonna have touchscreen wallpaper.
I'm surrounded by all these generals and colonels and people. You guys gotta meet Ian Frost.
I'll put him in touch.
It's Rice University.
I just want to say to everybody who's a consistent viewer of Timcast IRL, I just want you to imagine what it's going to be like in 15 years when Ian was completely right about everything. I couldn't believe you just said that. But graphene is pretty cool.
Oh man, the country that steps on this, because the process of flash joule heating, where they collect carbon and then they electrocute it and turn it into graphene, is very easy to do. So every country on Earth will start doing it at some point, and then they'll start converting their hydrogen fuel systems at some point. We got to get there first. We got to be the one that distributes the graphene first.
So let's broaden that though. You are 100% correct. The U.S. needs to be an innovator in new materials and energy innovation, etc. We are currently competing on the global stage. We are facing down the barrel of very serious wars in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. Are we, with this new incoming administration, going to be leaders of industry and innovation?
We lost our last major war against a bunch of goat herders. Okay? We are not in good shape in the military right now, and that is no criticism of the brave patriots who are willing to step forward and be the best among us and serve, and their family members who support them. But we do not have what we need because of corporate greed. These defense contractors, they go out and buy up all the innovators, they shut down anything that could result in a competing contract. And the generals, in a good number of these cases in the Pentagon, they are more worried about their board seat on Raytheon's board or on Lockheed Martin's board. They're more worried about getting a contract and they get out than making sure that we have stuff that can work. The F-35 costs $100 million a copy. You know what percentage of them can fly right now and fully operationally capable? 29%. If something costs $100 million, it should definitely work more than 29% of the time. But we tolerate that because they've got the lobbyists and they've got capture over a lot of the folks in Congress. And those were some of the folks who didn't want to see me as the Attorney General, because I would have called them out, I would have busted them up, and I would have liberated the innovators of this country to make sure that America always holds the high ground.
People that are running this industrial complex are more concerned with planned obsolescence to make extra money.
Yes.
Okay, we got to build the best graphene weapons, dude. I'm not big, like Einstein was like, oh, I unleashed the atomic bomb. And Oppenheimer particularly was like, what have I great technology breeds great weaponry, but we could build banging jets, super lightweight drones.
This is what Elon told me about the jets and the drones. He says, Matt, we must understand how to get drone operators laid. Because the mentality in the Air Force is you've got to be a fighter pilot to achieve all of the machismo and be super impressive. And then if we vaulted the 280-pound drone operator living in his mother's basement to the same level, I don't know the solution on that, but if you come up,
we could get him in VR on treadmills.
Well, it starts
the graphene right into their.
I have a crazy idea. How about we just don't invest all the money in murder and death, and we actually allow America to be free and not be burdened by the military-industrial complex? Can we just do that for a second and imagine a world where maybe free trade and enterprise leads the way instead of American foreign policy that has been hijacked by the neocons?
Well, that's a great argument. How's it going for you? Because from my vantage point, we seem to be involved. Joe Biden select-walked us into multiple wars that were not in the interest of.
It wasn't Joe Biden, it was the intel agencies that got us into these wars that were predominantly used to human traffic and drug traffic. So if you look at the aspect of the intel agencies getting their way, they did get their way.
I'm pretty sure we all agree we don't want to be involved in foreign incursions and interventions. I don't see why we would not also at the same time want to have strong defensive capabilities with new weapons and a strong military.
That's the answer. The answer is to have the most badass military that the world has ever known, and then to use it appropriately and sparingly and to have it as a functioning deterrent. But that doesn't produce a sufficient amount of the money laundering and other ails that Luke pointed out. And so you have that tension that typically resolves in some patriotic call to relive, World War II politics in the modern era, where we are more interconnected and more, I think, capable of creating peace if we will allow it to blossom and emerge.
So Luke, how would you feel if we were not involved in any foreign wars? We said, no, we're not sending our U.S. troops to some faraway land for some intervention nation or whatever, but we did invest in, train, and develop, and then we had our troops on the southern border.
It seems reasonable, especially with the invasion that's happening on the southern
We get the
border.
anarchists to agree, and we can make some movement on this one.
There's nothing wrong with strong defense, but the problem is it's not defense; it's offense. The problem is it's human trafficking, it's drug trafficking.
Right. I mean, I understand what you're saying about human trafficking and drug trafficking. I think that's something that we all condemn and something that we all want to avoid. But the tools to defend and to use for offense are the same generally. So the keeping the military-industrial complex, keeping the reins on them is necessary, but making weapons that make the United States stronger are the weapons that make the United States safer as well. Having a weak military having a weak United States military is not good for peace.
But that's not what I'm arguing for. We already have the strongest military in the world, overall.
One of the issues, though, is with the fog of war. If you don't know what's going on in their territory, they might be building up an armada to sneak attack you. So
that's
you need
intel
to,
agencies that you're talking about.
So they put military bases in other countries so they can't sneak up on us. We learned our lesson in World War II.
No, go ahead.
So the idea is, do we descale these military bases? Do we just have a spy satellite system where you can see underground through everybody's buildings?
Think about all the lobbyists that have contracts tethered to every foreign military installation, and the effort that they put to keep, selling the toilet paper, to keep the moving costs, everything you could imagine. There's a special interest associated with it. A lot of those have become vertically integrated, and so the economic incentives are to spread our troops and our capabilities as thin as possible.
So Luke says we have the strongest military in the world. Matt says we just lost to a bunch of goat herders. What's that?
We do not have the strongest military in the world, sadly. I wish we did.
Are the goat herders stronger?
They just beat us. Yeah. I mean, look, obviously it depends on the military campaign, and I'm not suggesting that, tomorrow China could invade the United States. But if we continue on the trajectory we're on, and China continues on the trajectory they're on, with AI, with their next generation of fighter aircraft, with all that they're able to do in space and offensive and defensive cyber, China will be a more capable enterprise than the United States military. And I take no joy in saying that. And the answer is more competition. Right? Again, take the F-35, for example. Only Lockheed Martin can build it, and then only Lockheed Martin can service it. And there's no opportunity for other people to come in and say, well, hey, we've actually got a software upgrade package to look at the planes in the air, and then we'll improve the radar system. But we purposefully use the law to restrain what has always made us the envy of the world. Since the time of the Revolutionary War, military technology, the musket, right, delivered victory. It was when we had the revolving munitions. And now we are getting away from that so that the next general can get their 5th vacation.
But the objective was never to win these wars. It was to have perpetual war. It was to continue these wars. That's what we saw in Afghanistan. And as soon as that ended, we of course have Ukraine. As soon as Ukraine ends, there's going to be something else. Whether it's Romania, Georgia, Syria, whatever it is, there's always going to be something because of what President Dwight D. Eisenhower warned during his farewell address about the takeover of the military-industrial complex. That's what I'm trying to get to the root of, that I think we really need to address. If we're going to have a competent military, that's not going to take advantage of us.
Charlie, I'm sorry, I don't think Lockheed's going to be your sponsor for next year's Turning Point.
That is okay. It's sort of like this, we got a brain, Charlie, I'd love just to listen to you talk for 20 minutes actually. Do you have any burning ideas right now?
I'm enjoying.
Okay, I'm gonna go there. It's like a brain worm that we need to extract from the military. This industrial complex is where it went wrong. Like when we were liberating, in the Spanish-American War, when we liberated Cuba, that's cool. When we stopped the Barbary pirates, that's cool. You want to protect and prevent horror. So I'm thinking we do like a festival where we just get a bunch of drones to simulate attacks on like cities or whatever, or wherever at this festival. And people can come bring their anti-drone weaponry technology and just take turns blasting the drones out of the sky. But the problem is if we do it publicly, then the world will see the technology, and that might be a problem. So how do you open source a secretive weapons campaign?
In 10 years, there's going to be a member of Congress as I was sitting down at a defense meeting, they explained the drone festival that they're going to be working on.
No, but it's interesting, like the reason that Native Americans often wouldn't suffer like grave death when they would fight one another before the Europeans got here is because they both go down to the, both sides would go down to the river. One tribe sends up their 2 or 3 toughest guys, the other tribe sends up their 2 or 3 toughest guys. Maybe you get some broken bones, maybe a person dies, but you don't have this mass slaughter, right? And so if the way warfare is going to change, it's going to be our robots against their robots. Maybe instead of having the wars to death, we just run the simulations and be like, oh, hey, Russia, we ran the simulation of your drones against, country X's drones, and their robots won, so you don't get the territory.
Hey, that's like the Olympics, man. And more complex, it's like playing online video games with people. Like, hey, I bested you, I don't need to kill you now. It comes down to like, if I don't have enough food, then I don't care what the simulation says. I'll get desperate. So you do want to make sure resources are distributed properly. You can do that with drones too. We could set up automated drone programs where we're constantly delivering food to isolated areas, and they're coming back. We could set up drone programs where they're digging the sand out of the Sahara and putting it back in the ocean.
Is that what they're doing in New Jersey?
So I wonder, I think they might be setting up a system where they can now regulate drones. I'm concerned that it's like they want to scare us and be like, we gotta make sure I don't know. Other than that, maybe they're training and they're testing some defensive drone technology.
Yeah, what do you guys think is, Charlie, what do you think's going on?
I have no strong opinions on it.
No one's aware.
Try what you try to find inside.
You know secrets. Nobody knows about the drones.
Well, I think one thing is clear. We could speculate what they're doing, but the one obvious truth here is that the U.S. government is deliberately freaking out the American people. They are deliberately lying about it. They told us that it was Iranian motherships. They told us that it was the Chinese. They told us that it was civilians. They told us that it was ours. They're speaking out of both sides of their mouth here, and they're spreading a lot of fear and panic. I really do.
What do you want the drones to be, Luke? If you could ideate whatever the actual thing they're doing, what do you hope they're doing?
Creating a nice display for Christmas where all the drones are going to
So
come.
we're all going to be
give us
surprised.
a nice big American flag, and all these drones are going to light up, and they're going to light up the night sky, and they're going to, propel a message of liberty and freedom.
A drone light show, like nativity scene.
Yes,
it's going to take over the entire eastern seaboard of the United States.
But let's not kid ourselves. The CIA has specific power that allows them to execute American citizens through drones. I think this is them showing their power. I think this is why Donald Trump said, I'm not going to be vacationing and staying in New Jersey. He canceled his travel plans for a reason, because I think these drones are a message to him that we are the intelligence agencies. We are the ones in control. We could spread fear. We could spread panic. We don't have to say anything to the American people. We're in charge here. There could be a threat. There could be a suitcase. But guess what? You got to keep us in power. You can't fire us unless you let us do our job and let us keep America safe. I think this is something that is worth speculating on, and that's my own personal theory. That is conjecture, but I think it's the more kind of plausible explanation here.
You think there's going to be some kind of false flag before Trump gets in office?
I think that could be a threat used against Trump right now. I think there could be a larger message saying, look, this is the operation we got going. This is how we have everyone ramped up. This is how we have the largest psychological war and the psyop playing out already. The American people are primed for this. What are you going to do, Donald Trump? Are you going to keep us in power? Are you going to make sure America is safe? Or are you're going to let the bad guys win? What are you going to do here? And
he doesn't fear them. He does not fear them. There's no part of Trump who has to feel. If he did, he would not be sending Tulsi Gabbard over to be the director of national intelligence. He is sending somebody over there who is very thorough, very smart. Charlie and I spent a lot of time with Tulsi just throughout this transition.
I'm not saying he's fearing them. I'm saying this could be their desperate attempt to send him a message.
To mislead him. Like, I think his take on Iran is, I don't know exactly what it is, I haven't talked to him about it, but after the attempted assassination on him, and they said, hey, a couple days later they leaked out, like, it was an Iranian ploy. Oh, yeah, really? It seemed like he took it seriously.
Well, real quick, the Butler incident was not related to the Iranian incident.
Those are set. There were multiple teams. He got briefed on.
The golf course was not the Iranian. No. There was another one that was.
And how do we confirm there was an Iranian one? And why would he take it serious? I mean, I get you take the threat seriously, but like, does he want to take over Iran? Does he want to remove the Iranian government from power?
He did drop a bomb on Soleimani. He's done it. Yes. There's enough reason for Iran to have an issue with Donald Trump. Now, whether or not it actually is a plan from Iran to assassinate Donald Trump. I guess that's probably still up for debate, but
that's what the media. That's what the media was hinting right after the attempted assassination. They were releasing articles saying, "Hey, the Iranians could be involved here. It's the Iranian mothership. It's the Iranians that hacked his campaign. It's the Iranians that hacked also Kash Patel, and conveniently will be handing over all the information during his Senate confirmation hearings to the corporate media. How very convenient that it's always the Iranians who."
I'm about to bounce. I wanted one final question I have for you guys about fascism, because I don't even want to say this out loud. It's a joke. A little bit of fascism might be okay. It's a
No.
joke. No. What I mean is a little bit of government corporate collusion might be okay. Maybe collusion is the wrong word. A little bit of government corporate cooperation is encouraged. So I feel like if we're going to utilize our drone transportation network, that we would work with Amazon. Libby Emmons is about to sit in. She's like, Ian, hurry it up. She's picking this conversation too. Libby, I'm coming. Do we use the government to work with Amazon, or do we, as just citizenry, we're like, we want global drone delivery service? Let's go. Do we use the government to subsidize it? I know Elon's talked a lot about getting rid of subsidies.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lisa Reynolds.
Okay. I'll let you guys ruminate on that. I'm gonna bounce. Thank you for having me. I'll be back at the end of the show. See ya.
It certainly is, isn't it?
Welcome, Tim. Phoenix.
This is wonderful. Yeah, thank you for having me. It's an honor and a privilege. Well, what do you think is what should we be focusing on for the next year? It feels like we won.
It feels like when we did win. Matt and I have been working on some things together. I don't know if we can talk about all of it publicly.
I have no secrets anymore, Charlie. None of us.
We are doing our best to make sure that Trump's cabinet is in its best and tip-top form. At least what Turning Point Action will be doing on the political side, and we've said this and we mean it, we will be launching primaries against any senator. We are measuring twice and cutting once, and we are finding our targets. Bill Cassidy is on the top of the list in Louisiana, who voted to impeach President Trump. And so he is a political dead man walking, metaphorically, of course. Mike Rounds in South Dakota is on the list. Either Crapo or Risch in Idaho, I can't remember. Get them both out! Interchangeable.
Crenshaw?
Well, yeah, it's in the House. So we're focused on senators intentionally. We think the House is going to work itself out. Matt can talk on the House. Lindsey Graham? Lindsey's definitely being considered, that is for sure.
Clap right now if you want to see Lindsey Graham project. Clap right now. Let your whole team
know. There's a couple elements. Number one, Turning Point, we've had an amazing year. We were heavily involved in the president's election. Matt knows that. So we have a choice. We can kind of become a boring establishment organization and do nothing, or we can continue the movement to make the Republican Party in the image of its voters, which will win us no fans or favor with the DC class, but will actually represent the people. And the biggest impediment is not the House. I think the House actually is far more conservative than people give it credit for. Matt would agree. The problem is the U.S. Senate. The U.S. Senate is the keeper of secrets. It's where most foreign policy decisions are made. It's where the intel agencies go to first. The House is like an afterthought. And the U.S. Senate stands in the way of President Trump's agenda and will not get better until some of these old crows are primaried and removed. And we saw this with the Joni Ernst situation, which I'm not convinced if it's a good idea to primary, just because you gotta be careful about the general, but she deserves it for sure. Where she was fine about voting for Lloyd Austin for Joe Biden's Department of Defense secretary, and yet she was giving Pete Hegseth this hard time. Like, no, actually it doesn't work, we're gonna get rid of you. Like, that's the new operating procedure. If you vote for Joe Biden's nominees and you will not enthusiastically vote for Donald Trump's nominees, after we won the popular vote and electoral vote landslide and the greatest American comeback in history, and you, Joni Ernst, like, who do you think you are exactly? She thinks she's better than you, and she doesn't represent the people of Iowa. She got the message. She's behaving right now. For now.
What drives these people? It's shocking to me to see them outright and publicly just say we defy the popular mandate.
Well, it's certainly not a care for their voters, and that's where we come in, is that the way that Donald Trump has configured the Republican Party, they now know they can't survive a primary. They can get through a general, there's enough money, and Matt will agree with this. The Republican primary is very treacherous for some of them. And look, we're not here to cause problems for majorities. The way that we're going to do this at Turning Point Action and Turning Point PAC, we will only engage in in comfortably red states. That means states where Senate races are won by 15 plus points, okay? We're not gonna do this on the margins in states like North Carolina. I got problems with Tom Tillis, that's not wise, it's not smart. We're not here to all of a sudden get someone who's more conservative that can't win a general election. That doesn't do anybody any good, right? However, there are plenty of people that are in these deep red states that don't represent their voters. In fact, some of the most moderate people are from the reddest states in particular. Mike Brown's Crapo Risch, Jerry Moran, Roger Wicker, Shelley Moore Capito, Lindsey Graham, whatever. And what we have is a very powerful political operation that is maturing. We're not just going to go the traditional Republican way. And what we need is, look, we were very instrumental, I believe, and Matt would agree, in removing Ronna McRomney from RNC chair, which was instrumental in Dr. And Ronna is now a verb. People want to be Ronna, and now we need to find another verb. And so, we don't want to Cassidy.
But the opportunity here for the exponential enhancement of our capability is lashing, Elon's resources and interest in saving the country with the army that Charlie and so many have built here at Turning Point. Elon and others see what happened on the ballot chasing and on registering voters and on the way that you were having events in Detroit, Michigan.
Correct.
You'd never even had an event in Detroit, Michigan.
We had 10,000 people there.
Unreal. And they didn't just come for a social event. They left ready to go win that state with specific ways to work together. Once we scale this, that takes power away from the people who are the best friends of a lot of those ne'er-do-well old crows.
One thing that's wild about that is hi, Charlie.
She's the best.
I know, during this last election, it really started to seem like every race was a national race to a certain extent, and I think that was a lot to do with Turning Point Action, just really isolating and focusing on every single race that was key for the federal government.
Well, thank you. And so our hope in this next kind of primary season is not to cause unnecessary problems or shrink majorities, as I say, but you guys deserve better. And these U.S. senators need to be put on notice that at any time the metaphorical political sword of Damocles could fall upon their senatorial campaign and leadership. And if they do not do what the voters have wanted, so for example, stop sending money to Ukraine. Keep on sending money to Ukraine, we're getting rid of you. Sorry, it's just end of story, okay? We know who you are, we know what you did. We're not going to put up with it. It's insane, it's indefensible. And secondly, this confirmation is, by the way, Bobby Kennedy better sail through, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, and of course, Tulsi Gabbard. And Tulsi's a very interesting one, because I've said for this entire time, and I love Matt's thought on this, I think Tulsi was always going to be the toughest confirmation fight. You remember, I've said that repeatedly, and I think it's heading that way. And this is how you know we are winning. There's this ridiculous story, Reuters or whatever published it. 8 senators are opposing Tulsi Gabbard. Oh really, what are their names? They never will put a name because they know that now a primary threat is a real thing against them. And so we're not there yet, everybody, but this populist nationalist movement is taking over the entire Republican Party, and the last terrain that the regime controls in the Republican Party is the United States Senate. It's the final piece, it's the hardest piece, it's the most expensive piece, and the highest stakes piece. We feel poised and obligated to engage in the highest stakes.
Why is it the most
This is amazing.
piece?
Some of the most amazing stuff I've heard in a long time.
What makes it the most expensive?
Well, Senate races are super expensive. House races you can win with $500,000. But the primaries aren't actually as expensive, and that's where it's kind of this really interesting high ROI. But look, Bernie Moreno, who's great, and he won the U.S. Senate race in Ohio, it was $120 million they had to spend on the Republican side. $120 million. Dave McCormick was like $130 million in Pennsylvania. I mean, these Senate races are super yachts, basically, is what they've become. And so the impact of a singular U.S. senator is far more profound than I think people realize. Far more than the House. I'm not diminishing, Matt's former employee. But if you're able to get a couple, you don't have to do all of them, because then all of a sudden the behavioral pattern will change. People will retire, they'll be replaced. And that's the thing, once there's an open seat, we can fill it with a good one. I'm not worried about that. The bigger issue is these remnants of a Republican Party that doesn't exist anymore. These are relics, these are antiques. They're like, where are you from? And you think Russia's like this terrible problem? And like Roger Wicker from Mississippi is talking about how we need to spend more money on Ukraine. Like, who are you exactly? And it's like he's been grandfathered in.
Who are you? A vessel
exactly
of the lobbyists and special interests who benefit off of forever wars.
100%. And again, if you will change your voting pattern and you will become more populist nationalist, then you can be marked safe from a primary. But we know the Ukraine thing, I'm not going to let go. These ridiculous people have been sending money there while our own border was being invaded by a foreign adversary, the Sinaloa drug that comes from the cartels. And I think it's outrageous that we allow that to happen the way we did. So the Tulsi Gabbard is interesting. Tom Cotton is leading that charge. I've liked Tom for a long period of time. I think he's going to learn that he is on borrowed time soon with MAGA if he keeps this up. Because Tom is great on immigration. Tom is great on the Insurrection Act. Remember, with crime, he's phenomenal. But if he gets in the way of Tulsi and all this stuff, that's going to be a tough fight for him.
I'm really excited for the next year. You know, Democrats are actually they're the most vicious to their former members who come our way. When you talk about Bobby and Tulsi, look at what they did to Mike Flynn. Mike Flynn, former Democrat. So when he started to wake up to the excesses of the intelligence community and the threat that they pose, he had to be vanquished in a very specific, unique way. And I think that you're going to see a lot of the ire for Tulsi and Bobby coming from the Democrats. And I am so excited about Bobby Kennedy because it is so nice to actually think about a healthcare policy discussion in Washington that is actually built around making people healthier. Everything else that we have endured has just been about
It's been about making more drugs to give the American people, just to give us more and more drugs to like lull us into a sense of,
and to keep us sick.
Unconsciousness, essentially.
And this is the key of where the grassroots comes in, everybody, is that we are able to get this cabinet if you guys stay vigilant and stay on top of your senators. And that is why in January we're going to look at the terrain. We have this completely funded. Is that if any of these senators get a little too uppity, we are going to do massive events, not as big as America Fest, but I'm going to bring Matt with me. We're going to do big events in these states of these recalcitrant, troublemaking senators, and they've never experienced it before. So as the confirmation hearings, I'm going to be watching very carefully. I'll be at some of these hearings, and I'm sure you'll be around. And if there's any of these Republican senators that start to get out of line, it's like, oh really? I hear Cedar Rapids is nice in January. You know, I hear Boise is just balmy in February. A nice Senate seat you have there, shame if somebody primaried it, right? And by the way, we're going to go do these major events, and they have never experienced that kind of.
What about the ones who aren't in cycle? Because that's the challenge about the Senate.
It's not. It's harder, and that's the thing. But that's okay because the way the Senate composition map is, you're right, and this is actually a profound point that Matt makes. Is that they're going to get wise to this because we're talking about it publicly, and what they're going to do is horse trade. This is called James Lankford trademark, TM. Okay.
This is very important.
So this is called the James Lankford trademark. So James Lankford is a gutless wonder from Oklahoma. It's got to be removed, dissolved. And so James Lankford is like the author of this ridiculous bipartisan bill. He didn't want to do it. He was sent as an emissary by Mitch McConnell because he's not up for election until 2028. So what they do, here's the ingredient. You find someone from a red state who is the furthest away, the most amount of time until you have to face the voters, and you dispatch them to go do the ugliest dirty work so that even if you get blamed, you're betting on the fact that people are going to forget. You put you on cable TV, you run a bunch of TV ads, oh look how James Lankford is in 2028. So what they'll do is they'll horse trade. So people that just got elected in this cycle, in the 2024 cycle in comfortable seats, they're the ones that are going to do the tough bargaining for the Trump cabinet, where people that are in cycle are going to act all tough. That's why Tom Tillis was your Sherpa, right? Tom Tillis was like the best friend for Matt Gaetz during. I was like, and what did I say? Is that I was like, I don't think I don't want to, just forsake any of our confidential information. But anyway, I didn't believe it for a second. I don't think Tom Tillis was like a big Matt Gaetz fan. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong.
You mean all those love letters you wrote me weren't real?
The point being is that Tom Tillis knows that Donald Trump could remove him in a nanosecond, and so he wanted to make good because he's in cycle in 2026. So for the senators that are not up for 2028 or 2030, they're the ones that you have to watch out for because they're the furthest away from the voters. By the way, this whole system is stupid. We need to get rid of the 17th Amendment and go back and get away from the direct election of senators. The founding fathers never wanted senators to be celebrities. They wanted them to
They should be appointed.
By the state legislature.
Yeah.
It's not what I
Subject to recall.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
and that's right. So, for example,
Because that way they really have to pay attention to their constituents.
Then they're an ambassador. Think of it like when
Yes.
the president sends an ambassador to another country, they can pull them back if they're not sending their message.
And that's
These
what the
senators,
states
yeah,
do.
they were supposed to be ambassadors of the states. And if the legislature said, wait a second, you're not representing our interests anymore, we're calling you back and sending someone else.
Because that way they're representing
But
the
also,
state, not just their district or whatever.
people don't know who's representing
representing them at their state level anymore. They don't pay attention.
So like their state legislatures.
They think voting for a federal level politician is going to clean the street up in their backyard. No, you've got to vote in your states for your state reps and state senators, and they should be appointing the federal senators.
Which is, again, it's not Charlie Kirk's idea, it's Madison's idea and Hamilton's idea. Okay, they wrote this for a reason because they did not want senators to become pseudo-celebrities who then can kind of go around, run a bunch of, they didn't have TV ads at the time, but kind of put up populist rancor and not have an accountability structure. We have a bad senator, we have to wait till 2028 or 2030 to get rid of them.
So they didn't call it the House of Lords for a reason.
So here's how it will work in practice, and I know this is a long wind-up. Okay, which is this. Let's take someone who was just up the cycle, who won, who's kind of an older crow. Let's just use, for example, Langford, because he's not up until 2028. So let's say that all of a sudden Joni Ernst starts to feel the heat, which she is. She will go to Langford and she will say, I need you to vote against Hegseth, even though I want to, but I can't. So you get me good here, I'll get you good in the future, and that's called vote trading. So and then she'll say, I need you to grill him hard, and I'm gonna act as if I'm his best friend. This happens all the time.
I saw the vote trading happen where people,
it's so sick.
Where people were willing to, oh Matt, I'll definitely vote for you, let me help you everywhere I can. And then I see them on TV blasting Pete Hegseth. And then there are people, oh, I'll definitely support Pete, and then they go blast me.
Yes.
And it's just so obvious.
So they're obviously coordinating, and so it's just transparent. So what you have to do, and this is the only way to beat it, you have to condense the universe of people that are willing to trade. So it gets down to like no people eventually. Otherwise, if the body politic is 15 people, they're all gonna be up in different years and they're constantly gonna be trading, and you're never actually able to change the composition of the US Senate.
We got a bunch of bad senators, as you pointed out. We've had this problem for a very long time. I feel like most of my life, I have seen exactly what you're describing with no action being taken, no one knowing what to do, and we sit here at the end of this year at this massive and amazing event that you've put on, Charlie, and it's, first of all, I just want to say this is absolutely incredible. Just to be, everything you've been saying about how we're actually going to see action taken against these people who are selling the center, voting trades, etc. It's cathartic. Is there a concern that we see something comparable among the Democratic Party or any political rivals to try and bring in maybe some further left opposition?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say this braggadociously or pridefully, but I don't think a turning point machine exists on the left right.
It does not.
It doesn't. They've been complaining about that.
Exactly.
They've been like writing about that in the New York Times, lamenting the fact that they cannot pull something like this off. They need to get Beyonce out there, and they need to get Megan Thee Stallion out there, and whoever else to parade them around just to get enough people to come to the stadium.
And it's fake. Those people didn't want to be there.
No.
And here's Charlie, who's doing it all, sitting here, raw conversation, no scripts, in front of a crowd, explaining exactly what he's going to do and how he's going to do it, and they have nothing.
And we're all stoked to be here. Like everyone's so thrilled to be here.
Having a nice group cry, but who's left in the Democratic Party? Because as I look at the landscape, we've got the alpha males, we've got such a historic degree of the black vote and the Hispanic vote now for Republicans, and the Democratic Party has been reduced to beta males, transsexuals, lesbians, and the ugliest of angry, lonely women. And I say that because the hotties came our way at the end. The hotties were late breaking for the Republicans because they looked at what was going on in the left.
It's a mystery why you didn't get your confirmation.
No, but I think how do you really feel about it? I actually think that soon the trans women will be in charge of the Democratic Party because they are the most masculine force left in the Democratic Party.
More testosterone than the best.
Well, right, yeah. Who do you bet to actually win the fight of the Democratic Party? The trans women or the sword? Well, let's definitely the trans women.
But this isn't a joke. Yes. It is kind of. It sounds like one, but it's actually. I think you're correct. In all seriousness, you are seeing many women in the Democratic side who vote deferring to males who identify as women instead in a lot of circumstances in sports and now in Congress.
Yeah, in Congress. I mean, look at Sarah McBride. You know, people are all about letting Sarah McBride use the bathroom on the Democratic side.
Every member has their own office, bathroom in their own office. There's no reason for that person to use a bathroom anywhere else ever.
There's also, I'm interested in your take on how Nancy Pelosi recently torpedoed AOC's try to be the ranking member on oversight.
No,
what was that about? I mean, AOC is like her or don't like her, she's at least a young, forceful
No,
person.
look, I mean,
and Pelosi's older than Joe Biden.
She's legitimately talented. You don't get 13 million followers as a member of Congress without having some sort of talent. I'm sorry. I don't know if she's bright, Matt can tell you, but she understands the internet intimately well. She knows how to navigate it.
She is smart. I mean, in terms of like,
yeah, of course. It's not controversial.
Her political ambitions.
But she used to, Matt would know this far better than I would. I only know it as an outsider. She used to be a political rebel and then kind of played the establishment game. It's become kind of super boring in some ways. But at least under Democrat circles, again, they're so just unbelievably just dry and shallow. I guess she's interesting by their standards. With Matt Gaetz, and we're not boring, okay? So we got a lot, we got a lot of depth at the conservative movement. But it shows this, that insurgencies will be quelled by Democrat leadership, and they build their political party how they will eventually want to build the country. They build it as Mao would build his government, which is it is pure totalitarianism. It's a Politburo. That if you dare to defect, we are going to pull your parking pass, your wife will be off the board of the Kennedy Center, you're going to get an audit, and your businesses all of a sudden have OSHA and the FTC visit next week. And you think I'm kidding. Like, if you...
No, that sounds for real.
No, that is 100% how they operate.
Well, there's another feature, and it's bipartisan. It's for folks who you think may deviate from the leadership narrative or those directions, you have to dangle something just out of their reach that they're trying to get but don't quite get. AOC will be the Democrat lead on oversight in short order or something else, but you have to maintain the fiction that it's the Pelosi echelon of political leadership that actually doles out power.
And additionally, this is what's important. The Republican Party, for all of our problems, is that we have a representative element where we can primary people. We are a true political party where if you want to run, that you can get rid of the ossified old guard. That it's so much more interesting, and honestly what democracy should be is far more alive and well in the Republican Party. The Democrat Party is not. The Democrat Party is incredibly totalitarian. It's very top-down. Now the question remains, and I don't know the answer to this, is where did the energy go, and will it ever come back, of that Bernie Sanders rebel, what do they call themselves, Our Revolution? What was the name of the group that drafted AOC? It was a very, very...
Justice Democrats.
Yeah, that's right. It was the Justice Democrats. Whatever happened to them? Because they were the ones that actually...
They got corporate jobs.
Well, actually, tomorrow, I don't know if you know this, Tim. I mean, tomorrow, it's supposed to be a discussion. I don't want to debate him. I have no interest in it. If he does, I'll respond. Cenk is coming here tomorrow. I don't know if you know that. And we're going to discuss this because I actually think he's onto something. And he's been the only one saying it honestly on social media, which is like the Democrat Party has become disgusting and really corporate, and I think he's been really consistent about it. I don't know if you've been following any of his...
Oh yeah, for sure.
Annika Sparrow was like leading the charge with that because she had been a victim of
that whole thing, and that's why I invited Cenk, because I think it's going to be interesting. Again, I don't have...
There's a debate here with Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, in that you can take a look at some of these prominent personalities, Bill Maher, Jon Stewart, start to sing a different tune once they see what the election ended up being. All of a sudden they realize they're on the wrong side of history, and you start hearing them say, well, maybe we do need to shake things up a little bit, maybe, and they're chilling out. Or Bill actually going as far as to say, I can't do this anymore, maybe I should quit, or something like that. So the criticism then becomes that Cenk Uygur is only saying this because his viewership is down, and he's been chasing the minority market share, and he's realizing he's on the wrong side of history, something that many leftists fear the most. Do you think he's sincere when he says that he wants to meet the middle of the populace?
I have no idea. That would be only with intimate amount of time spent with him would I be able to know the motives. What I do think, though, is that he's very smart as a business person. This I totally think, because there's this like untapped Democrat media pool of people that are very just like temperamentally left-wing, that have no economic populism outlet at all. I mean, so at least as a business person, he's communicating to a growing portion. Again, I'm not just saying he's just in it for the money or not, like whatever. But I think that what he's saying is profoundly interesting, where if Kamala Harris, for example, which of course she wouldn't because she's a technocrat, she's not very smart, but if Kamala Harris would have come out and she would have said, I'm going to secure the border and give you UBI, I'm going to say there's no more billionaires in America, we're going to be able to say that I'm going to relieve your student loan debt and give you a house, that would have been very hard to run against. In the sense, again, I'm not one to give them ideas, it was obvious in front of us. You have the world's richest man and a billionaire running for the presidency. If the Democrat Party would have ran an anti-billionaire, economic populist, restrictionist immigration message, that would have been lethal. And it would have been very hard. Someone would have believed it from Kamala, but if that would have ever manifested at the top of the Democrat Party this cycle, that is the only way they could have defeated Donald Trump. They could have only defeated populism with populism and done it. The immigration thing, they would have had to go to the right. They would have had to concede it. They had to quell their base. If they would have done that, free stuff populism would have been incredibly hard. And that's what Cenk has been preaching that message to his, credit.
I'm not a big Cenk fan, but let's give him a little bit of credit because he did call out Barack Obama's drone program when everyone on the left was acting like
he's very consistent on
and
that
he
stuff.
was canned and fired by MSNBC for not going along with the war propaganda. So there is that. Sorry.
I was just going to say that they didn't realize that could even be a strategy because they're all stuck in their own echo chamber. But now, just like Cenk is kind of turning around, so is AOC. She did a whole live stream saying, "Hey, the people that voted for me and the people that voted for Trump, come talk to me. Tell me why. Tell me why."
She didn't understand.
She's running in 2028.
She didn't understand. Yeah, exactly right. But she didn't. I think it's more because they don't venture out past their own ecosystem, so they didn't realize it.
I think this of Cenk Uygur, I don't care about his motivations. I care about the results of what he does. And if he comes here and he says, "Charlie, tell me what your goals are, and if we find a middle ground, let's accomplish what we both want to accomplish. Let's get it done."
Well, and I want to hear from him. What is the state of the Democrat Party? Where is it going? What happened to all the grassroots rebel energy? Where is the MAGA equivalent on the left? Because it just isn't there. It just seems so just dry.
Like, what is the organizing principle of the Democratic Party today? It was called.
Again, that's why I invited him. I actually think it's going to be one of the more interesting discussions. Like, what do you stand for?
I got to tell you, Charlie, I know where the former MAGA energy from the left went. It's sitting right here.
That's right.
I was supporting Bernie Sanders in 2015 and 16. Joe Rogan was supporting Bernie Sanders up until a couple of years ago, and the Democratic Party has gone insane. And you see RFK Jr., you see Tulsi Gabbard, you see Elon Musk, you see Donald Trump, you see a bunch of former Democrats leading the Republican charge, and you see over and over again, I love this, they say in the media, "Where's our version of Joe Rogan?" or so help us a Tim Pool. We all had that populist energy back then, and they went insane. They were abusive, authoritarian. They don't believe in the values of this country. They hate this country. They demand that we hate the country. We don't want to hate the country.
They hate free speech. They hate freedom of religion. They hate freedom of the press. They hate, illegal search and seizure, being against illegal search and seizure. They hate all of that.
And they're
stuff.
pro-war.
They're pro-war.
They're pro-Kona votes for war.
I mean, they have completely gone against everything that was liberal about being liberal.
Libby and
I'm a conservative because I believe in free speech and freedom of religion and freedom of the press.
We were both voting
and
Democrat.
my Bill of Rights, that's right.
Luke is an anarchist, or I don't know how he describes himself.
I was always conservative.
She's always all of these different elements and different factions came together to form this unified group that you were describing earlier, Charlie. The left just has people in a cult. People who don't know what's going on and don't pay attention.
I think that's right. And look, we have to sustain a fair amount of, let's just say, intel operations that are going to be run against our movement. I think that the drone thing's super smart. I think that drone, you made another point about an intel operation. Was it the drone thing? I think that's one of the smartest things ever. I think you're totally right. But like, for example, another operation, I think it's from the intel agencies, is they're trying to draw Elon and Trump apart, try to make it seem as if that Elon's the president and all that. That is the new psychological operation, and it's for an audience of one. It's an intentional provocation campaign against Donald Trump to try to get him to try to dismiss him. It's not working, actually. Elon called it out flush. It's actually going to draw them closer together because they're so attuned to these sort of ops. So that's not working. But if we could say, I don't want to get cocky, you don't know what's going to happen. There could be another COVID or a bird flu or lobster flu or World War III or whatever. But it is not inconceivable.
I would be done in the lobster.
Yeah, exactly. It is not inconceivable if we remain humble and work our tail off and improve the party and stay in a grassroots posture and continue our gains with Black, Hispanics, with young people. We keep on owning the internet as we have, and we're willing to embrace differences and different ideas and actually have freedom of speech. It is, and if the Democrat Party continues on their current trajectory with very little, changes, which is going to be hard for them to shed some of the trans stuff. It's very, very embedded. That is in the DNA of the Democrat Party. It is in the fiber. That it's not. But it's new. But it's not inconceivable that we can end up having a decade-long reign, and it's not. Yeah. And
I don't know how they recover from this.
Look, anyone can adjust. Like, the Democrats were having podcasts in 2021 after January 6th and said, I don't know how they recover from this. You can do it, okay? Time is short. In the new era, digital stuff, people forget stuff. If they get serious, here the biggest threat for us is a Bill Clinton-esque Democrat, like not a Josh Shapiro, but more like Fetterman, who is cool, understands the free speech stuff, populism, and stands up to the Democrat Party on 3 things. Bill Clinton stood up to the Democrat Party on 3 things in the 1990s. He said, you guys are wrong on crime, on welfare, and immigration. He ran on all 3, and he, basically said that to go take a hike, basically, the Democrat Party, either vote for me or go. And he stood up to him and ended up winning the presidency. It's going to require whoever becomes the next Democrat nominee to basically tell them on trans, immigration, and maybe war, like, sorry, you're not with me, then don't vote for me because I'm going to go try to change this party. And there is no other path for the Democrat Party. They cannot.
Who is that Democrat that you fear most?
I don't
he
know.
just doesn't have a personality.
I'm less worried about the person, and I'm more worried about the actual form. Because I think that anybody can shapeshift into the form, right? Because, again, I'm not here to give them intelligence. They're smart enough to know this. But whoever has the talent, like Pete Buttigieg is a little bit worrying in some sense because he's like so creepily automated that I think to a certain extent he would be, I don't want to say difficult, but different than Kamala. But Buttigieg is going to try some of this stuff, and he has the biography, but less than the person that we shouldn't get too high on our own supply, because if the Democrats really want power back, if we fulfill our mandate and we start doing stuff, they're gonna get Jesus very quickly, metaphorically. Do you know what I'm saying, Tim? Like, they're gonna be like, okay, we have to wise up. And by the way, let's just be clear, like, we as Republicans, we are very, very pro-life, but we also read the room on abortion this last year, right? And we adjusted, and they thought they had us dead to rights on Roe versus Wade. There's no way they can come back from this. The 2022 was the Roe-vember or whatever. And no, we read the room. We had, okay, the country's not as pro-life as we are. We have to be incrementalists now. And we adjusted, we adapted. So to answer your question, Tim, I think it's a wrong premise. How do they come back? Well, they come back by doing what political operatives do, which is adjust to the circumstance in front of them. We shouldn't be too prideful to say they won't do that.
On the abortion issue, it was actually fairly easy for someone like me. They went to the extreme end in the other direction. There was no compromise on that side, and there was compromise with conservatives on the issue. I look at these Democrats outright either denying that they want abortion at the point of birth, or being openly for it and telling me that saying maybe there should be restrictions. In the first, after the first few weeks, something like this, they said that's a hard pro-life far-right position.
And the celebrating of it was what I think.
And the taxpayer funding of it.
Yeah.
But do you remember, you used to be able to be a pro-life Democrat. That was a thing. You could be a Catholic, pro-labor, pro-life Democrat.
There's
but
one.
That's not allowed anymore because the Democratic Party, and we were talking about this earlier in terms of, how they behave in Congress. The one thing that they are super good at is being unified in their message, whatever new fashionable garbage message it is. And they're really good at being unified, in their votes. So that's something that
I have to dash. I got another event I actually have to go to. There's a Shabbat dinner with some of our Jewish friends they're doing right now. I promise I'd go speak at it. Guys, tomorrow we have amazing speakers. The Cenk thing, I think, is in tomorrow afternoon. That will be definitely great. You haven't spoke yet, right?
Sunday.
Oh, Sunday, that's right. I can't remember who else is tomorrow, but it's going to be great. So, and please, guys, the one thing I'll say, support our sponsors. They help make this event possible. So walk to the exhibit hall, get to know them, sign up, buy some stuff, support the people in the exhibit hall, please. They're the ones that paid to be here, that made it so that we didn't have to charge you an over-exorbitant. They literally subsidize your tickets for being here. So go there, support them, walk to the exhibit hall, give them some love. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, guys.
Listening to what Charlie was saying and primarying these people is a dream come true, because I have talked about how I despise these people who run for office and play dirty backroom deals knowing that we can't vote them out for 6 years, and they're hoping that we forget everything they did 6 years later. So let's get it.
Do you think our memory gets shorter, not longer? Unfortunately,
right?
And that's why creating the infrastructure around the movement, like Charlie suggested, is the key to success. What I encountered was that there was a bastion of senators who felt as though they owed nothing to Donald Trump, that they owed really very little to their voters, and were gonna hold their position regardless.
This is interesting. Let me ask you: let's say that Donald Trump doesn't emerge in 2050, never comes down the escalator. Would Hillary Clinton have won?
Yes.
Where would we be today if there just was no Donald Trump? He retired, got a boat, and went off to the Mediterranean to drink martinis.
We'd be like shaking the Bush family tree for another one to fall out.
Yeah, that would be a terrifying place to be. I think we'd have more wars than we had before. We'd still be in Afghanistan probably. There'd be more than 2,000 troops in Syria. There'd be more going on. You know, maybe we'd have boots on the ground in Ukraine. We'd have more illegal immigrants in the country than we do right now. We would have had more coming in. I think that it would have been a pretty bad situation. You know, and I think the Democrats also should look back at that time period, because one thing that they did was they launched this resistance, right? And the idea of the resistance was not that they were going to consider any specific policy. They weren't going to look at Trump and say, oh, he's doing this, I kind of like that, he's doing that, I don't really like that too much. Instead, they just did a blanket opposition to the presidency. They didn't have any respect for the office. They had no respect for the man, and they had no consideration for the will of the American voters. And this is, I think, what's going on now with like Cenk and Morning Joe and all of these people, Bill Maher, Jon Stewart, who are sort of like, well, maybe we should look at it a little differently, because they spent this whole time just being blatantly oppositional without any substance behind that oppositionalness at all.
They only care that they're on the wrong side of history. Joe Scarborough's been around so many times, it's like a revolution. I mean, Joe Scarborough and I both represented the same district in conservative North Florida. And then when, you know, MSNBC wrote the $10 million check, he went the other way. And now the appetizers are starting to see the diminished viewership with that myopic view. And he's coming back home, man.
Here he is.
Let me ask you, man, like, how does someone like you actually end up being in Congress, where you're not controlled by the lobbyists or these big corporations, you're not pulling these backroom deals like so many others? Where did you come from?
I was a country lawyer in North Florida. I got elected to the state legislature. I did a good job there. My congressman of 15 years, who was a mild-mannered, good Southern gentleman, vacated the post, and I sought the post. And by the way, at the beginning, I was just like the rest of them. I showed up there in Washington, and I said, how do you win this game? And it's, okay, well, it's this lobbyist who's helping you now, but you could parlay that into this PAC, and then this special interest group, and then you go from this dinner party to a better dinner party that can get you more money, and then a subcommittee chairmanship can do everything they want. If you give your vote card to the leadership and your calendar to the lobby corps, in 4 years, they'll call you Mr. Chairman, and you'll get bigger stuff. And there was one night I woke up, sleeping in my own office as a man in my late 30s. I just said, I don't even want to win this game anymore. I actually would rather not go spend time with those people and do these things. And it was a moment of zen where I determined that I would win or lose based on what the regular people of this country wanted. And if they wanted to replace me, fine. But I wasn't taking the money anymore. And I was the only Republican in Congress who took no lobbyist money and no PAC money after that commitment. And now there are 0 Republicans in Congress who refuse all lobbyist and PAC money. And we ought to encourage more to follow that path.
We were at the RNC this year, and I saw something that was incredible, because I covered a lot of different RNCs, but we didn't see the Cheneys, we didn't see the Bushes, we didn't see the old neoconservative John Bolton bloodthirsty warmongers like we used to see there, and we saw a new kind of evolved Republican political party where individuals like Matt Gaetz represent, I think, the exact opposite of what George W. Bush represented. So I do have to say, it is amazing to see you guys come along the side of all the liberty-minded people, all the conspiracy-minded people, all the people that love capitalism, that love individuality, that right there, love health, love taking care of themselves. That revolution right there is something worth noting, because this change allowed us to be where we are here today. So goodbye to the old Republicans. I like you guys a lot, though.
I give you guys credit too. The libertarians, the anarchists, it was very hard at times to maintain a coalition with a group of people who resist coalitions by their very nature.
And self-sabotage each other all the time.
Right, and we saw Trump go to the Libertarian Convention. It was combative, but super interesting. Do you think him going there helped get that?
Absolutely, that was tremendous. He was able to show that he's willing to speak to a room full of opposition and be honest with them. He wasn't pandering, he wasn't lying. He's going to be freeing Ross. I hope he frees Roger Ver. I hope he frees all the individuals that were
I hope he pardons
prison.
Edward Snowden.
Yes, I hope he pardons, Julian Assange. I hope he pardons all of them. But this is the larger kind of deal, concession that was reasonable because it was honest. It wasn't fake. And truly, you know, I've been working with the Ross Ulbricht case for a very long time. Seeing him walk free in the next few days is going to be something that's going to have a huge ripple effect amongst all the American people that will understand that freedom is capable. The wrongs could be fixed just because we all came together and decided to put our differences aside, which is huge.
The other day, Donald Trump was giving a press conference, and one of the reporters says, "Are you considering a preemptive strike against Iran?" And he's like, "How am I supposed to answer a question like that? You can't ask me that." I loved his answer. Because normally you get some stock garbage answer. This is a guy who is completely willing to just talk like a person. So when we saw him at the Libertarian Convention, reading from a prompter saying, like, here's what I want to do, and then he's getting laughed, then he's getting boozed, he goes, fine, then you get 3%, you lose. Everybody busts out laughing.
That was great.
He's just telling you like it is.
And
I respect it.
Yeah, and he was right, of course.
Absolutely.
You know, there was something you said at one point. You said there's nothing wrong with being a congressional backbencher. What did you mean by that?
If you're always trying to obtain the front row seat, the chairmanship, the leadership title, then you become compromised because you're willing to give away a little bit more of yourself to achieve that objective. And these people work themselves into a psychological just mystery where if they advance, they believe in their own virtue so much that any non-virtuous thing you have to do to support your own advancement is justified. And after a while, you're nothing but a valet for the lobbyists and special interests who are destroying the country. And so I joke with my little crew that sat with me that we were making backbenching great again because we didn't owe anyone anything. We were willing to communicate directly to the people. And also we weren't afraid of losing. I was so inspired by Congressman Eli Crane of this fine state when he walked in to the Speaker's office and said, I have faced down, like, you know, the radical Islamic extremists overseas. I don't worry about whether or not I'm going to lose an election. I'm here to do the right thing for the Constitution, for the country. And that courage can be contagious. That is really the hope with Trump coming back, is that all of these husks of humans I served with in the United States Congress will actually grow a spine and stand up and fight for the people who are counting on them to deliver the results that we've all been promised.
I was just going to say, I think that you were kind of exceptional because you have a big personality and things like that. I know members of Congress that I've worked for, they came in and they wanted to do the right thing. They said, I'm coming down here, I'm going to do the right thing. And then, you know, they didn't make the right vote for leadership. And all of a sudden, you're getting no committee assignments and nobody wanted to co-sponsor their bills. And so I think that they got beat down thinking they couldn't serve their constituents unless they played ball, and then it sucks them in. So what would your advice be to them to like get out of that if they can't be on Fox every night?
Isolate what they can never take away from you. They can never take away your vote. The people gave you that vote. I may go cast one on January 3rd. But the people give you that vote, and so if you hold that as yours, right, that is empowering. What I found is that I own my 5 minutes. When I had one of these dirtbags in front of me from the Biden administration, or even some of the bad ones from the Trump administration, I had 5 minutes to ask whatever questions I wanted, and no one could take that away from me. And I used that as a way to expose a lot of the problems going on. And then you have people that would see those dynamic exchanges and say, I want to do that. I don't want to just get the Association for, Southeast Paper Distributing to give me my little talking point to go read. I want to, No, Matt, how did you trick that person into giving that answer? How did you get them to admit that they should have known where the laptop was and didn't know? And then you start to develop those skills, and there are a lot of great folks that are still there who I hope will continue to proliferate that.
There we go.
That's a good message just for general life. Like, just find what they can't take away from you.
Yeah.
And lean into that.
That's what Luke is always preaching about healthcare. He says, you have a say in whether or not you win or lose the biological war that is being waged against your body. And if you sit back and take it, then that's how we get diseased, that's how we get sick, that's how we live diminished lives. But if you take agency over your body's own resilience, I did 25 push-ups after I heard that riff.
Good. Yeah. Big Pharma doesn't want you to heal yourself. That's why I got a hat that says,
No, they want us to
make America not fat again, because we are very fat, we are very overweight, we're very sick, we're very downtrodden, we're very attacked in all elements of our life. And when we realize the larger truth of, hey, my health is actually in my hands, I'm actually participating in the larger destruction of my own personal health, I'm going to stop investing in this, I'm going to stop spending my money on this, everything changes because you're able to see things clearly. I mean, getting rid of the fluoride from the drinking water, which RFK Jr. is promising, could unleash the full potential of the American public to be finally unleashed and have their pineal glands decalcified. That larger potential, that neurotoxin being cut away from the water drinking supply could essentially allow America to be a leader on the world stage when it comes to intelligence, when it comes to health, and when it comes to being the change that you want to see in this world. And that's beautiful, and that's amazing to see.
Well, pharmaceutical companies, their big goal is to make sure that we're all lifelong medical patients. That's why they love the concept of the trans child so much, because they put you on drugs when you're 12 years old, they start cutting up your body at like 14, and then by the time you're like 50, 60 years old, you can't do without the drugs that they are feeding you.
They've infiltrated the medical schools too. Like they're the ones that are paying the medical schools. They're the ones that are writing the textbooks, and so even the doctors are now brainwashed by the big pharma.
And that's actually there's a larger narrative here that we're actually discussing, and that's the idea of agency for the individual, which is something that is very common on the right that the left really doesn't have. And the more that we can, add fuel to that fire inside of people that want to take responsibility for themselves, whether it be taking responsibility for your own life as in your health, or taking responsibility for your own income by starting a business. These are things that the right needs to be. We need to remind the right that this is the home of that kind of mentality.
That's a really great, descriptor for the factions, in the culture war. Those who have agency and those who don't. I was thinking, a lot about what you're just saying. They don't want responsibility for their own actions. They want the government to pay for their things. They don't want to have jobs. They want the government to lock everything down when they're scared. But these are also people who don't follow the news, don't pay attention. They just follow whatever line they're told, whatever talking point, because they don't want or have the agency to do it themselves.
And people, it's scary to take responsibility for yourself, right? Like, if you are responsible, then you're the one that's to blame when things go wrong, and that's a hard thing for a lot of people to deal with. But if the founders of this country and the people that make America actually great are the people that will stand up and say, I've got this great idea and I can go do it. And it's that attitude of self-reliance and belief in yourself that makes America stand head and shoulders above every other country in the world.
It's a lot better than being ruled by a death cult.
Yeah, I'm often asked though, well, Matt, the Democrats, they always just do whatever Pelosi says or whatever Schumer says, and the Republicans, it's like herding cats with all you going every direction. And this is why, because they value the collective, and oftentimes we rejoice in an individual expression of courage or intellect or creativity or beauty, and they don't have the same appreciation for it.
We're in this massive convention center. It's just crazy. All the lights, when I'm seeing the speakers come out, the amazing production value of AmFest, and it's a cultural hub, and it's tremendous. At the end of every year, been doing it. I think is it the fourth year they've been doing it? Mm-hmm. It's absolutely incredible. This year, you know what we saw that was really amazing? It was when it was a UFC fight. Luke, you can tell me which fight it was. I don't remember, but you got Trump walking out with Dan Bongino was there. Something like that. UFC, as popular as it is with the entire country, it's on the big screen at every sports book and casino and every wing stop or whatever restaurant. And there is Donald Trump walking out as a part of this massive cultural institution. Seeing stuff like this and then thinking about what is even existing on the other side, I can't help but feel extreme optimism for what's coming next year. With Charlie talking about how we're going to primary all these bad Republicans, the conversation wasn't even about how we stop bad Democrats. It was, now that we've done that, we're going to go for the bad Republicans. We are building the cultural institutions. Bud Light has faltered. Target recoiled over this. Disney is canceling things. We are swinging everything in our direction, and now we're going to clean up everything on this side too.
But we have to hold our feet to the fire, because we always say this, and then it comes time to get rid of Obamacare or whatever, and the Republicans do nothing.
Right, but don't you feel hope from what you just saw this last week?
Oh, of course.
Not the election.
PTSD a little bit.
But I've never seen the lobbyists lose before. And we took that 1,500
You mean with
page
that bill? That was wild.
down to nothing, and it just
Still not
kept.
great, but-
It's not great, but it's better than they've ever done. What they do, they back members up against the Christmas holiday. They say, if you want to go see your family for Christmas, you're going to vote for what the swamp wants, and they've done it every time until now.
And Lisa, you know better than most people, considering your Congress and stuff, the idea that with the margins that we have now, that we're going to get in there, Republicans are going to be able to get everything they want. You know that because of just the way the numbers work, you have to do some kind of deal to get anything done at all.
I think I was the deal. I think I was the thing you wanted you didn't get, and maybe we'll get the rest of it. You know, I moved the Overton window so much on cabinet appointees. Maybe we'll just get like Tulsi and RFK.
Because they're doing that, now that you're gone, who's going to take your spot and take up the charge?
Well, in anything that we do, we always hope we have to inspire people who come behind us to improve upon our work. I look at people like Eli Crane and Anna Paulina Luna and Corey Mills and Andy Biggs. And I am heartened that there are patriots who put the congressional pin on every day and go do that job. We need more. I think there might be some out there. Would someone say Matt for speaker? I would be a great leader.
It is remarkable how, when all that fighting is going down in the House, hopefully again on the 3rd when you're there to cast that vote, that it seems so obvious to all of us here that this is a broken machine and none of these people are operating honestly.
There's a lot of retaliation that goes on. Like there's a lot of.
Tell me about it.
There's a lot of manipulation, retaliation, things that you don't expect, like that you don't see every day. Like I studied politics going in college, and I had no idea what it was about until I actually interned there. Like it's a whole nother world.
House of Cards actually is probably the best representation of my former job, like in the entertainment space. Would you agree? Was there?
I agree. Yes, I've seen McCarthy do some horrible things to people, and because they didn't vote for him for speaker, and they held this person down and made them a laughing stock and wouldn't let anybody sign on bills. I remember when things were going on with Madison Cawthorn, and he had a great bill, and people were like, "No piece of pride, don't put your name next to it." Same thing with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it was.
So it was like Congress is like high
even
school?
if they were 100% a part of the bill, like they loved it, they loved everything in it, just because it had Marjorie's name on it or just because it had Cawthorn's name on it. Nope, they didn't even want to be a co-sponsor.
Straight up girls.
Half
jokingly though.
It's bad.
Was there ever anything you saw that got anywhere near pushing a journalist in front of a train? I mean, this again, I don't literally think anybody in Congress.
Well, Madison Cawthorn did talk about those,
those
private parties and orgies he was invited to, and then he got kicked out of Congress.
I was never invited to them, so I'm kind of,
Yeah, he got invited to better parties.
Marjorie
Well, he was
Taylor
proven
Greene
right, which is crazy.
had a great bill that I was really sad to see that no one signed on to. And you're saying that's why the bill was to make it so that to extend the statute of limitations to sue for malpractice for child sex changes. And I think that's a really key bill. We're seeing like lawsuits right now against doctors in North Carolina and California, and anyone who was butchered like this at underage really needs to be able to sue those doctors and those hospitals into the ground, like take their houses, you know what I mean? And she had this great bill. Yeah, I think that's ridiculous, because I was disgusted that no one would sign on to that bill. Like I was disgusted.
But that used to be career ending. If you were deemed a pariah in Washington, you could never get anything
It's getting
done.
better.
But if you folks started to wear it as a badge of honor and say, "Oh, well, this town doesn't like me. Fine, I know the folks I represent," and then you can lay it bare, because it's actually pretty ugly when you lay it bare, and it's empowering to not be beholden to it and not have to draw power from it.
When AOC first won her primary, it was against Crowley, I believe. I was cheering for her. To see this long-term establishment Democrat, they said it was the 4th highest ranking member, lose everything to a young upstart. I'm like, good, bring it on. They all deserve it. I feel like AOC was a bit of a disappointment, unfortunately. I suppose I got a question.
I think she's disappointed herself. If she came up to me when we were making the demands on McCarthy for stuff that even the Democrats wanted, the ability to have votes on our amendments, single subject bills, so stuff isn't all jammed together. And she came up to me after the first time.
In that famous picture?
Yeah, McCarthy didn't get the vote, and she said, "I wish we would have had the courage to do this with Pelosi."
Damn.
So it was
Forget, though.
self-reflective.
I wish
And,
so
and,
too.
and I agree with Cenk Uygur because he was calling for that. He said, challenge the speakership and use the power you have with your base. They wouldn't do it. They fell in line.
Well, yeah, and you know what she got for it? She got the Financial Services Committee and the Oversight Committee. And so the most dangerous thing you could do if you're a new member of Congress coming in is to let them know what you want.
Right, interesting, because then they'll hold it against you.
Or give it to you in exchange for a compromise that is so deep that it even has somebody that was rooting for her to prevail in that election utterly discouraged.
We have about 5 minutes left, so I want to give everybody the opportunity to give their final thoughts and just shout outs or whatever. Where you think we're going? Anything you want to say that you didn't get a chance to say? And who wants to go first?
2024, it's the year that the deep state failed. 2024, it's the year that the corporate prostitute media is done and finished. 2024 is the rise of the populist America First silent majority that said enough is enough. Liberty and freedom over the woke libtards, which was freaking amazing. This large coalition that we're building is incredible. Let's keep it moving forward, and let's keep it moving forward, not with government, but with individuals taking direct action by making themselves the best version of themselves. You can do it. Get active, get engaged. The time is now.
I just want to say that I'm really grateful to you guys for coming out, and I'm really grateful to Tim for having me on tonight. And coming to Turning Point, I've been coming for 4 years, and it always just gives me so much hope that there's so many people out here who are passionate, who have so much going on in their lives, who are so excited about the future, about their kids, and about their families. And I'm really, I'm just so impressed with everybody that I've met here this time around and, in the past years. And I just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. I hope that if you're celebrating with family or eating the Christmas special at Denny's, you have a great day.
I just want to say, I'm encouraged, like you said, by everybody that's here, but keep up the fight. Let's not slow down. Let's fight even harder and support your members of Congress. Support the firebrand types like Matt Gaetz, because then they don't have to take that nasty speaker money, right? For sure. That they're responsible for going around fundraising. So just keep doing everything you're doing. Keep coming to Turning Point events and fighting for this wonderful country that we all love so much.
Don't forget the fact that, or don't forget how important what happened with that continuing resolution was. That's the first time an omnibus bill has ever been defeated, and it was because of things like X, because of free speech, because of people like you being involved. It's great that you're here at AmFest, and it's great that Charlie puts this on, but the fact that actual tangible results are real and possible is probably the best white pill that you can have, right? So for everybody out there that thinks that it's not possible to affect the government or impact the government, it has never been more possible than it is right now. So if you've been black-pilled or you've had a bad outlook, remember, Donald Trump did win. He beat the deep state, he beat the media, and you guys won by calling your representatives and saying, this bill is unacceptable. Do it again. So cheers to you guys.
Merry Christmas. One of the original sins of the censorship industrial complex was that One American News was taken off of DirecTV, not because of any legitimate diminution in people watching that program, because they didn't like the viewpoints that were expressed on that network. I'm gonna have a show on One American News because they are a feisty network. I'm a feisty former congressman. I'm gonna work hard to get them re-platformed in the places that allow us to get that message out. So I hope you watch the Matt Gaetz show, 9 o'clock Eastern, starting in January.
Where's Ian at? There he is. All right, everybody. We got one last shout out from our good friend Ian Crossland.
And subscribe to the Post Millennial.
You've got 20 seconds.
Just shout out to you guys, you particularly, especially with the white hat, for coming out, man. You guys are part of this too. We're all moving this thing together, separate, but together. This is fucking exhilarating to be a part of this, whether it's up here, out there, in there, where's that? Doesn't matter, man. You're part of this. So make a good life for yourself.
Tell yourself a healthy story. You want to be impeccable with your word. Do not sin against yourself with your own word. Tell your story, tell your life story as if you are your best friend. What advice would you give them? Give that to yourself. Be kind to yourself, man. We need you right now. And I want to give a special shout out to Matt Gates to bring up Graphy earlier. 25 is the year of reception. All right, so we all need some technology. Where can we find out more?
You can find me on X at LubyMN, so you can check out postmillennial.com and events.com. We have some great contributors, Jack Silvic and Katie Escort, so come check it out.
I am Phil the Remains on X. You can subscribe to me there. The band is All That Remains. You can check us out on Apple Music, YouTube, Spotify, Deezer, Amazon Music. And don't forget the Left Lane is for Crime.
Follow me at Ian Crossland. Luke, thank you very much for reminding me to shout that out. Follow me online, guys. We'll be back January 6th. This is it. We're taking 2 weeks off because Christmas is coming up. So everybody's next time for
And thank you for everyone supporting me with my legal fund safety company. A lot more than a lot of crap. Everyone is, but I'm more white pill than ever. I'm super excited.
Everybody, thank you all so much for coming.
Sick. Hell yeah. We have arrived.
Does it say right here?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
You too.
No problem. All right, buddy. No problem. All right, buddy.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. Introduce for Tim Pool and James O'Keefe. Meet and greet after party. We are here. We're here. Just gotta wait to 10, unfortunately, but we are here. It's pretty nice. Yeah.
Hey, sweetie pie.
What are you up to?
Here to the gravy, bro.
She's a 6 foot tall brunette skinny woman. Nice meeting you.
Could you sign these?
Sure.
Appreciate it. Who's your favorite author?
I don't know if I have one. Can I just sign it over my name?
Yeah. How about a favorite civil rights activist?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Frederick Douglass.
This one too? How about a few random facts about you?
Oh, another one, huh?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
There you go. Your favorite rock band?
Metric.
And how about your favorite movie?
I don't know. Favorite movie?
Yeah?
There's too many good ones. Snatch is good.
That is a good movie. And how about your favorite cartoon?
The Simpsons. But only seasons like 2 through 9.
Yeah? And how about your favorite country you visited?
Spain.
How was that experience?
It was amazing.
Yeah?
Good ham.
Oh, nice. How about your worst fear?
My worst fear?
Yeah.
Waking up late.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And who inspired you?
Inspired me?
Yeah, who inspired you?
Nobody?
Yeah?
No, I have disdain for most people.
Yeah?
I think everybody's doing it wrong.
Yeah. And how would you help someone through a dark time in life?
I don't know.
Yeah? Do you have a dream interview to do?
What's up?
A dream interview.
Yeah.
And how about, what do you think the future holds for the Republican Party? What do you think the future holds for the Republican Party?
Well, if there's anything like Charlie Kirk said, primarying bad Republican senators who are selling us out behind our backs.
And what are your thoughts about AI?
It's going to kill us.
I agree. It's going to be kind of like iRobot or something.
Worse than that.
And how would you how you think the prison system needs to improve?
I don't have the energy to answer that question.
How about what do you think are some new laws that should be in USA?
I can hear you.
Some new laws.
I can't talk enough to answer complex questions. I got to sing in 50 minutes.
Okay, okay. And how about who's your favorite country singer?
None.
Oh, really?
None.
Wow. How about R&B singer?
None.
Wow. How about your favorite memory so far?
What's that?
Your favorite memory in life?
I don't have time for that.
Yeah? And how about what's the most ironic thing that's happened to you so far?
Can't answer.
Yeah? And do you think one day there'll be something that will replace the normal currency?
Crypto?
Yeah, it might. It definitely might. And how about what's your favorite comic?
Watchmen.
And how about most hardest challenge you had to face?
Oh man, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. They all feel mostly tedious, not hard.
Yeah? And how about words of encouragement for people who want to be a YouTuber?
What's up?
Words of encouragement for people who want to be a YouTuber.
Work harder than everybody else. That's the secret.
Yeah.
If you're not working until you pass out, you're not working hard enough.
And how about your favorite moment in history?
I don't know.
Yeah?
I don't know.
And how about who would you be? Godzilla or King Kong?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah? Yeah, I think so. Okay, well, appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Nice meeting you, man.
Can I be honest? I still want your hands up on my body. You still make my heart beat fast. Ferrari with me in the wave, but in the morning. Do you still want me? Let's welcome to the stage, Jimmy Levy. D-Pack from the Pandemic Series, Tim Pool, Alex Stein.
There we go. What's up, everybody? Welcome to O'Keefe Party 2024. Make some noise out there. AmFest 2024. Make some noise. Phoenix, make some noise. America, make some noise because we're winning. We are winning big. What's up? My name is Deepak. This is my homie Jimmy Levy. We're going to sing you some songs. And it's going to be a great night. We're going to go into a full-on dance party with James O'Keefe in a little bit. So everyone, if you want to quiet down for Jimmy Levy, he's got a beautiful voice. You probably heard him before. He was singing the national anthem yesterday. And we're going to do some of the songs right now. Here we go.
So these are called the Songs of the Revolution. If any of you guys see Against Tyranny, I assume it's every single person here. And you've heard this music. We are the revolution. These are the songs of a revolution. These are the songs of a revolution. A revolution. We will not comply with the institution, seek illusion, oh, we tell lie. Welcome to the revolution. We will not comply with the institution, seek illusion, oh, we tell lie. Welcome to the revolution. It's running from us down. Don't want to make us down. But we gotta get out of now, 'cause it's a revolution. This is the war on religion. This is the war on the children. The good love and the sickness. This is the war on tradition. This is the war on religion. This is the war on the children. The good love and the sickness. This is the war. This is the war. From the slave to the crickets make a sound. Where's the boy and the babe? We don't have to stay on ground. From the slave to the crickets make a sound. Where's the boy and the babe? We don't have to stay on ground. This is the war on religion. This is the war on the children. The good love and the sickness. This is the war on tradition. This is the war on religion. This is the war on the children. The good love and the sickness. This is the war. This is the war. Breaking the matrix. Fire in your eyes, burning bright and wild, watching as it slowly flickers out. Stay inside the lines, nothing's feeling right, something's always holding us down. I'm not afraid. You know this ain't over. You got one eye open. We'll find a way out. We're back in the matrix playground. We'll rise like we're the sun. Come until we taste her. We'll find a way out. We're back in the matrix. We're back in the matrix. So united we stand. Thank you,
Give it up for Jimmy Levy one more time. As loud as you can, everybody. Patriots, make some noise. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this next song I'm going to do solo is from Plandemic the Musical. It's the closing song from Plandemic the Musical. We just did it. Y'all don't know about it because it just came out, and also we haven't started talking about it too much because we needed to make sure that we won the election first. So now that happened, we're going to start announcing Plandemic the Musical pretty soon. I'll be at the inauguration singing, so will Jimmy, so will many others. So check it out, keep us in tune. Once again, my name is Deepak, spelled D-P-A-K. This song is called Together We Rise. I'd love to have you all sing with me here at the James O'Keefe party. Kick it off for me, nice and loud. Yeah, fat track. Yeah, pump it up nice and loud, my friends. Let's do this. Let's go. Alright. You got that track? Is it bumping? You got it bumping? Huh? Oh, we gotta get that. Alright, we're getting the DJ on. We're getting the DJ audio popping. Sorry, y'all. Let's do it. In the meantime, if you all feeling good right now, make some noise out there. Let me hear you. If you all are excited for James O'Keefe DJ set, make some noise. That's right, because there's no party like an O'Keefe party. And we're about to get this thing popping tonight. We're going to be dancing. We're going to be going wild. Let me know when you got it ready. We'll start from the top, please, my friends. All right, I think we're ready. Together we will rise. Let's do it. Let's go. Rise up from the ashes. Rise up from the flames. See through the lies that feed the fires that we create. Come out from the shadows, come out in plain sight. Nothing to lose, it's time to move into the light. Tonight, we'll fight it, no hiding anymore. Our story, we write it, we lose it, we can't keep quiet anymore. 'Cause together we will rise up, together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise up, together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Hey, y'all feel it out there, let me hear you. Now we're fighting for the lives of our sons and daughters. It's the war we're gonna lose if we can't find ourselves apart. Yeah, it's time to get the way that covers everything. The talking heads are gonna make us blind. Every shot back, shoot love into the sky. You better tonight, I'll fight it, no hiding anymore. Our story, we write it, we'll lose it, we can't keep quiet anymore. Sing it! Together we will rise up, together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise up, together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise up, sing it. Together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise up, together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Together we will rise up, sing it. Together we will rise up, together we will rise. Can't wait any longer, it's our time, yeah, 'cause it's our time. Thank you all so much, everybody. All right, we got Tim Pool coming up next, everybody. Coming everywhere, he's gonna rock you out. How much was it? Okay, 1, 2, 2. Right. One, two, two. Okay. Hello. Stop, man. Okay, cool. This is much better. Let's see if I can actually do this.
Shaking, flying, starting, high, good times I'm reeling. When the raindrops on the ceiling, when your heart this is revealing. You wanna get away, you're going to my what are you so afraid of? Isn't that what life is made of? When you think about all you gave up, when you think about all the glamour and the money that they sold you, when the raindrops hit your ceiling, we see a human being. We open your eyes over the things this is revealing. I survived what they since destroyed me, resurrected like a biblical story. They thought that it was to old me, but it ain't to old me, it's to grow me. I survived what they since destroyed me, resurrected like a biblical story. They thought that it was to old me, but it ain't to old me, it's to grow me. Yeah, I'm making dangerous now. Yeah, breaking the nations now. Yeah, breaking like business now. Yeah, I will break it out. Yeah, I will break it. I'm talking about family curse. Everyone said I wouldn't make it. Spoiler, man, what are you so afraid of? Isn't that what life is made of? When you think about all you give up, when you think about all the glamour and the bullshit that they sold you, when you watch it, you see it. We see a human being. We open your eyes over the veils. Why are you so afraid? Why are you so afraid? And 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 why are you so afraid? So what's going on now? Here, it's early. What are we actually afraid of? Especially Christians talk about eternal life and worry about losing their stuff and their life. I don't get that at all. Because no one's giving me any of that stuff. That was our song. Me and James made a song. So what are you so afraid of? We got a special treat for you tonight. A duet. A little song by someone called Michael Jackson. getting me out here. Love of the audience, bitch. She sips a Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference
Jam?
Pearl Jam.
Yeah?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever met them?
No.
You should try to. You should try to interview them.
Yeah. Eddie's my spirit mom. King Kong.
Yeah. And who's your favorite rapper?
What?
Who's your favorite rapper?
I don't know. I don't follow a lot of them. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. By the way, our kid has a big head. Little Dicky.
Oh, he's good. He's really amazing. Who's your favorite politician?
Politician?
Yeah.
Thomas Massey.
Have you met him?
Yeah.
Was he nice?
He's fantastic. He's
Yeah?
awesome. He's everything you think he's going to be. Yeah, he's super cool.
Wow. And when did you know in life you wanted to do interviews?
One more time, what was that?
When in life did you know that you wanted to do interviews?
Lord has the best. Probably. She gave no weight. I keep signing Tom Homan's face, by the way.
Oh, that's fine.
Probably. More recent than long. Like. No, a long time ago, 20, 30 years ago, we used to do like home movies in the interview. I'd interview people in the home movies. 35 years, probably 30 years, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you ever met Nargrar before?
Who?
Nargrar.
No.
Yeah. He's amazing.
Is that you?
No, I never met him, but a lot of people say that like my style's similar.
Yeah, it's very similar.
But I never met him.
Stuff. He's cool.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Narglar, dude.
What's your worst fear?
Being crushed to death.
That would be scary.
That'd be terrible.
How about would you be Godzilla or King Kong?
What's that?
Godzilla or King Kong?
I gotta hear that one more time.
Godzilla or King Kong?
Oh, King Kong. At least mammals can be reasoned with.
And how about a few random facts about you?
Well, I'm 45 years old. I used to really dislike asparagus, but now I like it. And I used to go down to the corner store and buy penny candies and then sell them for a nickel a piece outside my house.
Wow.
It was profitable.
Who's your favorite fashion designer?
Fashion designer?
Yeah.
Ripley Radar.
Oh, he's amazing. He's amazing. Yeah. Have you ever walked the runway yet?
No.
You should. You got fashion.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, what's your favorite interview you've done?
My favorite interview I've done?
Yeah.
Maybe interviewing. Where did Adam go? Alex Jones.
Oh, wow.
Where did Adam go? Adam Johnson. That way. He left my peripherals and I'm alongside of him. And I ain't gonna lie to you. Alright, third round champion, man. I gotta get a champion in this place. That's what it's all about, dude.
And how would you change the prison system?
I'd like to have webcams in the cells, or like in places where people can like get on the internet and talk with their family in situations where there's oversight, so they can be at least watched, so they're not doing anything illicit. But I think it's important for those people to be able to communicate, man.
Yeah. How about how would you change the medical system?
Well, man, that's a big unwinding because it's really tied in with the food system.
Yeah.
So for-profit medicine is a little like if we had for-profit fire departments, you'd probably see firemen lighting a lot of fires. So doctors, they don't make any money unless you get sick. It's almost like an incentive to get you sick. I'd like to see it become way easier to become a doctor, less school. Just show that you can do the job. Take the test. If you can learn it in like a year, but you're capable, then we need more doctors. I'd like to see more doctors.
That's true. And how would you change the school system?
That's a tough one. Because I can tell you what I wanted out of school was more like hands-on learning. I wanted to like interact with my classmates more instead of be told so much shit. But that was me. Hey man, that's what Greg. How would you change the school system?
How would I change the school system? I think a lot of the school stuff had already been figured out. I think that people tried to come in and change too much stuff, and now we're teaching math that doesn't make any sense. And I can do a long division problem in like 15 seconds, and you can't do it, you can't do it, but all the kids that are 10 years younger than me can't do that. There's a fucking problem. Common Core needs to go. DI shit needs to go. It's all pointless. It's not helping anybody. And you know that's true, and you know that's true. We all know it's true. We just need to fucking pull the trigger, figuratively, to get rid of it. But that's why I say we figured a lot out. We would all not be able to have conversations like this if we hadn't already figured it out years ago. We just aren't implementing it because we let a lot of shit slide, we let a lot of people say, oh, it's bad, because it's right because it's bullshit. Fuck that bullshit. But yeah, it's good to see you,
How you feeling? Good.
I'm chilling. Thank you very much. What's up, man? He's out. He's on there.
He's been. You notice get up there. I've got banned a while now. That's possible because I asked him that something tonight. He was like, no. Yeah. It was what it was. I'm like, okay, whatever. Just when I make you do a count, you make it to a count, or is that like violation? I'm fine with it. Yeah, like, hey, she said to me, it's like, I'll talk to you. I go, I get you back on. I have my fun.
So I got, because I know you like to wear vibrant shirts, I got these two outfits. They're all mushrooms.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, and this is the other one. Same thing, all mushrooms.
Oh my god, I can't think.
I was at Marshall's and I was just browsing and I was like, I need it. And I bought them. Yeah. Joey makes fun of me. He's like, why do you have all these Hawaiian shirts? And I'm like, dude, I love colorful shirts. You gotta get it to me.
Yeah, now the second one looks like pajamas I would wear.
Oh yeah. Oh. I wore them out this summer, and because they're like white, I realized they're very see-through, so I was like, I need layers for this. Unless I want to get in trouble. So yeah. And when I got them, I was thinking of you. I was like, oh, there's something in the fuck guy. Yeah.
I'm just excited I'm not cold because I'm from Minnesota, man. I'm chilling. I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. It's a pleasure meeting you. Have a good one, man. Don't have too much fun. Okay.
And last two. And words of encouragement for people who want to be an interviewer.
Be honest. Publicly, aggressively be honest. It's gonna change you. But it'll make it so that stuff starts popping in your head. If you're honest about your thoughts, you'll realize that you stop getting intrusive thoughts, and then you're able to listen because you're not getting interrupted by your own thoughts. And once you're able to listen, it's very easy to let people kind of lead the show. You just ask a few questions about something you really care about, and they'll take it from there. And as long as you keep listening, they'll keep talking.
And last one, who would you rather interview? E.T., a gremlin, a troll, SpongeBob, Felix the cat, Papa the Sailor Man, Betty Boop, a Jetson, a Futurama character?
George Jetson?
That'd be sick. That'd be amazing. Appreciate it. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. First start out, what's your origin story?
Yeah. My name is Deepak. I'm originally from Maryland, born and raised. My parents are from India, so I'm first generation Indian American. But I grew up studying pre-med and pre-law, but I always did music. So I was just on stage here with James O'Keefe, and I also perform at Amfest and Rescue the Republic. I also did the music for the Plandemic series, violin and singer, songwriter. So I ended up finishing my pre-med, pre-law, but I decided to be an artist and musician because I feel like we can impact the world with art and music, powerful songs, a vibration that can reach the masses with positive energy and positive message. So it's more of like a mission now, to be aligned as an advocate for humanity, to make music and art that can change the world and also transform the entertainment industry, which has been really taken over by demonic forces. And so we're kind of like, infiltrate from the inside and bring the good vibes back, to the music industry. So just independent art. My boy Jimmy Levy, he's here. He and I do Jimmy Levy, a lot of other musicians, Spirit, James O'Keefe. We're all just trying to bring the good vibes back and the entertainment and the music and bridge the world of truth, freedom, politics, and just love, but do it in like an authentic way where we're not selling out to the industry, not selling out to the big, controllers and the bankers and the cartels, and we're actually coming from the heart and really just being team humanity for the people, you know what I'm saying?
And who's your favorite Indian musician and who's your favorite Indian movie?
Man, Indian musician, I would say, Lal Gudi Jay Raman. You may not know him, he's a South Indian violinist. And I play violin, so I grew up listening to him. He's an amazing South Indian classical violinist, but also, there's also a person named Zakir Hussain, who just passed away last week, and I was blessed to be able to record him for a Disney show. I used to do music for Disney. I did 45 songs for Disney, and we got Zakir Hussain on the tablas and the percussion. So that was kind of an honor to be able to work with him and record him on that. So, and then favorite movie would be, when I was a kid, I grew up with a movie called Khamoshi. It's an Indian Bollywood love story. It's a beautiful story. So anyway, I don't know that many of them, because I grew up here in America, but I do love some of the classical Indian music.
And how about what would you say is your dream collaboration? Dream collaboration?
Dream collaboration?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I mean, I'm a big fan currently. I mean, if it was anybody who was, even if they're not alive, Michael Jackson, just because he's legit. But I love Radiohead. If I could, jam with Radiohead and Tom York, that'd be amazing. Musically, I'm a Coldplay fan. I like Chris Martin.
Vampire Weekend?
Oh, Empire. Oh yeah.
I got to meet a few of those guys. They're really nice.
Weekend. I would love to jam with Vampire Weekend, Empire of the Sun, MG. I like a lot of good music. So if they're good artists and they're true from the heart and they're not selling out energetically, then I'm down to align and perform and collab and play violin. I used to play with Rihanna. I played with a lot of other artists back in the day, but now I'm only want to align with people that are, really doing the thing, doing the truth.
Who inspires your style?
Maybe a little bit of Michael Jackson, maybe a little bit of David Bowie. I've always been a crazy kind of wild artist, expressing myself. I've always been compared. I don't know if you were here, but I was just singing Billie Jean on stage with James O'Keefe. So I really like Michael Jackson, but also David Bowie because he's a real artist. He really expressed himself with all sorts of different colors and different styles. And I really like being a character. Stepping into the character inside of us that gets to express themselves.
And how about ways to improve the inflation prices?
On inflation prices?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, to me, I'm a free market guy. I grew up studying Ron Paul, Mises Institute, Rothbard, and I feel like the best thing to change the way pricing works is competition, bringing down the prices. So inflation falls right into that. Free markets allow that. You get the corporatocracy out of it, you get the lobbyists out of it, you get the government out of the way, no regulations, and then we all manage ourselves with competition, free markets, and social proof. If we don't like something, we should be able to talk about it and vote with our dollars and not have the government controlling prices, government controlling income, government controlling any of that. Government needs to get out of the way. That's how you bring down prices in medicine. You deregulate, you get the man out of the way, and everything naturally comes down. And that's how it's always been throughout history. The most prosperous countries, even in the parts of Norway before 1800s, laissez-faire economics is really about allowing the market to dictate prices and having competition be the winning formula.
And what do you think is the future for transportation?
Transportation, well, that's interesting because a lot of technology is coming up. So transportation can go a lot of different ways. We've got a lot of automation coming up right now. So, I'm wary of it just because I don't want to be riding in a car that's controlled by a machine that may not like my opinions and want to crash me into something. So there's a little bit of skepticism. That said, technology is technology. We have iPhones, we have things. It's natural for us to evolve. So I do see transportation evolving into a balance between automation and, at the least, having automation help with traffic. Because even if we're still driving, if there's more efficiency on the road, where it's less about human error and there's a little bit more calculation and algorithms helping, I think we can have less traffic. And but either way, technology is evolving. Lots of amazing, futuristic vehicles, electric vehicles. I'm not a fan necessarily of certain aspects, but I do see the possibilities of human invention always being a great thing, as long as we use it for good.
And this is one of the biggest world problems. How would you solve the human trafficking?
This is a big one, and a lot of that's really about eradicating the corruption from the inside out. I mean, I think a lot of people are entrapped that are involved in it, and it's really like one of those industries where whistleblowers are scared to come out because it's one of the biggest industries and people don't want to get killed. So it's one of those things where I think the more people are exposing it, the stronger the people get, the more that the nefarious forces can't win. If there's only a few people talking about it, then they can target those people, target those families, scare them. But if everyone's talking about it, you can't take on the army of Team Humanity. So I think it's all about things like this, spreading the word, letting people know it's a thing, showing more proof, showing more evidence, and just getting the truth out about all these things, human trafficking, any other corruption, any other centralization or globalism, centralized government, world government. I think we need to stand up against that by operating as individuals, free sovereign beings that are operating. Community resilience is the way.
And who would you be, Godzilla or King Kong? Godzilla or King Kong?
I would say King Kong for me, only because I resonate with his emotion. Like, when I see King Kong, it feels like a human, like his eyes and his tears, and like, I feel like he's, they're both kind of epic characters, but I would say King Kong kind of has that really emotional empath feeling, where he's wanting to protect the humans. He's like, all the times you see him like, resonating and connecting with the humans.
Would you be an alien or predator?
Probably alien.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How about a Cupid, devil, or genie? A Cupid or devil or genie?
I would go genie because a genie is someone who's serving other people, is helping others, and I consider myself someone who wants to give other people their wishes. So if I was a genie, I could be someone that's granting other people their dreams, and that's my goal in life, is to empower other people and help them achieve their dreams. So in a way, I'm already kind of like a genie right now.
And would you be a kung fu master, ninja, samurai, or silent assassin?
I would do Kung Fu because I'm a big fan of Bruce Lee, and he developed and actually refined Kung Fu into Jeet Kune Do, his own art. And so I'm a big Bruce Lee fan because of his philosophy, the way he empowers, the way he gets into don't think, feel, tapping into the body, tapping into the intuition. So Kung Fu to me, and Wing Chun specifically, Wing Chun and Jeet Kune Do.
And would you walk on water, levitate in space, fly in a cloud, or fly a UFO?
Well, let's see. I don't believe in space, and walking on water seems like a good thing to be able to do. I think it's not about the walking on water, but it's a sign of being able to control yourself relative to matter, and really stepping into the fact that we're all magnets. The Earth is a giant magnetic field, a torus shape, and we're in the plane of inertia. And so to walk on water really is a sign of the ability to tap into our own magnetic beingness.
And in California, the fault line, how do you think they can fix that?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily about fixing it. I think it's about, honoring that nature exists and that we should put ourselves in places where, where we feel comfortable, and just know that no matter where we are on the planet, nature's going to have some effect, whether it's fires, or earthquakes or hurricanes or tsunamis. We're making a choice to live with nature, and nature does crazy stuff. So we just got to be aware that's just how things change. The climate's always changing. It naturally just does that. And we're on this earth, and we got to be prepared.
And in this world, we're in a spiritual warfare. It's God versus the devil. So, what's your side on that?
Exactly, yeah. I believe we're in a spiritual war, and that a lot of us that are assembled here are on the side of good, on the side of God, to fight the spiritual demons that are out there. And whether it's an individual or it's an energy force that's taken over with certain actions, I think it's all out there, and it's our job to step into our divine beingness, to step into God, to step into Jesus, step into our actions that we know are good, to be in service to other people and do the right thing.
What's the most ironic thing that's ever happened to you so far?
Explain more.
It's like it happened to you randomly, like something that happened.
Yeah, honestly, I think my whole life kind of happens randomly. I'm here at this event right now, and it's all a series of beautiful events. It's a very divine alignment. It's almost like walking on the yellow brick road of life. And I feel like if I'm breathing and I'm being humble and I'm stepping into my divine alignment and my purpose, life sort of presents itself in a very perfect way. So in a way, all of it's ironic, all of it's serendipitous, all of it's synchronistic, all of it's divine, godly, and magical. And every step of the way leads to this moment right now, and I'm trusting that there's a greater force beyond me that's guiding this. And I'm just like focused on staying on my purpose and being in service to humanity. That's it.
And what's your favorite musical?
Funny you ask. I would say my favorite musical now is called Plandemic, the musical, because I wrote the whole thing myself. It's the product I did with Mickey Willis. It's a musical featuring Jimmy Levy and Hi-Rez and JP Sears and myself and many other freedom fighters. And so right now it's my favorite because I feel really proud of the work that we did, the art that we did, and the love that went into it. So, but outside of something that I was a part of, I really love growing up with My Fair Lady. It's a beautiful story. It's like a taming of the shrew from Shakespeare brought to modern times in England, and I really enjoy Audrey Hepburn and all of the beauty that My Fair Lady represents with Henry Higgins and just the whole story. It's a very, very beautiful story.
I love In the Heights.
Oh, nice. That's a good one. That's a good one.
And how about what are your thoughts of cryptocurrency? And do you think that'd be the new currency? Or you think there'd be something else that replace it?
So, I'm a big cryptocurrency proponent. I'm an enthusiast. I've been part of the decentralized philosophy for a long time, which includes cryptocurrency. So I think the important thing about cryptocurrency is maintaining the philosophy of it, which is decentralization, privacy, anonymous peer-to-peer transactions, and just knowing that we have a right as humans to trade and interact in commerce without any government intervention. That's what cryptocurrency is to me. That's what it's all about. And so I think it's really important to maintain that. I know that there's other things coming down the pipeline with governments and CBDCs. Those are all going to be coming. I think as that happens, I think we need to really empower ourselves and really lean in more to the privacy of cryptocurrency and privacy coins, Bitcoin itself, Ethereum, all these different things that have different functionality and different utility. But I think if we maintain the fact that the purpose is for us to interact peer-to-peer without any interference, without getting permission from big daddy government, that's the point of the philosophy of decentralization. And to me, that's what Bitcoin represents. And I'm a big fan of standing by that and acting on that and interacting in commerce privately with my fellow humans without any interference from any other higher entities that don't have authority over me or anybody else.
And there's been rumors of war, either it be chemical warfare or drones attack. How do you think we can prevent that?
I mean, I think just like the other question about how we can prevent anything with those human trafficking, I think the more we wake up, the more we stand up as Team Humanity, the bigger our army of individuals is, the less power that they will have over us. So that includes anything. That includes warfare, that includes poisonous food. I think the more we learn about it, the more we tell everybody, the more we can stand up, the more we protest, the more we choose what we eat, choose what we do with our dollars, the more we have, the more power we have. So same thing when it comes to war, we can stand up against it. We can not pay into the war system, the tax system, the voting system, which is really promoting extortion of people taking their money against their will and using it for things they don't believe in, like war. And I don't want to participate in that. I think the more we stand up and not participate in that, the less that they have power to do war.
And in this industry, there's been a lot of crazy shit going on, especially the music industry. So how would you help artists avoid that?
Yep, so I would say for me, again, the general theme when you ask a question about avoiding, it's not really about avoiding something, it's about replacing it. So same thing with economy, we create our own parallel economies. If it's a music industry, we create a parallel music industry. And that's what I'm here to do, and that's what a lot of my friends, like I mentioned, my friends Jimmy Levy and Spirit, and other artists that I've aligned with, that we're here to create our own music independently, that's not compromised, where we're not tempted to do things and sell our souls. And I think the more of us, the more artists that can step up, the more artists that can speak out and sing out and not be afraid of cancel culture. Being canceled to me is a badge of honor. Get canceled. Let's do this. Let's show up and get canceled because we're building our audience of real truth seekers, and the bigger our audience is, the less power the industry has over artists like me and anybody else. That's how we beat the music industry, is by creating our own.
And would you be a Pokemon Master, Dual Master, Super Saiyan?
Super.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Which one?
The third one.
And how about your favorite author?
My favorite author?
Yeah.
Douglas Adams. He wrote the Hitchhiker Guide series. I'm really a big fan of that combination of British humor and science fiction that also plays with philosophy and existentialism. To me, Douglas Adams captures that in a beautiful way.
And what's your spirit animal?
my spirit animal is the Black Panther. I resonate with the cat, the feline, especially like a big cat, like a Black Panther.
What mythical creature would you be?
Say that again?
Mythical creature.
I thought you were here.
What mythical creature would you be?
What creature?
Yeah, mythical creature.
Oh, mythical creature. I love dragons. I'm a big fan of dragons because of the fire symbol. And I really like, so some kind of ancient mystical dragon would be a beautiful thing.
And how about a Transformer, Power Ranger, Ninja Turtle?
Ninja Turtle, man, Ninja Turtle. And especially a specific one, I would be a combination between Michelangelo and Donatello, because I think Michelangelo represents the fun and the childlike nature, and Donatello represents the brains. And I'm a Gemini with the balance of both, fun and also logic and creation and invention. Donatello is very inventive and scientific, and Michelangelo's like, hey, lighten up. I think a balance of that is important.
And in Antarctica, what do you think they're keeping from us? In Antarctica, what do you think they're
so I think that the Antarctica Treaty, which happened in the 1948, around that time, is around the same time as many federal government agencies, NASA, CIA, and what's going on there is that we have a different shaped Earth than I think we've been told we have, and it's not necessarily that I know what it is. I'm not going to call it like flat or not. I'm just saying I'm pretty confident on what it's not, and I think that behind Antarctica is a beautiful bunch of land, ancient Tartarian land and other land that's been going back for a long time. And if you cross that line, I think a lot of it's frozen right now. But Admiral Byrd, I believe, went there. I think other people have been there. I think that right now it's being guarded in order to have people not go beyond that, to find out that there's a lot more hidden there in ancient societies that have been around for a long time, that are a part of our history, part of our big buildings. And I think that that's really what's going on in Antarctica.
And how would you improve the homeless situation? The homeless situation.
Yeah, well, I think there's a mental health crisis. That's a big part of a lot of that. And I think a lot of people also have been privy to the flaws of not having a true free market means less prosperity. So a balance between a system that's creating mental health challenges around, but everyone's being indoctrinated with fear. The media is driving people crazy with fear-based messages. The poison in the food is definitely helping cause people to have, psyche issues and neurological issues. On top of that, all the fear porn that's coming from the media is creating a psychosis. So balance between, bad inputs of stimuli, negative inputs, negative information, negative food, is going to create a high level of depression and other mental health problems. So now, mental health leads to a bunch of problems together. You got homelessness, you got mass shootings. All that comes from really a mental health crisis that's being stimulated by a lot of negative information, a lot of stimulated fake hate. People are being trained and told to hate each other, left versus right, being told that there's racism, a lot more racism than there really is. A lot of this stuff is not even real. There might be a small amount of it here and there, but I think hate is actually being stimulated by the forces above that don't want people to love each other, because it's easy to control a population that's fighting each other, aka controlled opposition, aka Hegelian dialectic, which is a way to control the people. So mental health leads to homelessness, leads to violence, leads to hate, leads to disagreements, leads to lack of acceptance, and leads to violence.
And how about social media, versus now, versus back in the days, there wasn't really social media. So how you feel about that?
Yeah, same kind of thing. I think media is media, whether it's social media or mainstream media. The cool thing about social media is it does allow a bit of a more decentralized ability, potentially, but then once again, you've got major monopolies in social media that sort of almost are doing the same thing as mainstream media in that they're controlling what's on there and censorship. It's really nice that X has, balanced itself out with no censorship or less censorship, and that things are more even. I think the more decentralized social media comes up, the more even blockchain-based social media comes up, the more ability the people have to take truth into their hands. The benefits also of social media are a lot of the podcast generation, where we can get the truth out in much better ways than the monopolies that want to control the information. So there's a lot of benefits to social media for sure, and I think the more that we get the truth out once again, the more that we are able to connect with each other and follow things in independent media and take truth into our own hands and not, be sucked into CNN and Fox and MSNBC. The more we can actually be right here with our people, I think the better society we're going to have.
And how about your scariest moment in life so far? Scariest moment in life?
Scariest?
Yeah.
I'm not really a big into fear guy, but I think, you know, I get a rush sometimes, and like I've done some crazy hiking stuff where I'm like hanging off the edge of a cliff like 1,000 feet in the air with one arm, but it's also a rush. So, you know, I've done skydiving, a lot of stuff like that. You know, sometimes I'm on stage performing in front of millions of people, and maybe I'm a little nervous about my equipment not working, but I don't get nervous about actually performing. I'm very comfortable being on stage in front of crowds, but I might be a little scared that maybe the microphone's not going to work right, or my violin's going to be out of tune. So there's I can't really think of much that's really scary. I mean, I'm more of a solutions mindset. If something's like got fear, I'll just solve it. You know, I'm more of a problem solver.
And what superhero, what video game character, and horror movie character would you be?
So, video game, superhero, I really like Magneto from the X-Men. I really like Magnet Power. I like his stance and his stand for mutants. Superhero, that was the first one.
Yeah.
What was the next one?
Video game?
Video game character or video game itself?
Well, either or, yeah.
Yeah. So video games, I mean, I'm a Mario Kart guy. I used to love Mario Kart back in the day. And the character I would play is Bowser, because he has the highest top speed, lowest acceleration. But if you're masterful at the game, you know, all you gotta do is get to top speed and stay there. And if you stay fast, you're gonna beat everybody. So it's about being masterful. And then horror, you know, I'm classic, you know, Bram Stoker's Dracula. It's such a good way, it's a good expression of the Dracula story. Nosferatu and Transylvania, so. Yeah,
And what would you rather do? Swim with the shark, swim with the whale, ride on Bigfoot's back, ride on Leviathan, ride on the Cyclops, or flying eagle?
I would say a Leviathan, because it's the ocean, it's that big water, a big giant mythical beast. And we talked about dragons earlier, but now that you remind me, a Leviathan's probably one of my favorite mythical beasts too. So to be able to ride a Leviathan would be fantastic.
And do you think voting is rigged?
I think there's a lot of it that is. I wouldn't say I wouldn't be make absolute statements that all voting is rigged, but I think that there's a lot of voting that is compromised. I think that the Dominion voting machines, there are whistleblowers that are coming out that were silenced 4 years ago. So I think there's some massive rigging there that happened in 2020. I think there's a lot of stuff around information that can affect people's votes, like the Hunter Biden laptop. So that wouldn't be the voting itself being rigged, but that would be the messaging being rigged to affect the voting. I think there's definitely stories about ballots of pallets, you know, pallets of ballots being dumped, and you know, so I think there's a lot of questionable stuff that's come up. You know, Dinesh D'Souza did a movie, 2,000 Mules. You know, so there's a lot of evidence that there's some, you know, shady tampering around elections, and I think hopefully we can get a handle on that.
And how do you feel about the open borders policy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not a fan of well, here's my thing. As like an old school, like classical liberal libertarian, I would say if things are open, then you can't offer the benefits. It's either one or the other. If you're going to offer benefits and all that, well, then you can't have open borders at the same time, because you're going to incentivize people coming to get the benefits. So if you want to go classical libertarian, you would have no benefits and have the free market handle that, and then allow movement and free trade also. So you can't have both. So I would say if you go full extreme and have full freedom and liberty, then you don't necessarily have to focus on borders. You focus more on the free market handling the borders. But if you're going to not do that like we have now, and you want to protect the nations, then we got to absolutely seal the borders and make sure that everyone's following the rules and coming in here legally. So you know, you can't have both.
And how would you help someone through a dark time in life?
I mean, I think one of the biggest things you can do is support them, let them know that they're loved, and also really get them into some positive practices, positive mindset, affirmations, and also some deep spiritual work will help people. You know, with some stuff around breathing and meditation can really, it's shown to reduce cortisol, reduce stress, get people to a much happier place. And being around community. You know, so it's a combination of community, mindset, wellness, health, and you know, positive thoughts, positive mindset can really help reverse depression.
And what are new laws you think should come into play?
Which one?
New laws.
I mean, I'm not too focused on laws as an old school libertarian. You know, I think it's really more about you know, people stepping up in their communities and stepping up and protecting themselves and protecting each other, and again, getting the government out of the way. So I'm not as much focused on new laws as I am focused on free markets, free trade, and voluntarism being the way of the future. Voluntarism is really about, you know, opt-in societies and having everyone really be focused on voluntary choice and not harming each other. And if something's happening in a community where people are harming, then we need to step up as people and protect each other. Right now, we're all waiting for the police to come. It's a monopolized police force. They don't even show up for an hour. They're not able to really help. But if we had private security everywhere, like Uber, who's just private, you got people showing up in 1 minute. So I think the entire system needs to be overhauled into a lot more focus on voluntarism.
And how about ways to eliminate censorship? Because there's censorship in free speech, TV, radio, movie, media, video games, books, comics,
all
anything.
All the above. As I said earlier, the best way to avoid things that aren't serving us is to create new things where we have more control over that. So if we're complaining about censorship, well, censorship can only happen on networks that we're participating in. And if we don't have control of that, then there's nothing we can really do other than do our best to not give them our business. And I think if we don't give them our business, they're either gonna have to come around and stop doing that, or they're gonna fall. In the meantime, if we create more options, more competition, better media, better all of that, then we have control of it. We don't have censorship anymore because now we're onboarding everyone onto better platforms.
What's your favorite speech from a politician?
I mean, there's some really amazing speeches that I've heard Donald Trump give. There's a couple, I can't remember which one, but there's some he's given some powerful speeches, all I can say, a lot of them.
And how do you feel about reserving TV, movies, and music?
Say it again?
Like, how you feel about reserving TV, movie, and music, like physical, and now it's like digital? I feel like it's kind of difficult to reserve that.
Right. So I think it doesn't hurt to just have multiple forms of media, And I think in the new world we're living in, everything's very digital. But if I'm making an album, I want to make a vinyl also. I want to make a vinyl copy of my album for fans to collect. And I think collectors are the old way, is collecting stamps, collecting music. And I think we can bring back collecting, bring back a culture of collecting, which has that vintage feel. It doesn't mean that we can't have digital also, because it's easy access, it's quick to get on Spotify, it's great. But I think there's something about getting your hands on a piece of media, a piece of art, and having it be physical.
And do you have any kids yet?
Kids?
Yeah.
Not yet, but I'm planning on it next year.
What do you hope they be one day?
I hope they be free and happy and in service, and just be truly expressing themselves in their best ways and following their divine purpose, whatever that might be.
Yeah. And would you be a dragon, a beast, or undersea creature?
Dragon.
Yeah. Do you think those things existed back in the days? Do you think dragons and dinosaurs existed or still exist?
I would say dragons, yes. I'm not sure about dinosaurs. I think dinosaurs might be made up. I think that there's a lot of evidence that I've discovered that shows that dinosaurs may not have existed, but I think dragons do and have existed.
And would you be Terminator, RoboCop, Jack Sparrow?
Jack Sparrow. I resonate with Jack Sparrow. He's just super loose. He's in the flow. He's in the moment, and he's just it's like a drunken master in a way, where he's just unassuming. And so when you're unassuming, people put their guard down, and then you can really strike. And Jack Sparrow has that ability.
And when you're making your music, what comes in your mind?
I imagine the whole world singing my song. And so I'm always thinking about what's a song I can come up with or write that everyone can sing, that's gonna make them feel pumped up, make them feel empowered, make them feel excited to share it with another person, excited to sing along in a stadium. So I'm always writing my songs thinking about, a one world sing along, almost like We Are the World or Heal the World or One Love by Bob Marley or stuff like that.
And how do you feel? Recently they started finding viruses. They're trying to test them and make new diseases.
I don't believe in viruses. I think virology, the entire science of virology is completely based on pseudoscience. It's a lie. They've never actually isolated a virus in a lab. I think that on Louis Pasteur's deathbed, he admitted that basically, that he was not happy with the way they use the science and pasteurization in a negative way to control the entire modern industry. All of allopathic medicine to me is completely flawed, and I think that we're actually healthier than we realize. and that we have the ability to heal ourselves, and that we're focusing on a boogeyman called a virus or a contagion that's never been proven to exist, and that there's actually a completely different set of causes that if we could let go of that pseudoscience, we could really discover really what's going on.
And what Greek god would you be?
Hermes. Hermes Mercurius Trismegistus. Is that Greek? I don't know. I think it's Greek.
And would you be Santa, the Tooth Fairy, Krampus, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, or Jack Frost?
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer has got a nice little underdog story, and something about the underdog feels good to me. Like he's underestimated, he's an underdog, but then he comes out, and it's a hero's journey. It's a positive story, so I think that'd be a great thing, man.
When you started doing music, did your parents and friends support you right away?
They supported me my whole life, but when I first started to do it as a career, they were just they weren't unsupportive. They were just concerned that I would not be able to make a living doing it. But then after a year or two, they saw that it was working for me, and then I became a successful artist, and they're happy that I did that.
And how would you change the award ceremonies? Because it seems like they're rigged for awards.
What's that?
Award ceremonies like Oscars.
Again, same thing, same theme. If that's going on over there, I think we make our own. Anything we don't like, we make a better version ourselves.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it.
And how about how you feel about new cartoons versus old school ones?
I mean, I haven't really watched any in a while to see. I like a lot of the old ones. I like the old anime. So, I'm curious what's out there. I'm not really sure.
What time period would you go to?
Yeah. Time period. By the way, I gotta go soon. So, time period. 1600s.
Okay, and then our last two words of encouragement for people who want to be a singer.
For people who want to be a singer?
Yeah.
I would say open your voice, shine it, listen to stuff out there, and just like practice, stay practicing and use your ears. Singing is not about singing, it's about listening. You gotta step up your listening.
And last one, would you be E.T., a gremlin, a troll, SpongeBob, Philks the cat, Poppy the Sailor Man, a Jetson, Futurama, Simpsons, or Rugrats, or Red and Slippy, or Pinky the Brain?
South Park.
Yeah?
Yeah. South Park's cutting edge, baby.
Thank you.
Wait, how do I? Is it on video? You want video?
Yeah, video.
Is it on? Alright, there we go.
That's your Dreamcatcher Mario thing that we were with.
That's my T-Pop.
And any shout outs and any projects coming out?
That's right, we just had Plandemic, the musical just came out. We got my new song Together We Rise, and we're going to be singing it all over the world, and probably at the inauguration as well.
MC, make them
I know when I walk by and I see that's why it's. So Dreamcatcher Mario Entertainment is amazing. It was a great show. Yes. Remarkable. Very amazing. And 2 more to go. Thank you.
And switch drivers?
Yeah, and then I was like,
Crazy.
what is this? And then I was like, so is this driver already